like
awesome.
less motivation than usual, which is
Well, I mean,
so
sound like
the
seasonal
worst.
effect expression.
We're on live.
Hi
everyone.
Hi.
I don't care if you want to keep talking about it, but I figured you have the right to know. Hey everybody, welcome to an all-new episode of SCNS Live D&D. I am your ADHD DM. These are my FWBs, and the benefits are, of course, playing D&D together. Yay!
Well, less enthusiastic now.
That's,
Mostly
I
just
like
like
that intro.
thank you.
Your sister's at the table.
I know, I thought that was weird, but I kind of liked all the acronyms,
also
so
I
I
wasn't
just went
paying
with it.
attention.
I think she let FWBs go straight by and then was like, wait, benefits? What?
That's exactly what happened.
So, I am Kat, or Bad Moon Pie. I am your DM for the day and every day that we do this campaign. Before I go around the table, I want to shout out to our sponsors. We're going to try a different thing this week. We don't want sponsors. Don't offer to sponsor us. We don't want them. But if you do, then hit me up.
We don't want your sponsorship.
What is it? Bad Moon Pie at supercoolnerdshow.com. Also, check out our website. That one is one of the only ones that I allow to pop up notifications on my mail, so I actually will get them that. But don't email me. We're not interested in your garbage money.
You know, there's like good calories and bad calories. There's good money and garbage money.
Yeah, everybody's money is garbage money. We don't want your minis. We definitely don't like dice. So, like, F off. Anyway, check us out on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Super Cool Nerd Show, or SCNS Live. Turn your phones on silent.
I was checking the stream.
If you want to follow me personally, you can find me on Twitter and Instagram at BetterCat. I posted to both of them last night for the first time in a very long time.
Also to the 5 people that posted on our Instagram page. No, I will not promote it on Elite Streamers.
What?
Like, it's all spam. It's like, hey, promote it on this channel. But pay us like $30 to do so.
Oh yeah, like if we're gonna do that, we're gonna buy followers like normal people. Thank you.
One of the Twitchers I followed just started out.
Huh?
Right? That's so weird.
We're going to go around the table. If you want to give your socials, you can. Otherwise, just if you could say your name, your character's name, and their class, and turn your phone on silent.
You have to check the stream, Jason.
What if something goes wrong like 30 minutes in? How will you know?
Oh, I will know. I will
be
keep the stream up. And usually Cora keeps the stream up.
We haven't played since the 6th of November.
I know.
Rusty.
I just noticed that Alabro's still, like, jacked up.
Advantage is when you roll 2 dice and take the lowest? Is that right?
No.
No, advantage
advantage.
is when you have a plus 20%.
We have to do
okay.
percentages?
Oh, goodness.
It's actually
I need to
25.
find an odds table. Can somebody send me an odds table for dice stuff? Like, I know that it's 1 in 400 to roll like a 1 at advantage or a 20 at disadvantage, and that it's 1 in 10 to roll a 20 on advantage or a 1 on disadvantage. But I don't know any of the other odds, and I don't know math well enough to figure them out. Anyway, Jason, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jason the X. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Jason the X. Why have we still not added Christian to the D&D campaign on D&D?
It's an excellent question. We discussed that, and then it didn't happen.
It's in my... I think it's on it. It's just not on the stream. Is it not on
No,
it?
it's not. I'm looking dead at the campaign right now. I see 4 characters.
Oh, I thought you meant the Discord.
Oh, the
That
Discord, we decided not to because we didn't do it. We didn't discuss it until the other day.
Yeah.
But in future arcs, if it's cool with y'all, if any other guests are, we're just going to add them to the Discord because there's not a lot of chat in there.
Right.
Jason the X, where can they find you?
At Jason the X on Twitter and Instagram.
Okay, and what is your character name?
I am playing Alabroth Jarud, a dragonborn cleric. He's right here, and he's
For today. I mean,
for big old
maybe next time.
At least today.
with a big old hammer.
At least today. Maybe going forward. Who knows?
I'm Mia, and you can find me running through the wilderness on a full moon, and I play Ronnie, an Air Ganassi Ranger.
She's butt naked when she does that, by the way.
No, I have boots on.
Oh, okay. Otherwise,
That's
it's
not
just...
insane. Hello! I'm Octavia. I'm a high elf monk, and my name is Cass. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram with the good Cass.
Hi, I'm Christian, and I'm playing the human wizard Azra, and you can't find me.
Did he pull a John Cena? Did he?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and so
exactly.
did Cass.
I didn't even see that.
I didn't even see it. I assumed it happened.
Of course you didn't.
Go on.
I'm Cora. You can find me on Instagram and Twitter at CoraDonoArt for art-related and Suikoden things, and chaotic_noodle for Final Fantasy things. I am playing... I've already forgotten my character's name. Brana.
I'm so nervous. I'm like, where are we?
What is it Tierra's about?
Brana the Asimar Rogue. There. Now I got to finish.
Azra's with you. Everything's gonna be fine. You brought a professional.
Uh-huh. I'm not at all nervous that this is too OP, the situation you're going into. Okay.
Before we begin, does everyone have a character in mind for when their character dies, apparently?
I want some backups. Yeah.
Cassidy will make
That would
us
be
recover.
cray if you guessed it again, but you had to do different characters.
Oh yeah, I've got a dragonborn that I can have fun with Alabroth.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Cool. That's good to know. I like Azra, but we'll see if
Maybe
she
we'll
makes
get
it.
that one now.
Maybe the enemies won't. So, last session, which I had to rewatch last night because I had no idea what happened. Not a lot happened. It started out when you met a furbolg named Rain, who was unfamiliar with terms like sailor, and just...
I wanted to know how he knew Brana.
Yeah, you didn't find that out till after the trip, and somehow you guys managed to keep her in check so she didn't ruin everything with being loud in the middle. So you snuck to the other side of the river canal thing that separates two parts of the city, and you went through the sewers, which none of you cared for, and also I didn't like because I don't like sewers. Yeah, and you found your way towards the upperclassmen dorms, is what you were looking for, and you ran across some vampiric mist, and everybody hit things, but Ronnie just cleaned up. Like, just set one on fire and blew the other one into the water and drowned it. And immediately following that, you heard a sound that Azra recognized as Professor Astravis.
I forgot about that. Yep.
Yeah. Be prepared for a lot of how do you feel questions today.
Oh, my favorite.
Yeah, and saying, are there people in the sewer? And that's where we left off. So, you guys just killed some mist, and you heard from not too far away, but from what sounded like it was above the sewers, through like a grate or something, you heard the voice you knew for sure to be Professor Astravis. So what do you do? How do you react? You're still in a sewer. You're not in immediate danger. The water level's pretty low at this point. It's like just over the tops of your shoes. And it's still pretty dark. I think Alabroth will actually be pitch black right now.
Is there a grate?
There was a grate.
There was a grate, but it specified that there wasn't light really coming through it.
Is Astraphus like poking his head into the sewer?
You did not see him.
Okay.
But you can't really see much. Light's not concentration. Is light concentration?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then light is still up, so you guys can see some.
Okay. I think Azra is just going to like to everybody, and then we'll maybe Pink Panther down further.
He, from last session, rolled a nat 20 on his perception.
Oh! Well, Azra doesn't know that.
Yeah.
So Azra's just Pink Panthering down the sewer in first sight.
Braun has like plastered himself against the wall.
Like that scene with Kronk in the Emperor's New Groove.
Yes.
Doing his own theme music? No, he's not doing the theme music.
Okay, so you can pull this off, but it would be hard. Everyone needs to roll me a stealth check at disadvantage.
Oh, well, Alice.
Let's go!
If I can get my d20 out of here.
I have plenty of d20s if you need
At
one.
disadvantage. This is mother.
I mean, you
I rolled a 19 on the second.
But what was your first one?
It was a natural 7.
I rolled an
Well, there
18
was no way this was gonna be good.
Oh no.
on the first one. And
Are you kidding me?
it was extremely
It
unlikely.
can't be worse than my roll. Literally, it can't.
I almost rolled
Close.
I almost rolled the exact same thing.
So
you did.
close. Well, what's your bonus?
For stealth?
Yeah.
it doesn't
Did we get
matter.
the same result?
Does he
Did you
have
also
a
get an 8?
negative 15?
He got a natural 20,
Yeah,
and
does
you're
he have a
rolling
negative
against that.
15?
He has
12?
positive numbers to his perception, so
Roll 7.
it's virtually impossible, but you can.
Well, I rolled a 2 and a 1, so I rolled a nat 1. I do have a +7, but that's not gonna help a nat 1 a whole lot.
Okay, so it doesn't
Good job,
matter what
guys.
anyone
Good
else
job.
rolls.
Good job.
I just go. I think he knows we're here.
And connect, and then one for me and Mia. There we go.
There's going to be a lot of stuff that Azra will not need to roll for because it's just ridiculous that you would not know a lot of this stuff that's going to happen.
For sure.
Astrophus is like, hello? I'm gonna, and he's like, okay,
Very quiet.
yeah. I feel like with that roll, Ronnie's like walks over to tell somebody else to be quiet, just sloshing through the water, like just like squishy noises in the boots. Just
Ronnie stepped on
I
something
just started
and
walking
splashed.
towards the voice. Oh,
um.
girl. I just started walking. Hello.
Talking about?
We've been found. Okay.
Astrophus is like, he goes, stay where you are. I'm sending Shackle down, and you know that Shackle is his familiar.
Okay.
You don't know what form it's in. It could be in a number of different ones.
Okay.
And,
See, Shackle sounds like he's sending guards to imprison us. Shackles.
you know, they might think that, but
Since I noticed that you perk up, I'm like, what exactly is that?
Shackle is his familiar.
Is it a sentient pair of shackles? Or
Could be.
5?
it is
Do we?
Unlikely, but could be.
typically...
Do we?
Actually, go ahead and roll a
He's-
history check.
Okay. Oh, wow. Well, if I add my 6, that makes it a 7.
You have seen it be like a rat and a spider and a cat, and with a natural 1, you don't remember which one was most common. Like, you've seen a number of things.
It's a surprise.
Is it?
It is a wizard's familiar. It can take many different shapes. I guess we're about to find out which one he's taking now.
Everyone make a
Sure.
perception check.
Familiars are not
Ooh,
threats.
okay.
It's the
That's
wizard you have to worry
That's a
about.
nat 20.
That's dope.
So 25 total.
Better. Perception?
Yeah.
19.
I'm saving all my good rolls for later. That was a 9.
That's probably wise.
17.
16.
Everyone who hit above a 15 hears like a scraping noise, like something like opening or something.
Oh.
And only Alabroth was his nat 20 hears a very soft like as something is unhappy about being dropped in sewage water. And
Anyone else just hear a meow?
What? No, I heard
a meow.
scraping.
so
There was a meow.
It's okay.
You
No need
guys
to
kind
send
of
your
look
spider.
around
Maybe
and
it's a
you see everybody except again Azra, who's just like familiars. Like, could be anything. It's a wide world out there. Everyone else like kind of turns around and sees basically like Quest Cat. You know, this cat's waiting to give you a side quest in
With
the
the light
light
right
of
on it, yeah.
Alabroth's thing. It is like it's a pretty it's a large-ish cat, maybe like 14 pounds. It's buff, buff color, little mane, and it just looks. It's called amber or buff in cats. It's like a tan. Like
I
tan.
thought you meant like the mane was like little. It was a large mane, and you.
Nope.
Buff
I know, but like it's the color. That's what it's called.
You said a snack.
And
we're okay now.
Do not eat the cat.
Huh?
It's not a snack.
I just want to let everyone know
nutritional value
that
in familiars.
Jason
They
has
are
a bad
respectable.
history with familiars that are cats.
Yes, he does.
Like, not Alan. Jason has a bad habit.
Ron is gonna
Thought it was
like
an
kneel
appetite.
down to pet the cat, like offer his hand to pet the cat.
He kind of looks at you. He's not happy. He's like wet from like chest down, and he's just like, and he walks and he sniffs each one of you, but he does not offer like cuddles or anything. And it looks very deliberate, like he's checking for something. And after a second,
Azra's gonna try to like hide amongst the group. There's only 4 other people, but
Ronnie will squat down and like offer his hand for sniffing.
he smells all. He
Octavia's gonna look at the cat and say, "Hello, I'm Octavia."
as soon as the cat gets in your proximity, it seems a lot more nervous. Why? Like, just walks up to Alabrat, no questions, and then walks up to you, just like you feel like your nervous energy might not be great for cats. When it walks up to you, Azra, it kind of like curls its lips back, but it does not actually hiss at you. And after a second, it seems satisfied, and you hear Astrophus again saying, "Follow the cat." Do you guys follow the cat?
Of course, okay.
Because after a minute, like, kind of deliberately sets back where it came from. It's
Sure.
like 15 feet, maybe, until there's like a little fork. And you see, on one side you see a ladder. On the other side there's just like, kind of like a rolled up rug thing that the cat scurries up, because cats are not good at ladders, usually. And you see, I don't think you need to check for this, with the scraping noise you heard was apparently like kind of like a
Grady?
Manhole cover.
it was just it's like this little square inset of some sort, and it was metal on metal scraping back to like pull the door back, but it's not like a traditional sewer thing that you see.
Are we coming up or are we coming out?
You're coming up the ladder.
Okay. So it's not up ladder and then like a little door. It's like a trap door.
Yeah, it's
Like
it's
my
more like a
5
cellar
minutes
door.
later.
It's at an angle a little bit, but like it's not hard to get out of it. What I need to know, what order you guys go in.
Meat shield goes up first.
Okay.
Azra's staying back.
Meat shield is typically Octavia. Is that who you're talking about?
No, I'm gonna go up first.
I'll follow Alabra.
I'll follow
Octavia's
Ronnie.
the meat shield?
Closest thing to a tank.
Okay.
I disagree, but
You guys are pretty close, but you can.
Are you cleric or paladin?
cleric.
Okay.
Is it
Clerics are
6
usually
foot
pretty
8 dragon
tanky.
board?
Yeah.
I'll go up after.
Ron?
Ron.
Brana?
Well, Rana.
So what do I see once I make it through the hole?
Well, first of all, everybody, are you going up?
Yeah.
Just last.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody make
I don't want to stay in the sewers alone.
a
valid.
Constitution saving throw.
Oh,
boy.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, thank goodness.
Natural 20.
16.
16.
21.
13.
Nobody takes any damage.
Oh.
Alabroth, when you go through, the first thing you see before you even kind of get up there, you're as soon as you approach that metal door and walk like keep stepping up the ladder, the light on Octavia's staff goes out. And your symbol, which always glows a little bit, stops glowing. And you feel like you're not always super aware of like Bahamut's presence, but you feel him being not angry, but being like BRB and kind of stepping out. And then we'll get to what happens up there in a second. Ronnie, you had, you always have a couple leaves. Right now you have some particles of water kind of around you, but not sewage, just water kind of floating around you. And for the first time ever, when you walk through the door, you just feel them drop. All of a sudden the air feels very still to you because your hair stops blowing around and you're like, am I hot-blooded? Is that what happens? Brana, you have an interesting experience with this. I don't know if this is only an ADHD thing. Do you ever have an experience where you had not noticed the presence of some sort of like white noise until it's gone?
Yes.
And then I figured that was I wasn't sure. That's very much what happens to Brana in Brana's head. Is they're like, there's something that's usually here that's not right now.
It's very eerily just stone dead in my
Yeah,
head.
it's just you're all by yourself. They're all by themselves. It's very weird. And roll like an insight check on yourself, so I guess advantage.
Do you want some dice?
10.
You don't know if this would have happened before the last like 6 weeks or so. Like you felt an increase in something that might be starting to look like communication that gets along, and you find yourself just briefly wondering but not having an answer for if this would be new to you. Octavia, as you go through the door, you feel like something gets stripped away from you, which doesn't make sense because Octavia doesn't know any magic, right? No magic at all for Octavia.
Yeah.
So you don't know what could have possibly been taken from you. Because you feel like your key is still here. Okay?
Yeah.
Azra, you're deeply familiar with this sensation because it happens at this school sometimes.
Okay.
You feel the presence of like an anti-magic field. How does Azra feel about no magic? Like, she knows what it is.
I mean, if there's places in the school where that's common to like have like regulated areas of no magic, I think there's like a moment of shock, but then like familiarity and like almost like homecoming nostalgia a little bit, because this is the only place where she felt that, and entering one of those anti-magic zones is like suddenly she feels like, oh, I'm not just in the sewers under the school, this is like the school.
Azra was probably familiar with it in your first like semester, your living situations. There's have anti-magic fields. They get less and less and less common as you get. So after your first like semester or so, they just want to give you some basics before they like let you go. And then roll a history check for me.
Nat 20.
You, with that roll, you know that the professors drill weekly in counterspells. Like, all the professors in counterspell measures. That tends to be what they use after the first, like, year, maybe.
What do you mean in counterspells?
They drill on it, making sure that they can react fast enough, and they train themselves to have better perception than would be standard of what spell is being cast. so that they can interrupt if necessary, if dangerous, if whatever. This is the foremost academy in the world because the world's not super developed right now, and they take it very seriously. So, like, Azra probably, like, maybe she does feel homecoming, but it wasn't a frequent thing after her first year.
Yeah.
And they would only interrupt something that was, like, about to go real bad.
So would she understand why we made Constitution saving throws? Is that a normal part of entering the anti-magic field?
No.
Okay.
With that roll, though, I'm glad you brought that up. There's something that is very strange about the way wizards work out magic, and that's that it's more like coding than like any other. You have to earn your stuff, and it's very like technical. You recognize the feel of a spell that is very rough around the edges. Whatever this is, it's different than what you encountered. And so like as wizards are trying to develop spells, it's different than other classes. It's it can be not 100% right. This spell was probably not intended to harm anyone, but it's not finished. It's not all the way there.
Okay, so this was like an experimental spell.
Like an ad hoc situation of some sort. And I'll go ahead and say one last thing with that natural 20. You kind of, you clock that Ronnie's wind dropped. And so this is something that is meant to also affect magical creatures themselves and their presence in this area. And that would be the difference from a standard like anti-magic. This is like a combination of like protection from evil and good and like several things to create this zone.
Okay, like a total magic suppression rather than just like spells.
Oh, yeah, and one last thing, you also recognize that what's lining everything is lead.
Yeah. Azra knows what lead does.
Yeah.
Octavia doesn't.
Yeah, like you guys can roll Arcana checks if you want to clock what lead is doing.
Oh, that's pretty good. 18.
19.
10.
Alibroth doesn't know.
17.
Something magic.
It was 17, 19, 18.
I got 19.
I got an 18.
Yeah, so all three of you kind of suspect that it's lead and knows that lead has powerful magic dampening qualities. I would say Octavia probably knows it because there's lead just in the building of the monastery. And your father had designed something at one point that you knew was part of it. It was like government buildings. Yeah.
Is lead normally how they do the anti-magic fields in the school?
No, because you recognize everything about this is super extra. Like this is...
What is the room we're entering? I don't think we've established what we're seeing when we're entering the room.
You are entering... as you get up there and your eyes adjust after a minute, you are entering a version of Astrophus's office. But it looks very different than it did when you left.
Okay.
In that, like, it is... So you guys get up there. What everybody sees is you see like a...
Lead paint.
Yeah. It's so hard to think about lead and not think about, like, lead.
Stay away from peeling paint.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
Sesame Street.
you guys walk in. There is not a ton of light, but luckily you didn't have a ton of light, so your eyes are already adjusted to that. There's some candlelight. There is a window that is boarded over with full lead sheets with just like very small holes in it, like on a grid to let some light in, but the holes are really small. The door now has like a lead door stop. Like everything is lined in lead that you can see. Like maybe behind the bookcases isn't, but the door has like over all the openings is like lead that, yeah, this guy is not messing around. There's no space on the inside of the office that is not covered in the lining, like the floors, ceiling, like everything.
Does anyone else feel strange?
We are in an anti-magic room at the moment, and it seems fairly robust. We may not be able to do anything in here. So I want to get out.
Fine. Hello.
Yeah,
Is this office in here?
There's a big mahogany desk, and
I stick a knife in it. No, sorry.
I feel like under no circumstances.
No.
And
She does have the Hunger Games.
Yeah. That is mahogany.
Yes.
yeah, it's like a big desk. You guys kind of watch as Shackle jumps up on the man in the swivelly chair behind the desk and deliberately sticks his tail under the guy's nose. It's just very irate. And then like shakes off right in his lap and then immediately jumps off.
Yeah, the
Like,
tail is still wet with super water.
I respect this cat.
yeah, he's petty. And behind the desk you see a man. Cass, what was that guy's name that I asked you for from Lord of the Rings?
Which
I
character?
have it written down. You remember this
I know a lot of
conversation?
Lord of the Rings
don't.
characters.
He is the old like elf guy.
The
Elrond?
king to
Elrond.
Galadriel?
He looks a lot like Elrond,
Oh, okay.
mixed with a little bit of like Malfoy, the dad.
Lucius.
Yeah, like just kind of longer hair, and a little bit like receding hairline. He Azra's used to seeing him look pretty like kept. Go ahead and roll an insight check for me. Everybody can roll an insight check. Azra might get different things off it.
Jesus, man.
That's a
Oh, wait.
19.
Holy crap. Even 11.
11.
9.
9.
That actually
Yay.
works out.
Yeah.
You, he watches as all of you climb up, and he doesn't seem all that concerned. When Azra comes up, he looks at her and he's just like, sure, why not?
Long time no see. I can explain. We are here to help find the missing students.
We're here on official order of the Kestrel Dawn business.
That too.
With your insight, he does not look good. He looks exhausted.
He really misses Azra.
With your insight, you know that's not true. Like, he looks exhausted. He, you know him to have kind of like to regulate his ADHD tendencies with extreme organization in his office. So it's usually pretty regulated. There's papers everywhere. He's missing the big board with the push pins and the energy, but like everything else about like matches somebody who hasn't slept, who no longer feels like hope, joy, just like is done.
I'm now imagining Hugo Weaving reenacting the Charlie Day scene in the meme.
Basilius.
That's interesting.
Yeah, like he's just like and he looks at Azra and he looks at the rest of you and he's like, explain, I guess.
I think we just did.
You're having a problem with a creature of some kind that is taking people, and we're here to get it.
They have reason to suspect that it is the work of an Oblex.
Do you know what that is? I cast know the answer to this
Roll
question.
a perception check with advantage.
Good, because
His reaction is going to be incredibly obvious.
18.
You feel ashamed that you talked. Like, his reaction is so, like, and as you clap, this is unusual. He's usually pretty, like, neutral expressioned.
Okay.
But he cannot disguise Cat when Cat gets tired.
Yeah.
It's like,
No, of course you do. Yes. We're here. So the king. No.
We don't need to get into the rest of that.
So-
I don't
I'm gonna
There's-
step out to the character for a minute and remind you guys that you are absolutely not here on a mission to kill this thing.
Yeah. So there's information that it has that we need, and so we're here to extract the very, very important information to it help you.
And also
I pat
gets rid of it.
I pat Octavia on the shoulder. Eloquent as always, my friend.
With the insight that he rolled, he doesn't know if he believes it's important or not. Like, at all.
Roll of persuasion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would anyone else like to do it?
I would like to not be in this room.
Minus a 7.
Same.
He might believe that you think it's important,
Yeah.
but, like, Scale
Whether he
is,
agrees.
and he looks at all of you and he's like, well, there might have been a time, or there was a time I would have been happy to see anyone. I know where it is. I know where the students are. I just can't do anything about it right now.
I'm sorry. You know exactly what their location might be,
I believe so. We think.
but you do not wish to do anything about it.
Can't or won't?
I didn't say that I did not want anything to be done.
Explain, Professor.
He gives you a withering look, and he said, and he goes,
Is the brand not glowing right now?
it is not glowing right now.
Okay.
But you see him glance at it for a second, and he's like, are we in the habit of explaining things now?
We're at a school. Yes.
Okay, well,
Good point.
we keep track of all of our alumni that has gone on to do good things. I'm usually the one in charge of that. If this creature were to consume my memories, would have the location of all of the smartest people in the world. Most of the smartest people in the world.
So you specifically can't do anything about it.
I specifically, he's like, maybe if I got a good night's sleep, I would risk it. It's like, right now, I don't feel like my mind would be strong enough to resist it.
Is there no mercenary guilds in the city that you could enlist to fight the creature if you know where it is? Find warriors and point them in the direction.
Or even just the local authorities. Anyone.
Flyer on a post might be more help right now.
A flyer.
We are in a holding pattern at the moment.
Oh, like a piece of paper?
Yes.
We can discuss it. It has not taken anyone new in nearly a month.
Oh, good.
I have theories.
Do you have other things?
Hmm?
Do you have other things? Like directions to where to find it?
I do. And he goes, I need to think. for a minute. Does anyone want some tea or something? Like,
I think we're okay for now.
Ezra takes a look around the office. How often do you leave this place these days, Professor?
I have not left in several weeks. You kind of look around, make a perception check. Everybody can make a perception check.
That was the sound of a good roll. 16.
25.
14. 15.
So you guys in the mid-teens see you see like a kind of like a bedroll. You see
Poop bucket.
they're wizards. They magic it away.
There's a sewer.
He has a cellar door to the sewer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
You
does
need to
not
wash
look.
your hands after using that ladder.
He has
Oh dear.
prestidigitation. Like he's not dirty. Like, but like yeah. You see some like canned foods. You see. You even
This guy
see
been
like
eating beans out of a can.
That's good eating.
he can flavor them like anything. Prestidigitation is the most useful cantrip that exists.
Green beans go along with
So,
It says you can flavor anything like anything and warm it up at the same time.
Wild.
So he's eating as healthy as you possibly can, because why not?
I'm
For
just gonna.
someone eating beans.
Are you well, sir?
No, no. But like, I have my reasons. And he gets up and he deliberately takes a few minutes and makes tea. You guys, he's going to look around and he's going to say, you will decide whether you fight this thing. I would suggest that you each take a short rest at least while you're here
Thank goodness.
and heal.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
You can go ahead and add the benefits if you want. What?
I was gonna say, how can we heal? All the
Hit
magic
dice.
is stopped.
Short rest and hit dice are not magic. So yeah, if you want to go ahead and take the benefits of that, you can.
I didn't lose anything, so I'm good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think neither of you two did.
I did. I took.
Yeah, you
beat.
took. Yeah. And you took a
forgot
nat
how
20
to-
hit.
Oh, there it is.
Look at hand for a second, my bad.
Yeah, you're good.
Cool. I get 9 hit points back.
Come back.
Hmm?
My key points come back.
You get key points on short rest.
Yeah, you do.
Nice.
Do you have any arcane recovery stuff? Is that a subset?
I didn't spend a spell slot, so
I didn't either.
I just used cantrips.
You guys are smart.
I couldn't use anything on
But yeah, on a, I have an arcane recovery. Yeah.
Wait, we don't get spell slots back on the short rest. Oh.
No.
No,
Use
you
the
don't.
cantrip,
He asks Octavia how she takes it, and nobody else. Everyone else, he like kind of puts it in front of them, but like, you guys are weird about Teen Bayer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a sniff before I partake.
Yeah, there is.
Is it?
Make a perception check.
Ooh, 19 plus 5, 24.
You let's say you clock that he has like a medallion around his neck that gives you the vibe that it would be magical but is not. So you don't detect any poison or anything weird in the tea.
Poison wouldn't hurt me.
But you also suspect that he also can't do magic. Find familiar is on an ongoing basis.
So he can't prestidigitation his shit.
That's true.
Wow.
Pity.
He can
Guess he's
walk
gonna have to
down
stick
in
to
the
salt.
ladder.
At this point, I'm just questioning where he gets the water and the tea.
He takes a
leaves
short
too big
break
tea.
and like he just kind of sticks his hand outside of the ledge.
That's
and then
fine.
He with that perception check, you see like a sticky pad by the door. And in the tiny, tiny gaps, you suspect that they're passing like notes or something, that people bring him stuff that he needs. And you heard the noises of students earlier, so you know there are people around. It seemed quieter than it would normally be. There weren't maybe nearly as many, but there were some.
I take a sip of the tea and just kind of go, I don't taste poison.
This is comforting.
I will also take a sniff of the tea,
I'm
but
also immune to poison.
just to see what kind it smells like.
Would you taste poison even if you were immune to it?
I'm curious about that. What taste?
That's
poison.
We will investigate that later, perhaps.
Presumably, you would know what it tastes like since you breathe poison.
Yeah, you spit it.
But if it was iocane powder, it's smellless and tasteless. And
Yeah, the truth is you probably wouldn't taste most poisons. But like he when he comes around, he has a tray. He takes his straight up, and so he doesn't seem particular about which cup anyone else grabs other than Octavia, who he asked about how she takes it. So with your perception, you know you're fine. Like, this is not...
I'm gonna sip my tea.
It's really good. It's very fresh Earl Grey, which is... And he has, like, milk and honey out if you want to make, like, London fogs or any of those. I love London fogs. It's milk and honey.
I'm gonna add some milk and honey to mine.
Yeah, it's really good. It's
I'm gonna
very
add just
calming.
honey to it.
who else knows of the Oblex, Professor?
Everyone on the council knows. And that's the education council. You know there to be like 6 and 1 empty slot that wasn't filled when you left. You don't know if it has been. He said, I drew the short straw, so I stayed here. Everyone else is trying to get some of the resources you guys were mentioning after they helped me build this, but somebody has to be here. How does Azra feel seeing him again?
She's feeling a little bit vindicated right now. Like when someone wrongs you and then you don't talk to them for a long time, you come back and they're miserable. Mm-hmm. Like, that's nice.
So there's some resentment, like, harbored and whatever.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, I think knowing that, like, instead of, like, 6 powerful wizards banding together to fight one creature, they fled, and, like, the school is still running, which seems dumb as shit. Like, I think she's feeling, like, resolved that, like, the things that were done to her, like, she's feeling more, like, vindicated.
How much of that do you think is available for perceiving on her face?
I think the part where, like, she's starting to feel, like, a little bit of, like, talking down to him almost, I think that comes through in her tone, for sure.
Well, he rolled disadvantage because on his perception, because he's exhausted, he rolled an 18 and a 16. So, he clocks most of that and is like...
I don't think her deception's that great. If she's even trying.
How are our more magical friends doing on this one?
Oh, my deception passive is a 15.
I'm uncomfortable, but probably not nearly as uncomfortable as Ronnie is right now.
I'm very uncomfortable and also, like, kind of disgusted.
Ronnie feels hot, very hot. Like,
yeah, like, even if it weren't just something that is just an element of how he is, like, as a being weren't gone, he's also, like, physically it feels very different to not carry a breeze with you.
That's what I was saying. Like, it's still, like, the air feels oppressively still.
Yeah.
Look at the back of my boots. Where my boot straps are.
Oh, they're on the sides. They look like they do most of the
Because I
time.
have to activate them.
Yeah. Are you going to try and activate them? Nothing happens.
Good.
But you don't have to expend the whatever.
Okay.
That one he would normally have advantage on, and it was a natural 20. He glances over you, and he's like, "Are those bootstraps of Boomer Lord?"
Oh, dear,
Yes?
someone knows of them.
There's more than one.
I
Oh.
didn't think there was. It was given to me by my grandmother.
Oh, we made them as a joke.
That
You
would
made
explain why they're like that.
I thought we destroyed them all. I thought we destroyed them all. It was a
deal.
sophomore project.
They're awful. They're so rude.
But they are
All the
informative
time.
at times.
Of course they're informative, but they're so rude.
You see him half smile for the first time, and he goes, "Everyone was trying to imbue them with optimism and hope. Like, that was no fun. We thought we destroyed them all."
There's a comic in every class.
Wait, how old are you?
Don't worry about it.
So y'all know that there's a monster of some sort that eats smart people or something, and instead of making all the students go home, they're all just here walking around.
Here's the thing. We sent all the most intelligent away. This may be the oldest Obelix to exist. And he has a palate of sorts. We don't believe currently other people to be in danger.
Then why do people keep going missing?
They haven't since we figured out what we figured out.
How how much of a preference does it have?
And how long can it go without eating?
The Obelix does not usually kill. I believe it has not gone without eating, and that most or all of the missing are still alive.
They've just been robbed of their intellect.
It does not take it from you. Not usually. We believe it is a situation that we need to address as soon as possible. We're trying to do it without endangering the lives with this palette of all the others that have graduated. But we believe they are still alive. We're not certain.
Did you graduate?
I think we've all guessed this
Stratus.
right now.
I wasn't in the curriculum for that long,
So
So you're
now?
a dropout.
of sorts.
Does that bode well for your chances as
It had nothing to do with
Monster
my
bait?
prowess, if that's what you're asking.
well?
That is
I'm not,
true.
Ray,
I'm not
you're in just
I'm
as
not
much danger.
implying, or I'm not attempting to imply that you're not smart. Is it a problem that you might be too smart?
You would be the only one on campus other than myself
Am I the only one that...
that would attract it actively, and maybe some of you. He's clocked most of you.
that
Rana
feels as
never
though
claimed to be
there's-
smart.
Well, I have a bonus to intelligence. Not a
Like,
big one.
most people here are smart at the school.
Am I the only one that feels there's a bit of... I'm just going to flat out say a bit of negligence on this gentleman's part?
No.
No.
I feel like there's been a lot of negligence.
A bit is an understatement.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
thinking he's less a threat than he thinks.
You just allowed this
Roll
to
an
happen
insight check.
to other students?
11.
See, so
Uh,
there's
He meets your gaze without flinching. Like,
there's a range where cognitive development, if I even know those words, essentially, is supposed to happen. If you let this monster eat the skills or memories or whatever it eats of all of these grown people, it is going to be extremely difficult for them to learn things that they learned as children.
they do not take the knowledge away. They still have the knowledge.
So you think?
No. We know.
Didn't we meet someone who lost their memories to this thing?
No. You guys did not. You met somebody whose memory was modified after the fact by a crazy wizard.
Oh, then redact that. That didn't happen.
Yeah. So like, you guys have even experienced that he knew he had it.
Yeah.
After the consumption thing by the Oblex, he knew he still remembered that he didn't not remember till the crazy wizard lich guy modified him.
At any rate, these students are going to be having a lot of trauma from this, being held in a lair with this creature for over a month.
It is true. It is true.
That's going to affect their mental state quite a bit.
Yes.
We would like to know the location of this now.
There will be...
If it doesn't consume their bodies or their memories, why does it release them yet?
There are theories. My theory is that it continues to feed off them. Which is...
In perpetuity.
Yes. All of the council has the knowledge that I have. At this point, we are not trying to we're trying to raise resources. But until we're overwhelmingly sure that we can eliminate this thing, we cannot risk the lives of literally hundreds who've graduated.
Why did someone need to stay?
Communication, someone to go in, someone to be able to go in to track if a single new person goes missing, then the whole game is changed and we have to take action immediately. We are in a hold of sorts, but if it escalates even a little from here, then the people outside of the school no longer matter and we have to take care of it right now. This is about minimizing the loss of human life, our species, living, sentient creatures. And yes, the missing students, if they're alive, as I suspect they are, they will be traumatized. They are already traumatized. And it took us a couple weeks to figure out what had happened.
So what is it?
Azra, roll a insight check.
14.
He was essentially your guidance counselor, right? Like, so you more than most people know the look of... One of the things you respect about him is he tells you the facts, even if in the short term it would hurt your feelings. He was tactful but straightforward because he did not believe you could fix things without knowing what they were. So he was always a very straight shooter. So you recognize a very distinct look of you're not going to like this next part shot at you for a split second. And he goes, it is... He checks like, it's not a sundial. He checks I guess they could have like clocks at that point. He checks the clock on his desk and he, you guys roll a perception check, I guess. Everybody.
Nope.
18.
15.
18.
Natural one.
You guys recognize that he was checking to see how much time you had left in the short rest. So he will tell, but there's a number of things he wants to get out before you leave, and you still have about like 45 minutes left. So he says it is in the library archives, in the lead vaults.
In lead vaults.
One, I think, or just in the archive in the general area. There's not a you've been there lots. In fact, you probably grew up coming to it occasionally because there were parts of it that were open to the public. And then when you entered the school, if there was a version of Never Meet Your Heroes that could be applied to libraries, it would be this library. It sucks. The wizard library sucks.
Oh.
And
I guess that makes sense given the world context.
Incredibly disappointing. Most of the books were either fiction about cool stuff and lore, or practical advice about adventuring parties and classes. Like there were books like Uncaging Your Inner Charisma Caster and How to Understand Warlocks, and there was like what?
It was those books that told Azra that wizards are the only studious casters.
Fireball for Dummies.
We magically owe to each other by Manny Can.
The most important magic is ... You have to read the book to find out.
Yeah,
it's
clickbait.
Or chromancy or whatever.
It was the real magic was the friendship we made along the way.
I don't like that at all.
And the other ones were about like, was it even ethical to do magic? And then there was like maybe there were some basic component books, but like not a lot. You had been
101.
So excited about like this is the intellect that could find everything in here, and then it sucked. Mm-hmm. So but there wasn't a lead vault in it. And he's just like, yeah, along the archive there's some artifacts and stuff, and there may not be now, I don't know.
When was the lead vault added to the library?
This was in the real library.
What?
There's another there's a floor you can't see from the outside, and a lot of people don't know about.
Not even the students. Is this the council's library? Who uses it?
Some students. And some of the faculty. Now you do know Astraphus had been empathetic with you about how crappy the library was, and you remember that he loaned you a number of books from his personal collection. So it wasn't that he was trying to help maybe, but like you weren't given the access to all of it, and you've never heard of this.
Did Azra make it to her senior year? Did we establish how far she got?
That was up to you. You said, I wrote down what you've said about your character. It's a few years, but you didn't specify.
Maybe she was in her junior year. Is this something the seniors get?
It depends on the world climate, and no, not necessarily. Students are evaluated from the time they arrive in 4 categories: capacity, motivation, personal ethics, and trustworthiness. Do I need to say more? He glances at you and he's like, I'll explain later. It kind of blows you off and just like looks back at Azra. He says, during times of heightened, like war.
Did you know?
What?
Did you know I was cheating? Because you wouldn't have... I obviously had the capability.
You were never
obviously
questioned
motivated.
in the first two.
I was what?
Never questioned in the first two categories. Your capacity and your motivation is...
So how early did you know?
We did not know that you arrived here near when the war started. Or in those times, the trustworthiness category has to be more well established because the potential harm that a wizard could do is much greater. So the trustworthiness category you have to earn from nothing, no matter who you are. It was less if we knew the negatives than if we had established the positive. But for what it's worth, you failed every ethics test we ever gave you. That was subtle.
Well, I cheat on the ethics tests too, so this really says something about the other students.
This is a divine wizard, like the school of divination. You have a habit of underestimating. These are not cheap. We're wizards. They're calculated results, and they're not. They're proven to work. And
Choose the Sharpie on the Scantron. Gums it up.
Can you do that?
it's white out on the Scantron. Gums it up.
It's supposed to be anything.
Sharpie will not read, but a
Not read,
Scantron whiteout can break it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
The wizard scantrons, that's right.
yeah. But he's just like,
Fantasy scantron.
he's like, I mean, I talked to you several times about stuff. Your methods were questioned throughout. You weren't. I didn't always know you were cheating, but
Well,
it was more about what you were willing to do in theory, and who for. He looks at all the rest of you and he goes, "You were paying her, yes."
Is that not what we were supposed to do?
It's fine.
you better.
I already did.
Is paying better or worse? Just,
It
just
is-
for reference.
It is not either. Like, frequently, adventurers are compensated in some way. I'm just saying your altruism tendencies have not changed, as far as I know.
Altruism is not one of the issues, I wouldn't think.
Okay, so I'm
That-
gathering
that
it's
may
better
be
that we're
why.
paying you.
Cheating did not
Got
cause
it.
others to suffer.
I'm just sitting here sipping tea.
Or he
watching
passed the
Saw.
test after you left.
Okay.
I will leave that there. Anyway, so there is a second floor to the library. The lead vault is there.
Above or below?
Above. None of the students who remain here know of this second floor, so that also helps.
So, if you believe that it is possibly within a lead vault, is it still capable of magic? Could you not just send in guards to...
He says, there are several problems. There's a staircase that leads, and one person can go through at a time, essentially. And the vault is at the back of the library. It is... Oblexes can fit through a space an inch wide. That's probably news to everyone. He said, without slowing down, without squeezing, without being at any disadvantage. 1 inch.
As would probably have researched oozes, probably. There's
Yes.
an ooze trait, right?
Yes, you know that you're in kind of new territory with this Oblex. Like, they're rare anyway, and if this one truly is the oldest one in the world, then, like...
It's got a lot of...
But he said, I believe the students are in the vault. I believe the Oblex wanders the floor at will.
Ah.
You said there's a staircase up to the second floor from the first?
Mm-hmm.
And it's one person?
I have multiple people on the staircase. It's just through the door at the end at a time.
How did the students
Okay.
get into the vault?
He would have corralled them. He would be, at this point, he's like, the vault is the vault, but if he chose to dig out a tiny space where he could get through, then he would not have to open it.
I'm not worried about students getting into it and then back out.
That is concern. He's like, they could have been taken there. Oblex has access to Dimension Door as well.
That's an important thing that should have...
And hallucinatory terrain. And there are a number of ways.
No. What?
Hallucinatory terrain. He can make things look like other things. He also has access to like command spells and fusions and all sorts of things, really.
Ronnie asked a good question. Would that work in that vault?
It would not work within the vaults, but you shove something in, slam the door. He's like, it would not be impossible. At a certain point, they would probably care for each other or whatever. We believe he may contain them within that because we would not know at that point whether they were alive or not. They would not be able to gang up on him and fight him with anything other than... Yeah, and they're wizards.
Find... Cannot find them?
Magically, we cannot. Through the door, through the vault.
The lead would contain the presence.
It usually contains our artifacts, the most powerful, whatever artifacts that we have, and things that we don't know what, if we're trying to dismantle like a curse or something, we'll put them in there temporarily. He's like, it's always inventoried. There's nothing in there we're incredibly concerned about right now.
How many of those artifacts require attunement? Or more specifically, the ones that don't?
I think probably virtually all of them require attunement.
Shit.
Why?
I'm just saying, if we could have found those artifacts, we could use them against the Oblex.
There's another issue.
Getting them out of the vault, I would think.
There's an arcane lock on it. 10 minutes to unlock. Yes.
I'm assuming that's why you haven't checked the vault for the students.
We are not willing to send anyone into that situation. And again, I am concerned about my ability to resist the creature.
Oh, we're here. We'll take care of it.
Okay, lunch?
We're not getting the students out of here today.
Maybe not today, but we can do it.
How would they
kind of let them...
How would they take care of each other from within a locked, no magic room? Where are they getting food?
Maybe part of the Oblex's feeding process is it sustains its hosts.
Would it think to do that?
Sounds terrible.
Also, how are they using the restroom? How are they cleaning up?
Could I make like a Arcana or Nature check to confirm if the Oblex, as part of its like process, would like care for the things it's consuming?
No, only because this one is different. But he looks at you and he sees your face and he says, "We have never seen any of this. Oblex is in an environment rich with intellect, just in general. We've never seen one develop a taste for very specific, especially in negligent intelligence situation. You know, there's a difference, but all of our students are casting with their intellect. If you're not smart enough to be here, you don't last very long. Like I said, it is only the highest intelligence. My theory is he is sustaining them. My other theory is that he is allowing them some reading in it to have new information for him to consume. I don't know. I would suspect it would have no reason to consume memories multiple times if no new significant ones or thoughts have been made. It would make sense to me that you require them to read and stuff to gain new information, so you have some sustenance there.
And of course it needs them to live so that they can continue to read for him. How do we know it's him?
I think it's a tube.
We don't. It's probably a They gets confusing when you're also talking about a group of students and you're also talking about the minds within and the memories within.
I think it is probably appropriate for an Oblex.
Sure. I mean, they make new ones, but by themselves sometimes over a number of years. I don't know how it works. I know there's one size called Spawn, so it comes from somewhere.
That's concerning.
So what I've been pretty honest so far. What are you trying to do exactly?
Trying to extract some information.
What information?
The whereabouts of a certain individual.
What individual? Like, he's done. He's been, like, really open and, like, I don't know how to type, but, like, he's not. He's just very fast. Like, what?
Your
What?
king.
You believe he has that?
We know almost for certainty.
How?
Because we met a person that knew this information.
Was it a wizard?
Yes.
Who was it? Daniel.
Daniel.
He said he thought his name was Daniel. And he goes, Daniel Greaves.
Daniel.
I don't know if he gave us the last name. He said he was a spy.
He wasn't certain on the name Daniel.
He takes
That's Daniel.
he looks through, he takes out like a yearbook of sorts.
He was he had a nondescript bout.
He had brown hair,
Gray hair,
short-
Gray
early
hair,
40s.
early 40s, nondescript. Kind of a boring looking person, actually.
A
kind of a husk of a
particularly
man.
unmemorable looking
Just
person.
very, very just normal
Said,
looking person.
And then he's like, he remembers that illusions don't work in here, and that's kind of how the books got put together. And so he said, he's a spy for,
Yes.
Yeah.
oh, is he okay?
No. I mean,
Where is he?
It's a relative.
He's living, but
He went with my mentor to go to the border between your country and wherever the other one is.
From the Kestrel Dawn. Your mentor.
Yes,
Okay.
not the border.
No, thank you.
I also have a plus to my intellect.
He kind of looks around at the rest of you, and he realizes, like, he might have been too harsh about some of the stuff, and he goes, wizards come by their snobbery, honestly. It's very hard for us to learn to cat, and we do it differently, so.
it's very hard for y'all to learn.
Mm-hmm. Spells in comparison. He looks you up and down, clocks all your skin tones and stuff, and is like, you are part Jinn, yes? You were born with certain abilities many of us do not have. And
I would think for people who are very smart, it would be easy to learn.
maybe
You underestimate how hard it is to take magic when you aren't given it at birth. Or from a deity.
he's like, and also to develop. Developing is a lot of what I'm talking about. We have
Okay,
to.
so I think this is like a higher level of learning than I'm experiencing.
It's. He goes. There are lots of kinds of intelligence. He doesn't believe it at all, and that's very evident. He's like, there is emotional intelligence. And he kind of glances at Azra like, we have to say all these things.
Yeah,
He's like, there's...
she's rolling her eyes with him. This is the first time they agree on something.
It's just like, and he's like, so... And there's charisma. There's many ways to get about in the world, and we think it's unfortunate. People with high intellect don't necessarily perform better out in the world. But, like, yes, it is harder for us to learn magic if we were not given it. And he's a high elf, actually, and, like, he's a little all over the place in his dialect because he's been traveling. And he looks at Octavia and he goes, like, other than the cantrips that we're born with, so...
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't have any spells?
I have my boots.
No, but like, you have no natural spells?
No,
I thought all elves did.
I don't think so.
I think the only thing I could just do was float.
Yourself or others?
Either.
On water?
She's willing to see how confident she is.
On water?
No, like in the air.
Oh, you're an air,
Yeah,
Jen.
yeah.
Okay.
I can hear voices. I don't like them.
Quite
Well,
sure
I can't
it's a-
hear them.
it's a
What are
natural
your
trick of
eyes?
those.
We've established this, but I forget. What do your eyes look like when they're not? Because
I
they're
do
not
look
all white
suspiciously.
right now.
What?
They're probably like
But I'm going to let it go.
more like gray.
Are they still like sclera? Or they have like...
Yeah, because Asimar have like jewel tone eyes. They look like jewels or whatever.
They're like silvery, right?
Huh?
Yours are silvery, right?
Yeah.
I heard celery.
Yes, I have celery stalks from.
Ah,
He looks you up and down. He's like, one voice, yes.
Unfortunately.
It's easier. And he looks at you, and he says, "You are a healer."
of sorts, yes.
Bahamut?
Yes.
It's rare for Green Dragonborn. Good for you.
Trying to be a bit different.
It's important.
We need to update the textbooks. They taught me the wrong things about Dragonborn.
Excuse me?
We had this discussion 2 sessions ago.
Is that I'm more concerned about the textbooks.
Yes, they teach that the...
You're teaching misinformation? Yeah.
Oh no.
I was taught
Sorry.
misinformation.
I'm just gonna pour some more tea.
I was taught that the colors would mix like paint. But apparently not.
I have information that I would
You
like
thought
to
the
drop in
colors
some
just
sort of
all
box
came out to brass?
to set these records straight.
He says, if you wish to prioritize that, you may. If
Not at this exact moment, but it's
we will
over
set
time,
up
it'll be
something.
brown.
We do not have nearly enough information.
I would love to set your curriculum straight on Dragonborn. This is
So you don't.
Well, we'd
mix
have to get
like
to an
paint.
advisory council, multiple
So you don't
Dragonborn,
mix
of
like
course.
paint?
But
He's
I
like, well, we
beg
have
your
them
pardon.
metallic.
Well, that's what
like,
they
we
said.
don't
I want to
have-
make sure they're
Right.
wrong.
Till recently, very hard to come by on this side of the country.
You'd also have to get more.
Not true,
samples.
right?
no, it's
Okay.
not
Because-
true. It's
Okay.
Could be adopted.
It seemed like it could make sense.
Well,
Even though
no,
that
it does
doesn't.
not make any sense.
Could be
Well, I
adopted.
don't think it
These
makes
are
that
my
much
parents
sense.
you're
but,
talking
like,
about here.
well, not that it does make sense, but that it could make sense. Like if someone has black hair and someone has blonde hair and their children have brown hair, that makes sense, right?
Wait, what?
What?
Ronnie talking about Punnett squares right now?
yeah.
Like straight up,
Someone
Ronnie
with
can't
access to
picture
abilities.
round
She's
and
blowing a
square
lot of
room.
hot air.
I've only seen blonde
Well,
hair,
no.
blonde hair make blonde hair. 'Cause I'm from England.
That's,
I mean, like, you know that all the
have
redheads stick
no
together in
idea.
a sublet.
okay,
Like,
well, like I don't assume that that's how Dragonborn work, but that's how hair colors in humans work,
And
so
he
it
goes-
could work that way.
Also,
he's like, he
So
kind of
worth
like
it to
winks at you and he goes,
confirm,
all the
right?
stress, I'm sure. Like,
He just like
Right,
gestures.
just a letter to the dean of this establishment.
yeah.
Is that bad?
No, except the familiar dead
Probably
looks like
not. He's the
my
other one.
cat, not that cat. And has a lot of the attitudes.
Porch is underdoing a little bit, don't you think?
Shackle is kind of like, he's sitting like on like the second shelf of a bookshelf, just staring at you guys. He's not happy you're here. Like,
I mean, would we be able to tell he's a cat?
Yeah.
You can tell.
I know you can.
he like starts to set, like every once in a while he'll like put his paws forward and kind of lay on them and slit his eyes and be like, which is what my cat does.
Are we up for scouting this area out?
Azra yawns at the cat, which between cats is like showing your fangs.
He said, he looks at you and then Astrophus looks at you and says, I cannot channel through him right now. You may want to be careful.
I can take a cat.
That's why you dropped your cat.
He can have instructions. I cannot see through his eyes. It's like I did not have an hour to change him.
Just dropped it. Not controlling it or anything.
Boom!
He's like, which I would not have done.
What, 14 pounds? Sounds like it's the ground.
It's like, did he land on his feet? They always do.
I think whether he landed on his feet or not is irrelevant.
He's like,
it's covered in spiritual water.
Face spirit, like.
He's like, I would have been gentler had he not been an asshole all day.
It's a cat.
Okay.
The cat, like, is now, like, grooming again and just stops mid-groom, kind of stares at him for a second, and you don't know how much he understands, and then he goes back to grooming himself. And then he turns around deliberately and shows you all his butt and keeps grooming himself.
That's a good thing. Cats show your butt, that means they trust you.
Yeah.
Much like myself.
Sometimes it means they don't respect you, though.
Yeah.
He's not going to show you his belly. So he says, okay, so the king. Sons, too? Presumably? His sons probably are with him, yes?
I think they weren't.
Don't be fair.
Thought it was odd that
You
they
guys
weren't.
don't know.
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
We were given the confirmation of the king. We weren't about his sons.
You know that
We
they
know
haven't
they're
been
all going to
spotted.
die.
Yeah.
And you know that, like, you know that his oldest son is, like, 25 and not as well liked, but you feel like you would have seen him if they knew where he was, but you're not sure. And he goes, so what is your plan?
Daniel.
Well, we have fire.
It's good.
Fire.
Good.
And we're going to attack it with fire. And
Good.
she's going to cast some spells.
What spells?
Presumably
Detect
fire
thoughts.
spells.
Yes.
Detect thoughts, yes.
Interesting. It can cast this spell as well, you know, yes.
Sure.
And, interesting. I wonder.
Will it be able to cast that well on fire?
It will, doesn't.
I prepared a
Do that
handful of other
much.
measures as well to weaken it.
I'm just saying it will probably know you're coming from it. That's how they use it in at-will casting, is to detect when something enters their arena, just so you know. Be aware.
So there's no chance of surprise.
Unless it is in the vault and cannot cast for some reason, but I have no way of knowing. I would assume it's not always in there.
Could we wear hats made out of the lead?
I think I would.
It has to be an inch thick. It would be very heavy. Probably not. And also your thoughts are
Also don't
everywhere
have
in you.
them.
What if you're just no thoughts head empty?
Like Ronnie.
It would have
He
to be
has
nearly
thoughts.
fully encased. You wouldn't be able to see.
Probably suffocate.
He's like,
Yes.
I
What if you're
think
a little airheaded?
I think most of you will not be subject to the consume memories. I think. We have the intelligence you show no interest in all over campus, so assuming you guys are equal to many of our students, like, it will still target. You will be subject to other attacks, I assume. By the way, it can look like anybody that it's ever consumed.
Oh, goody!
It has a limit to how many at once. But
So what would be the best way to determine which one is bootlegs?
The one that's outside of the vault.
The one that we set on
There's a
fire.
lot of
it does
people
not
outside
change
of the vault.
itself. It springs off new things that turn into other people.
It can split? Fucking course. It's a news.
There's a tether that's not perceivable that will basically
How do you know there's a tether if it's not perceivable?
not perceivable by sight.
Sometimes you trip on it. Ah, shit!
Magical.
He's like,
fishing line.
unfortunately, the fire will make this hard to determine, but when I sent Shackles out there, he smelled each of you for sulfur. Sulfur is the distinction. I would generally assume that no one else will be outside the vault, even if it appears that they are. But if you can smell sulfur on the person, it's not real.
So we're supposed to be sniffing people to see if they smell like bad eggs?
Maybe before you melee them. He's like, in general, I don't know how useful this tactic will be to him. I don't know. Let's just say the vault will be closed, I assume, when you arrive. If you don't see a person at first, there are probably no people outside the vault.
Although you did hypothesize that perhaps he was letting them out probably one at a time to read.
No, my hypothesis is he brings them books or something.
That would be the smartest, yes.
Yeah, I don't know. If they could get out, they could cast, if they can cast like message or sending or anything, like it'd just be too big a risk. These things are intelligent, and they have all the memories that they've ever consumed and all the proficiencies that they've ever consumed, so they're pretty...
Does it know that it's been discovered?
Crafty.
Does it know that there are forces at work to remove it?
I don't know. I don't know if it cares. I don't know. Dimension Door is 500 feet of range. It can leave anytime it wants, for the most part. We have chosen not to do anything. I hope you're starting to see why we're cautious to take action right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Azra has been getting frustrated because as the more that he's actually revealing, the more she's starting to like try poking holes in it, and she's realizing
it's harder.
It's actually they're actually probably doing the best they can.
They're not being dicks about it.
Yeah.
They're not unsupportive of the students, and he said, all of this is hypothesis. There may be people that are dead. It's like, I guess it is, in theory, is possible that it left, but I don't think so.
How did you theorize it was in the library in the first place?
That's someone. After a time, we knew when someone went missing precisely. You know, we have usually somebody scrying in the upper just of the library every day if nobody's been there, you know? Like, eventually we're able to narrow the window of when someone went missing.
And they were always disappearing in the library?
We first figured out that it was people who knew where it was. After the first few days. After the first few days. The first few days was more underclassmen with very high intelligence, but then after that, it struck a pattern. That's when everyone else on the council left. Two of them are trying to develop anti-magic fields that only applies to evil entities. Two of them are trying to round up some of the more powerful divine conjuration, transfigure, like all the ones that aren't enchantment and illusion. So the top few, but they're on different continents, and we don't have access to a lot of teleportation or anything like that. So two of them are doing that, and the other two are in the city of Strass, like nearby, but just they're trying to keep the public as up to date as they can without alarming them, and just enact some readiness in the city. So, and I'm here. Roll another insight for me. Everybody can make an insight. Azra rolls at advantage.
Hell yeah. I'll take the 16. Oh, that was an 18.
18.
9.
I've never had insight in my entire life.
No thoughts head empty.
With a 9, you probably see, you just see, like, well, you probably clock a little bit of residual affection for Azra. Like, he thinks she's very smart, and he roots for smart and motivated, even if the other factors are out of line. What you see is someone who chose to be a teacher and not a hero. Like, he didn't want to do this. He's resigned that he might die in whatever battle, but he doesn't see himself as a good person. He's just resigned. That the numbers of how many people could die if he messes up are just... It's just too high, and not like in a noble way. Like, nobody would like him. He would not come to any party. He's miserable, but he's kind of given up. And Alibroth recognizes the lack of hope just in his whole stance. Like, he's gonna let you guys do whatever you do, but he doesn't have a lot of hope that any mission you go on will be successful. And he said, and then what after? Rescue the king, if you...
That's not our job. Just here to get the information.
And then do what with it?
Give it to my mentor.
How? You might be meant to rescue him.
No, that we were distinctly not asked to do that.
No, because she's going to the border, so...
Is she not going to the border? He's like, to alleviate tensions if this goes poorly?
Yes?
I like how I can hear the question mark.
He goes, I'm pretty sure you were meant to go rescue him if you find out where he is. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. So you're going after this thing, Azra.
It's definitely there. It's just not here.
Yes, or wherever it is. Maybe he's here. Who knows?
That was very specifically something they were going to do.
Yes, of course.
So,
I don't know how, but for sure.
Of course. He looks at Azra for a minute, and I'm going to go ahead and trigger warning something. I'm going to talk. This is going to be a fairly graphic depiction of what advanced Alzheimer's can look like, which is random and out of nowhere, but stay with me. Not that graphic and not that long. He looks at Azra and he goes, do you remember Professor Ferris? And there's a guy with the unfortunate name of Flynn Ferris, that used to be the divination wizard here. And
of course,
he retired and was living whatever.
I was a divination major. Of course I know Flynn Ferris.
You did not know him from your school days as a professor. But he retired when Anastrophis took over at some point before you got to the school. One day, he found out that he had Alzheimer's, and it was progressive, and he came to the school, he took a cognitive test, and then he signed every release that he could to allow you guys to experiment in healthy ways to see what magic could do to aid him. So, because of that, Azra has the distinct experience of digging through a mind that's kind of not always present. And he thought your Detect Thoughts research was very interesting. He encouraged you in a lot of it when it was done in clinical settings. And he helped you. And you guys actually experimented with techniques that would allow people to reabsorb thought strands that they had in moments of clarity. But and he's like, you remember what we did? I don't want to say experimented on him, but you remember, yes?
Of course.
Do you remember what the experience was like? Okay, so I believe this thing will be the same. And one thing that you guys had learned was you couldn't use a single search term to bring things up in his mind. You could say your sister, whatever an F name for girl is, Fiona, your sister Fiona. But if you didn't say a place or another person, it would bring up everybody that he thought was her at any point, which could include people that weren't her, his wife, his daughter, his mom, anybody. So there has to be another term that ties it. And that was maybe the most significant part. You have to say a place or a specific memory or something not say it, but you have to be aiming for that.
You need like a second attribute to try and like narrow in on.
And he goes, I do not know what this creature will be like. I do not think you can just search for a king. Be aware. And whatever your personal... Roll a deception check for me. Just or you can use your passive if you'd rather.
Rolling will be slightly higher. Ah, fuck! It's 10.
He got a 12 with disadvantage. Like, just barely. He goes...
I should take a 15.
He goes, and whatever else you were looking for as well. You probably need multiple terms.
She plays dumb. Okay.
And he lets it go. He's not asking you anything. But yes, he consumed Daniel's memories, yes?
Yes, I was assuming that might be one of the other things.
I think it may be.
King Daniel and Border. And maybe something like plot or assassination or
anything? War?
Or
I think war more than board. I think King, he's like, I think it would probably be effective if you can see, if you can know who you are looking for. You may wish to, outside of this room, cast detect thoughts with one of them to get a picture of Daniel. It may help. Their memories of him and what he looks like, and so it may help you find him within his head. If he is the one who had this information, it may be easier to cross the king with him.
Was he not in the yearbook?
It's their images that need illusion. Yeah, normally there's an orb that helps project it just into it all the time, but it's not active.
Pity.
Maybe this is a stupid thought. What if we just asked it for the memories? What does it gain from keeping secrets of the things it's learned? It treats memories like food, but sharing it would not lose it any food.
I will say this thing is...
And if we do not enter antagonistically, what reason would it have to withhold this information from us?
It is feeding off of people. I would think there was a general... I believe a human said it was a dickheadedness.
He says, you may wish...
Dickheadedness.
You may wish to try it. You will not be able to... I assume the antagonistic part is going to come from the fact that you want to let its food go at some point. It would be hard to hide that. He's like, you may wish to try it. I would not be optimistic that it would work.
Talk first and then stab later.
It's perhaps a bit more hopeful than trying to go in firearms blazing.
Is that your moniker?
Firearms still don't exist. Arrows?
Are you going to set your...
I'm
are you
about
going
to
to set
have
your
if
arms
that
on
doesn't
fire?
work,
about
you can just stab it.
have firearms.
That's right.
You're so happy about that.
I'm so happy.
As far as our friend will be lit ablaze.
And he goes, the fire will give it some it will be less able to resist your attempts to dive deeper, which I would assume it would take to get into anything, like anything. And then you remember when you, going through Professor Ferris's brain was kind of like walking in a foggy road in some ways. It's almost like a visual experience of trying to hear where different voices came from. It's very immersive for you in this,
full Oculus Quest 2.
Yeah, and
Here I was thinking of Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
I was thinking Silent Hill, but it took you a lot of practice to be able to draw thought strands out within the mind, and because it's it has to be almost like second nature to just put it away somewhere. And actually, Ori's Ring helped you a lot even within that research, because you're nearing the end of that. And
I left the card at home. I forgot that was a card for the ring. Do you have it typed out somewhere?
Nope.
You remember what it did?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's like, I think that's all I can tell you, maybe. He's like, I can give you the words for the arcane lock to try and start the timer if you wish.
Couldn't hurt to know. I should not be the one to know it, though. Someone else. Give it to someone else.
He writes something down. He puts it in an envelope, seals it, and hands it to you. Like, it's in here.
I will hand it to whoever's to my left.
I can't do any magic.
If you just know the password, you don't need it.
Oh, give me that.
No.
He's like, I would suggest the least intellectually able among you. I don't know who that is.
Hand it to Ronnie.
Damn.
I mean, we were all thinking it.
Although I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, let's see, my int is 12.
Ronnie showed some cunning with those vampiric mists in the sewer.
He looks at
10.
both of you and he says, you are less likely to be in range, so in some ways that is wise.
That's a better way to put it.
He's like, I don't.
I'm not actually stupid.
He's like, I don't.
Airhead.
I don't know.
Airheaded.
Exactly average.
He rolled a 9 on his deception, so like, you guys might know that he knows exactly. He's clocked all of you, but he just says he doesn't. And he says, he said shackles can take you to the staircase.
Yes, thank you.
Silly
Do you have any
question.
other? Yes.
Does shackles turn into a set of shackles?
No, he is called that because of his deep appearing resentment for being bound to me. And you don't know how much this cat knows, like, and how much it understands, but like when it heard its name, it definitely like was giving him a death glare, and then it comes up like deliberately to Azra. It like kind of cuddles against her leg, like, F you, I'm done with you, I'm so tired of this room, I know you don't get along with this person that much, so just being petty. And he goes, I'm not super optimistic about your chances. He goes, the books are alarmed to not be taken off campus, and I can't do anything about that at the time, just so you know. Just so you know, if it comes up.
All of them?
All of them on the second floor.
Okay.
If you wish to take the uncaging your inner charisma caster or something, you may.
Not my strong suit.
It wouldn't be much of a loss.
And he goes, he looks at Owlbroth and he says, I cannot help any of you that much, but I have one thing. And he goes and he looks up and there's like very neatly labeled boxes of components and some of that in one entire bookcase in like tiny drawers, because like back one in the top shelf says other classes, and there's a it's not more specific than that, but they're numbered. And he looks at the numbers for a second and he takes out one of the tiny drawers and he comes up to Alibroth and he says, I can give you enough for once. And he dumps 3 gems in your hand worth 100 gold each. And I, Cat, am going to allow you to prepare retroactively Revivify if you want, for one cast that you have.
During a short rest, you rearrange your prepared spells. That seems fair.
Yeah, but like this time, Revivify is the bring people back after they died within 1 minute spell. And Alibroth would know that because he's high enough level to cast it. And he's like, "That's, you can have one do-over. It's all I have. Best of luck."
Little does he know I prepped this spell already. I
vote of confidence,
No, that's
Oliver.
fair. No.
I accept that.
And he looks at Azra and he's like, desperate times and all that, if you guys are to survive and you wish to remain and work with me on this, we may be able to work something out.
On
Huh?
The students.
ridding us of the Elbroth.
I do not.
Or the
Albroth. He's like, the
Of the Oblex.
students. On the students ridding the Oblex, we may need the rest of you on that. I don't know. You may be off to try and find your mentor or the king or something. He's like, it is an option for you to consider. I don't need an answer at this time. He looks at the sticky pad by the door. He's like, there's one on the other side as well. You can, if you need me. Good luck, everyone. And, does anybody say, is there anything else anybody has?
Thank you for the tea.
Yeah, it was really
It's very refreshing.
So, do we have to go traipsing through the sewer again to get to this area?
No.
Oh, thank
Thank goodness.
He's just kind of waiting you out to see if anybody has questions or anything.
Where might the door be?
The door is, there's just a door on the wall behind you that it's got like those things, so it doesn't have any, and you notice that's the consistency. There's no 1 inch gap in anything, including the windows, that's why all the tiny holes, tiny grates, and the door is sealed off the way it is.
Anxious to get back to the presence of my deity.
It is hot in here.
He said there's no
He says
gaps.
there's
So when we open the door, it's like just screaming
no, there
along
is
the stone.
there's like, it's just very distinctly less than an inch at any point, and it has like regular door on the outside. There's lead, and on the inside, so that.
So he's got like leather
I've
stripping.
worked in
Yeah.
enough warehouses to know that sound.
Yeah, no, that's what you heard with the trapdoor though, and
On concrete.
and he kneels down and he looks at Shackles and he's like, cannot channel through him. Take them to the real library archives. Okay. And Shackles just kind of jumps up and goes and sits by the door. You're like, so I guess he understood
Alright.
something.
Let's go.
All right, let's go.
You guys ready?
As everyone's heading out
Yeah.
the door, I think Azra is like still for like a second and then approaches Astrophus and says, good luck, and extends her hand.
And he takes it with a firm grip and he shakes it and he's like, I sincerely hope you survive.
Top shelf. Far left.
That you and your companions are successful. Good luck.
I think I may have underestimated you and the staff, and I apologize for that.
He said, it's not, I appreciate it. It's not necessary. Most students do, especially the high intellect students tend to. It's natural. I did it when I was here. It's like, if you haven't seen the Bootstraps of Boomer lore in action, I'm sorry about those, but they are hilarious. And
I got to see them once, I think.
they're very cranky. It's amazing. Anyway, and he goes, I'm sorry about the library. I was outvoted. And you guys head out.
And the last thing she says is, don't worry too much. I ask that you don't underestimate me as well.
Fair. He opens the door and he looks a little bit more optimistic for the first time. And he goes, good luck, everyone. Like, he kind of hurries you out.
Storm in the castle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he shuts the door. You guys are 100 yards from the library. Nothing of significance happens on the way over there. So we're going to take a break.
Sure.
Unless anybody has anything else.
Nope.
You go into the regular library, go all the way back, and there's just like an illusion on one of the dusty shelves and some sort of biometric prints that the cat can access.
The cat.
And they can unlock your phone, like, and it makes sense. Like, the familiar would never not be under his control in some way, and so it puts its paw somewhere and it meows, and it's on a book that says the illusions of intelligence, and it's kind of ironic. And
Also, because no wizard would ever touch it.
Yeah.
And like all of this was just awful. Like, why we shouldn't be magic, why warlocks and bards are better than wizard. Like, it was all stupid. And you guys ascend the staircase, and we'll roll initiative when we get back. We're gonna take a break, real quick.
All right.
I will. Sorry, I'm
Go ahead.
putting on the gloves and wrapping them.
Oh
as we
yeah,
go.
yeah. In the
all I'm
staircase,
doing.
you can all take a moment to
Yeah.
prepare. You can go ahead and get like stuff out to light fire.
Yeah.
So that she's gonna be he's going to be able to shoot. We'll discuss some of that anyways.
Yeah.
You all get a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sound is like
Hey!
I'm gonna
Hello!
The
celebrate that by
sound
dropping
lives.
stuff. The sound lives. Okay. So welcome back. There's a couple more things we needed to go over. When you as soon as we walk out of the office, Ronnie, you feel cooler. Octavia, you feel like you regained something, and you're very confused. Everybody's everything comes back. You feel like weirdly comforted by something that you never realized was there until it was suddenly gone, like picking back up. And it's just like background noise. It's not words, it's not anything. You just feel familiar in your own head again. So you guys,
Azra is going to once again take out that unrecognizable, unidentifiable skull, and she's going to false life herself again.
okay. That you had done before, but
I
you
did it out of
recovered
view.
it.
Yeah,
I did
not
it out
where
of
we
view.
can see.
No. Like,
I
I'm just
saw
curious. Did you recover that? That was the only spell you cast. Is it cantrip or first level?
It is a first level spell, but I took a special thing that makes it a cantrip and that I can only cast on myself.
What is that? I'm just curious. I don't.
I took feats instead of.
Yeah. What's the feat?
It's a warlock thing. I think Eldritch Adept. It lets you pick a warlock. One of their Eldritch invocations. It lets you pick one of their invocations, and one of them is you can cast False Life at will at first level, but you can only target yourself.
Fair.
And of course, it's temporary HP, so you can't just like do it forever. It won't stack.
Yeah, like, yeah. That's just curious.
I think I
But you
actually
could
saw
do it
that the
again,
first time
which
you
is
did it,
good.
And I was like, well, I'm just not going to ask about that.
There's also another one that I told you about that I haven't used yet. I think we can save it for a surprise, or I can just say it.
No, like you can. Yeah, I'm sure I will remember when you say at some point what you do with it.
Yeah.
You
What?
get.
Still
Look at those special abilities. Some of them
Still
should
don't
stand out. As
I
not
remember
wizard
like.
stuff.
What are
There's the Eldritch one, and then there's the other one.
Yeah, because
that
we talked
wizards don't
about
normally get.
using them
Yes, we did.
to deepen
Yes.
the spell with your bonus action. So, and I said that would be fine. Like, yeah, I remember. Thank you.
You get a kind of wild look from Octavia.
With
Oh,
a
sure.
false life.
Yeah.
She's getting like ready for like a big ordeal, so she's not like.
She's like midway wrapping, and she's like,
She tucks the skull back in her component pouch.
Just like, let me just go ahead and
I got
light a
one.
torch.
oh, that sucks.
You can roll it again. I'll let you re-roll a one for this.
And I'll light a torch.
you?
Okay.
Got a 4.
Just gonna-
Hell yeah. So I get 8 temporary.
I'm gonna wait.
You're gonna wait before
Yes, 'cause
you do
they-
anything.
Don't light yourself on fire.
You guys, with the surface level, he will be aware of your presence. Like, and Astrophus mentioned that there's no saving throw for the first level of detect that. So, if he is out of the vault, which I will roll for, it's most likely not in it, and you don't know.
But what did you roll?
You don't know. So,
but we would know if you told
Almost
us.
gotcha.
if you guys hit the top of the staircase, I'm going to have initiative to determine who walks in first because it makes sense to me, but not yet. I'm going to describe first what you see when you get into the library. When you get up into the library, you see it is a giant space. There are maybe, I think that was 4 or 5, like 25-foot ceilings. There are ladders, there are books to the ceiling. There are, you see, and you can see straight back when you walk up, you're beside one of the bookcases that lines the wall all the way back. And you can see straight back through the aisle. And you see a, sure enough, like lead on the other end. And towards your right, you see floor to ceiling, very calming, like beige walls. There is a big giant cushions, like discussion area. There's basically like an aisle in the middle where people could hang out in a lounge area with giant leather cushion and talk. And then further back, there's little cubicles, like where they could, I don't know if you've seen these in libraries, with like desks where they could sit on also comfortable chairs. The floor is marble, like, and books each side. This is where the real library was the whole time. And I'm going to go ahead and ask how, if anybody has any thoughts, but especially the two of you, knowing the state of the world, how do you feel when you see all of this?
Azra, I don't want to share too much, but Azra is now reconsidering if she needs to pursue her secondary thing.
You have a feeling that's...
Actually, no, she does, because they're not letting her back in this school, so yeah. But
you feel like you'd have a place to maybe start re-pursuing where it seemed difficult outside of this.
Yeah.
That maybe within these shelves there contains something that could help you. Make a perception check for me. Okay.
That was a gulp perception.
You'll see it
I rolled
eventually. Octavia.
A little indignant and angry
At
people for keeping information hidden when the entire purpose of her whole order is to get information and try and distribute it and try and make the whole world a better place, which is what she thinks she's doing. And also a little bit that Bayer doesn't have it.
Do you think she recognizes the similarities in needing to preserve the information?
No, not at this point.
I think you guys would have different levels of understanding the power that could be contained within these. With this being the only school of this caliber, like, there's not a lot of wizards who have higher than 4th, 5th level spells at most. And so while some of that knowledge might be contained in here, like, some very powerful wizard could run rampant.
Yeah.
Over everyone.
That does not enter into her mind.
No, it doesn't. It definitely wouldn't.
I do think Azra's probably feeling even more regret for, not for cheating, but for getting caught, because she realized that if she had just
played the game.
Yeah, like, if there was a potential for her to just be in this library, you know, through the school, and now she's like, God damn it, if I've just hung in there a little bit longer, maybe I could have been in here.
Does she have any thoughts about Ori and what he said?
Yeah, she's thought about that.
I think she knows she's stronger willed in some way than he was. Like, he was a little more passive about a lot of things for a long time.
Well, because we were both pursuing, so...
His motivation was there and his intellect was there. He was not as, like... He was very smart. He was kind of quiet. He kept a lot of his opinions to himself, and you didn't necessarily. Like, it's kind of like me and you. He just didn't care about a lot of this stuff, small stuff that you cared about. He didn't see a lot of the indignation that you felt, like very small things. And so he just...
Do you think... So, retroactive insight check on Ori. No, never mind.
Take advantage on it. You guys hung out all the time.
Oh, yeah. Hung out. Hey, natural 19. Okay. That's a 21.
Okay.
Did Ori want to find that place in just sort of a more academic, like, discovery sense? Because Azra wanted that place for, like, what it contained.
Ori had no family money, and he grew up around a lot of poverty. He wanted to find that place maybe as badly.
Okay.
But because he felt like resources could be distributed from it. Like, he could gain a lot of abilities to help people. He's more altruistic than you, which you always knew.
Yeah.
But your guys' academic interest was similar. Your hunger to learn was similar. It's just what you wanted to do with what you found.
Interesting. Okay. So she's probably thinking that Ori probably doesn't even need to keep going in that direction anymore because he was given access to this library.
You don't see a lot of spell stuff per se.
Okay.
It's more like, go ahead and roll an investigation check because you do start out near components.
That's pretty good. Investigate. Oh yeah, that's a 21.
Okay, so with that, you see that here are the building blocks to kind of create spells. It does not have them listed per se. It has theories of component. It has what you originally assumed to be the only thing to exist, like theories of components and how they play in. It has more advanced, like notation and citations. It has bits of things you already know recombined in like studies to. And it has a lot of things ruled out that didn't work that you haven't had access to.
So this is definitely better than the not good library, but there's still a lot of potential elsewhere.
Yeah, it's not like just straight access to power. It's still just a very, very, very good school library.
Gotcha.
It's supposed to prepare you, in theory, for the whatever capacity you have. It doesn't hand you anything.
Sounds good.
And then on the far right are more books and the cubicles and that's it. I will say all of the aisles look like they're 10 feet wide. That is a thing that's due to the mini.
Yeah.
They're actually pretty narrow. And I'm going to take out the battle map. Everybody roll initiative.
Yeah, I think when Azra is investigating those books and like reading and realizing that there's like a lot more rigorous information here, but it's still not what she was hoping for, I think she puts one of the books away and says, "Marble floors and still a disappointment somehow."
Yeah, but hopeful. Okay.
12.
Big battle map.
Well.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. Hey.
Okay. So,
How
Hold
much
on, no,
time
why
did
would
you
you
spend
turn
on
it that way?
I'm turning it this way because this book is against me. These are against me. One
Yeah,
thing
but
that
the camera is only seeing.
Where's the? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you need to turn that together.
You spent so much on all the
everyone
little
needs
books?
to see this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm never doing anything this dramatic again. We're gonna turn it this way for the camera, but we are gonna turn it back towards you.
Okay.
One thing that needs to be really clear: everything that's like an inch high is floor to ceiling. That is impractical for a battle map.
Yeah.
So this is the other bookcase. These are the cubicles. They go way up here.
Wow.
And this goes way up here.
So excessive. Have cubicles that are like 30 feet
There we
tall.
go.
I figured like they would need like you have your spell book, you have your daily book, like you have your tome and your daily book, and then you have components, and then you have like it's
There we go.
you could see there'd be a lot of like taking a bunch of books out to build blocks. So like they are spacious, and these last ones are accessible for bigger species or
for our Dragonborn students.
differently abled people. Like it's just this is
Cannot seem to get that
accommodating
delay.
as crap compared to what we've been. And then the
guess
door
you're
is
right,
like right here, and it's just like a very small space that you could see like a seam in the lead vault.
Were we all reacting
We
to
should
this place?
totally leave that so people can see it.
Yeah, I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to see my
Maybe,
character
like-
if I was too close to this side.
If you
Yeah, I
can,
wouldn't be able to see mine either.
if you can scoot your dice tray back a little, then we can move it back.
I guess for the sake of the stream, I can just stand if I need to get an angle.
Yeah.
Because it is cooler if the stream gets to see this the whole time. That'd be awesome.
Like, yeah, and it's very light, very easy to turn. As long as you turn it from the base, you're fine.
There's ever someone casts
That way
Earthquake or
we get a better
something.
angle on it.
Just
I think some of the books might legitimately fall off if you shook it hard enough.
Well, it's all washed out though, unfortunately, because of the lighting. So
It's still pretty.
I think they got a good shot for a little bit. I was looking on here.
Yeah.
It looks good for at least a moment.
The books did take.
I
the
could
longest.
adjust it, but
Nah, like the game is for you guys. Like that's the first thing. And so hang on, I gotta get out my
I'm now
notebook.
noticing the marble floor, and that's
Yeah,
super cool.
Did you use the water marble
That's
technique?
the Dutch pouring technique that I used on the
Dude, it was
paintings in my
missing.
house, and it
I was
actually
just
worked
like-
surprisingly well.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll post high-res pictures on our Instagram and everything for it.
Oh yeah, I
Where's my
posted a
just-
tiny detail last night on Instagram.
I
Huh?
cannot hear what you're saying.
adjust the contrast.
That's gonna take a while.
We'll take pictures and post them.
Okay.
I know you want him to see it right now.
It's very
but
good.
Thank you. I'm gonna take out my stats for this thing.
Just- it's so cool.
I mean, I want to put one of the reasons I want to launch like Patreon is to like put these up for people. Like I don't want to keep them forever, and if somebody else wanted to use it, that'd be cool.
Don't put it in the middle of 4 squares.
I wanna-
You guys come up, and I meant to do the staircase. We had a lower floor, but it was just too
But how large
complicated.
larger than life?
You guys come up by the tall staircase, like right in this corner.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we get a mini from back there?
There's plenty in the
Ronnie?
bestiary.
I also need one.
Azrael will use the dunce cap.
Oh,
No,
we
you
get
had this little
characters.
wreathy thing you were using.
Yeah, we got like
Oh,
we
sure.
got some sort of witch character up there. We
Wow,
have
this is
a
cookie.
couple of them, I think.
Yep.
Okay, Ronnie.
He's blue.
Yeah, none of these are blue.
Nice.
The wraith next to the Wendy is what we used last time.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
this was
Ronald's the White Ranger. There you go.
I'm giving Cass some
Huh?
Vietnam
Robin's the
flashbacks
white.
right now.
If he's
Yeah.
up there.
It's the
Me.
second time this happened.
White Ranger's up there.
that's Azrael.
Oh, I want to
Specifically
be the White
Vegetables?
Ranger.
Oh, Ronnie wants to be the White Ranger.
Ronnie's white.
I mean, if you want to be the inferior ranger, then go for it.
Oh, word.
Wow.
I don't care.
I didn't watch Power Rangers.
But I dislike Tommy too, so I can't say anything.
I dislike Tommy,
Okay, which
and I
one is,
dislike his
Brana,
actors,
what are you
so... Here we go.
Brana.
Oh, what?
Do you want to be? Do you care?
Not really,
Okay. Here we go.
since
This
Ronnie
one
took
because he's got-
possession of the one I was using.
Let me get you like a gift certificate for.
I am a ranger.
Ha, it's true.
That's what I need to
I
get you.
hate it, huh?
A gift certificate for like Hero Forge or something. Go
Hero
get a
Forge.
character.
Hero Forge is only like $30 if you get like one of their basic plastics.
Oh.
You should get the payment.
This is Azrael, so I'm using this one.
Sure.
And
The
Ronnie
Invisible
and
Woman.
Brana.
Oh yeah, we did use Noah's for Brana.
I do know the invisibility spell, but since Obelix can see, has true sight, I figured probably don't need to bother with that right now.
This is a new category of Obelix that does not exist in anything.
Don't
Well,
forget
you
to
told us that
remove your
Obelix has had
mic
true
up.
sight, so.
Yes.
Micah.
Huh? Yes. Thank you. Okay, so I say that and then sit down.
I just took her key.
So I call it adjustable arm. So.
Okay.
Are y'all ready for something exciting? Better be.
I was gonna pre-roll
Renee's
his
martial
everything and I didn't.
To quote
Okay.
CM Punk.
Okay, initiative.
Oh,
Brana.
crap. I have to re-roll because I don't remember what mine was.
All
I'm sorry.
good. 3?
12.
Oh, okay.
9.
Brana. Okay.
18 for Octavia.
Okay.
16 for Ronnie.
That's the lowest I think you've gotten yet.
Right.
Do you have advantage on initiative?
Yes. Alra.
15.
Oh, well, you guys are right in the middle.
Except for us.
If we average out.
Yeah.
Okay. Octavia's 18.
But what are we rolling initiative for?
Ronnie.
The first person in just gets
I'll see you
body
later.
slammed by a news.
I see you in those bags.
I like cheese and I like Parmesan crisps.
Oh, this means you're first in.
Okay,
Alright,
wait.
for me.
Sorry.
You're a brave trailblazer.
Octavia,
You had
15.
18, 16, 15. And 12, 9.
cool.
Okay.
I only approach one to initiative.
Only one of us didn't get in the teens. I think that's pretty good initiative for the group.
That is pretty good.
Okay.
We'll see what the
12 is
so
technically not a teen, is it?
Huh?
12 is technically not a teen, is it?
Technically not.
Double digits,
Preteen.
though.
Tween.
Tween.
The Oblex did not get in the teens.
It got in the 20s.
It did.
Ah, fuck.
I had advantage because it knew you were coming. It doesn't get a surprise, but it knew you were coming. Hang on, bear with me 1 second as I
You gotta play
get this
Gascoigne's theme.
encounter.
I can't play Gascoigne's.
Yeah.
We can't play copyright
Because
music.
Twitch would shut us down.
Ah.
They're really cracking down.
Yeah, Cass has been very helpful researching, like, for weeks, like
royalty.
copyright, royalty, commercial use technically, because we have subscribers. Like, not a lot, but they're there. Thanks, guys. Like and subscribe. Or not subscriptions on Twitch is a revenue source. So at that point, it becomes commercial usage. Okay, my encounters.
Do they have super chats?
Huh?
Said that they
Actually,
have
throw
super
out
chats?
Do we get copyright stricken if we just sing it out loud?
Yeah.
What?
Yes, but just for me.
What?
Only
Does
if
it
you're
have
on
musical
key.
inclinations?
Oh, okay.
Still someone else's writing or whatever.
You can't even hum the melody to a soundtrack?
Because
You
we would
can
be,
for less than 5 seconds.
So we can do like a
5 notes.
we could even not monetize and they would
That's
still.
why
thought it was
unlimited is unlimited in Wicked. It starts as somewhere over the rainbow and immediately deviates.
Yeah. Alright.
Okay, so hang on.
I feel like I should be like running this slow motion.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know how the battle's gonna follow up this music.
Well, I guess we're gonna find out.
Yeah, you're about to.
Training for a fight and the sweat's just right.
This is the anime intro before the fight.
So that was the classic run up the stairs, sun rising. And then the fight.
And that's it. That's all we can do.
Wow.
Holy crap! You can't have this many attacks. It's not gonna work.
There's some Skinner.
What if you did a copyright medley where you played a compilation of copywritten songs, but only like 4 seconds at a time?
You seem to
would
have
be
this
awful.
want to test Twitch thing going on.
I'm just experimenting with what we can get away with.
You can have your own channel for that.
Trust me, when we do the show, I have to like, it's like every time we go do a show, in copyright strike.
Wow.
And I got to go in like after every show. Fair use.
Yeah, because you're
Fair use.
covering media. Of course, you're going to have some of that copywritten media.
Yeah. But there are some companies that they don't care. They're just like, still, screw 'em.
Yeah.
Disney.
No, Disney's actually cool about ours.
Okay.
Nintendo, I know, is like extremely litigious.
Toy.
It's
Toy?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Toy was like, it may be fair use. Screw it. No.
okay. So, top of the round, I need
We found the Skyrim knockoff.
I was thinking Gloria.
Sure. Casa Doom.
Show off.
First,
Oh, I'm more nerdy.
you
He's
guys.
playing a wizard.
See, I thought we were finding camaraderie in all of the nerdy Lord of the Rings things we know.
Nope.
Alright.
It's
I'm not
competition.
doing that.
Oh, it's a competition, is it?
I need Azra to
Nico Mortensen.
Azra to roll a
It has to be Astro.
whatever is against what do you use for detect thoughts? What is it?
It's probably a wisdom
I
saving
think
throw.
it's wisdom.
If it's digging in, yeah. I have detect thoughts in my spell book. Is wisdom saving throw.
Okay, roll a wisdom saving throw.
My wisdom saving throw is +2, making an 11.
Fails.
Yeah.
So
I would fail.
Xavier runs out of the room.
I would fail against a goblin.
Cool.
Off to a great
yeah,
start.
it fails. You roll a perception check for me.
Okay.
This one is not as difficult.
Worse.
Gotta be kidding me.
That's an 8.
You have no idea that it was detect thoughts, which I feel like you should know. And
Let's
something
hope that was a no thoughts head empty type of problem.
She's having
Did
a bit
you
of that
get
right now.
distracted by a bumblebee?
Well, for the sake of detect thoughts, I hope there weren't any thoughts to detect.
I'm going to say
I'm thinking of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
I'm not
Under your
putting.
orb.
I know what it was looking for and what it found, so don't worry about it.
Gotcha.
Topical. Sorry.
So, like, because you guys haven't, like, spread out and looked down the aisles yet, I'm not putting the mini on the board yet, because you don't know what it is.
Fair
But that's the end of its turn for now.
So I don't even notice that a thing happened at all. Sounds good.
Not with that roll. Who was next? It is
Me, I
Octavia's turn.
I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna grab the torch.
There's,
Don't do that. We don't know if
There's-
we're fighting anything yet.
I guess if you guys lit one before you walked in, you...
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Okay, yeah.
turn around, grab the torch.
Okay.
So my hands are.
That's gonna be your object interaction.
Is that free action or is that action?
I'm gonna say it takes you 10 feet of movement,
Okay.
but I'll let you have it.
Then
Probably
I'll
not.
only have 30 feet, so I'm gonna go. Said these are very tall.
Everything that's short, like that same
Like
height,
these?
all of it is tall.
Okay.
The only thing that's not tall is the cushions on
Okay.
the couch.
So I'm gonna run. So now I only have 30 feet, so I'm gonna run this way.
Mm-hmm.
And 5,
Nope.
10, 15.
So, yeah. You see it, it's like hanging out, hang on. Okay. It is right here.
Ooh, wow.
It is.
Close.
What the?
It is huge. Like I said, these things are floor to ceiling.
Yeah.
This thing is twice as tall as Alabroth.
Okay.
More than twice as tall. It has faces in it everywhere. Like, and they're kind of straining against it. You don't know if that, like, what that is, if that's, like, real, but they, like, push and pulsate against this, like,
Oh, that is disgusting.
red ooze, and they all look very, like, tortured. And they're screaming,
You're screaming.
Can
like,
I,
they appear to be screaming. There's no noise.
Oh, that's worse.
I need you to cast, or to make a Hang on.
Wisdom saving throw?
I don't know if it's wisdom for this one. A.
Yeah, tell me what it is.
It's not as. It is wisdom saving. It's not as high as some of the others. which is
Wisdom
weird.
saving throw?
Yes.
That is a 19 plus 4.
Okay, you are not feared of it.
Okay.
Oh. Lovely.
I'm being nice and telling you what that was.
Yeah.
You're not,
I'm not afraid of it.
but you are afraid.
I'm
You're not
terrified.
afraid.
I'm terrified, but I can move closer to it.
You can move. You're
Okay.
not
Okay.
affected in any way.
You're
Okay.
afflicted by terrified, but
Yeah,
you
yeah,
are
yeah.
It
terrified.
is the weirdest. Like,
Can I cut this way so I can still get to it?
cut.
Like
Hold.
instead of going,
Yeah.
I'm
It's,
gonna go this way and I'm gonna get to it, and I'm going to do my first 2 attacks.
mm-hmm.
Diplomacy's out the window.
You're too.
You think we were gonna talk to this thing?
No, you're too far away.
Bummer.
Oh,
You wanted to help.
split the difference.
I know what I'm doing. You didn't tell me, like Alabroth didn't tell me anything.
Split the
We
difference.
didn't have a
Don't worry
chance
about it.
to.
Don't worry about it.
It's
Just
fine.
go.
Okay. So that is a so there's a 15
Misses.
and a 20.
It hits.
Something. Alright, the first one I'm gonna hit with my staff. That is 8 points of damage plus a d4 fire damage.
Mhm.
Okay. Plus 3 fire damage.
Okay. You notice the fire doesn't seem to hurt it disproportionately, but you knew that was probably the case. That's
It
not
was
why
gonna- it
you
was
want the fire damage.
Do something magic.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna use my bonus action to do flurry of blows.
Okay.
So that's a 2. Come on. That's a 6.
To what? To hit?
Yeah,
Can I yell at her to disengage?
You had a bonus, didn't you?
that is
she's
my bonus
attacking.
action.
Oh,
I
damn.
get to do
Oh, no, I meant to hit.
From a technical standpoint,
With 6
she wouldn't
plus
be able
bonus
to.
probably wouldn't hit either.
Yeah,
Damn.
it's a 13.
No, it doesn't.
Oh shit, that was modified.
Okay, so you did the. Sorry.
That's why I was
Damage
like,
one more
what's it
time.
with you
Okay,
guys?
better.
It was 8 regular and 3 fire.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just gonna push it so more people could get to it.
It is I'm gonna push it.
Yep, that's my plan.
What is your size limitation on it?
It doesn't have one.
Medium. It doesn't say medium or small. There's certain things of hers that I don't think will work, but it's kind of vague in how it present like some of her key abilities and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to judgment call some of it, just so you know, because
Oh, okay.
I would say large at absolute maximum,
Yeah, this
maybe
is
only as large as yourself.
it's huge. It's 15 feet by 15 feet.
Oh, that's bigger than large, so
It's
certainly
huge.
not. Yeah.
Like that's what I'm talking about. Like it doesn't have a size
That
limitation on
works on
hers.
anything. So like there are abilities that work on anything.
Yes, but bullying a creature around usually has a size limitation. It's maximum 1 size larger than you. I've never seen something you could do 2 sizes larger than you.
That's my turn.
You take comfort in the fact that you did the thing that you have to do the most, which
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
Hit it with fire.
hit it with fire.
Más importante.
That is your turn.
I'm-
Next
Arguing against.
I'm just assuring the rules.
next up is Ronnie.
But she was asking.
You guys all know that per round you only have to light something on fire once.
Yeah.
It can't get more disadvantage, so Ronnie may choose not to use fire arrows yet and shoot more times right now.
Okay.
Or he may not. It's up to you. But you know that. You know that the fire's not... There's like a little indent where it's smoking, so you see if you approach that fire has
Yeah,
already
I definitely
happened.
yelled when I saw it.
Well, I think they heard the impact. I just of the fire specifically that he could see that.
I mean, time is wishy-washy. We could probably see that it's on fire for the rest of like the round for like a little bit, probably, right?
Yeah, like it's probably smoking a little bit from wherever it got hit.
Yeah.
One of the faces is smoking. Just weird.
Ah!
Yeah.
That didn't hit anything. This probably didn't either. $19?
19 hits.
Wow, okay. Then I didn't pull out a D8
You're
yet.
like, what is this thing that say?
Writing down everything.
Yeah, fair. I feel like Octavia, like, low-key is, like, with her other hand scribbling in her notebook,
She's
lighting her own butt on fire.
basically.
Are you the Annie of this community group?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The what?
Annie from Community.
She's the note
Like
taker.
to think of myself as Marisha, but sure,
Oh.
Annie.
I'm thinking of community terms.
8 points of regular damage.
Okay.
And then the second attack did not hit. Almost certainly. 13. No, it doesn't hit.
Nope.
And I'll call out to Octavia to tell me how that did. Like, how effective it seemed.
Oh yeah. It seemed to hit for the normal amount of hitting.
It does, like, you, as you look at, like, the pure size of this thing, you have a feeling that it's just so big that it just has a ton of ability to absorb, but it doesn't look less damaged by anything.
Seems
so
to
far.
have done about arrow damage.
Okay.
An arrow's
It kind of
worth
like
arrow damage?
sinks in.
Approximately arrow damage.
Arrow damage? I don't know.
Roll a perception check for something.
10.
You're glad you don't notice what happened.
Cool.
Somewhere around arrow damage. I don't know. I don't watch CW.
Arrow's damage is stacked.
Yeah.
Very stacked. He learns lessons over and over. Alibroth. You're up.
Okay, I need to move up. I need to move up closer to Octavia.
Okay. How far?
Let me get up between where Ronnie and Octavia is. Right at that doorway or whatever. Should.
The
Yeah.
entrance to like the.
Okay,
That's 15 feet, just so you know.
Okay, good.
More.
She's within range.
She's
All right.
within 20 feet of you.
That's where I need her to
Okay,
be.
dope.
Okay, I'm going to use a cantrip that misses. But, slam hammer to the ground. Bahamut's Blessing! Everyone add a d4.
Ooh.
Dope.
I'm casting it at second level too, so I hit all of them.
And that's a D4 to like basically all checks, right?
Saving through attack rolls.
Saving throw and attack rolls.
All of the important ones. All 2 of them.
Saving throws, attack
No,
rolls.
I mean,
Might have
So
to
that
make
was
a...
It's
Unless
not
it's-
ability checks is the only thing it doesn't hit, but you won't be doing probably. a
I
ton of
missed with
I
my
guess we'll skill
cantrip,
checks.
so I'm...
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Say, I
You
can stand
probably
on that
have
one
not
for
fought
damage.
anything twice as big as you. So, like, you missed with your cantrip because you
You're-
ran up and you were like, whoa!
Well, I was more concerned about getting a bless out there.
What if it sucked the cat?
So, the cat is
Cat
gone.
knows.
I
Oh,
figured.
At the bottom of the stairs,
Deuces.
the cat was like, done.
Bye.
And you've sensed equal disinterest and discomfort, like he's leaving. Shackles is going back to get his treats or whatever he does.
If he accepts them.
If he accepts them. As long as he's not trying to be brushed, then he's fine. So that is Alibroth's turn. Next up is Brana.
Didn't I
What?
roll higher than
No.
Brana?
I rolled the 9.
Oh.
I had the 12.
Oh. I inverted this. My bad.
So did I.
So, Azra, you are up.
Alright.
This up.
What?
Don't mess this up.
Of course not. Okay, I guess we were doing this, and she.
Just fireball.
Just fireball.
It can get her too. It's fine.
We're not
Really, we
friends.
should just.
I mean, yeah, Azra and Octavia, no, not at all. I guess I'm gonna have to get in front of Alabroth in order to see the Oblex.
You can see it over his head.
Huh?
Yeah.
But like I can't like the only spaces to the side of him block off vision with this.
You can move through him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just saying the only way for me to get vision of the Oblex is to go exactly right there. That's the only space.
Detect thoughts doesn't require vision.
What?
Detect thoughts?
It does. You have to see it to first cast it, and then you can look away if you're just maintaining.
No, it's how creatures know. Unless their version is different, it's how creatures know you, and you can use it to sense invisibility. That's part of the spell.
It said something about how you don't have to look at it anymore once you're in.
Okay.
You can focus your mind on any one creature that you can see within 30 feet of you.
Maybe it's the second level.
You could also, like, go around.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but it would take me longer. Yeah.
So that,
Either way.
well,
I mean, you can say, for the Oblex's version, you can say it's just super powerful.
No, like, I know this is part of the can. I'm just curious. Okay, anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. I think there might be some other spell that does the thing you're thinking of.
You can also use the spell to detect the presence of thinking creatures you can't see.
Very cool.
Oh, okay. So, like, basically, it can detect. You can detect with it, or you can cast detect thoughts to actually get the thoughts.
Gotcha.
If it's an invisible creature, it just triggers a reaction. You know something's there.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you're right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I guess I gotta go bloop, and I'll take advantage of the fact that you hit it with fire already, and
As soon as you show up, make a wisdom saving throw.
wisdom saving throw.
Uh-huh.
That's not my strong suit. Hey! That's a dirty 20.
Dope.
Nasty 20.
You don't get
Something
distracted by the Ori that you see right beside it. You get distracted, but it does not throw you so far off you cannot cast.
Cool.
Wonder if that's what you failed.
Yeah! All right. I understand that I passed the saving throw. I find it hard to imagine. I think she's probably like stunned for like a second, but she came in mentally prepared knowing that it could conjure up things.
It doesn't affect your ability to cast the spell. It doesn't not throw you.
Yeah,
like
okay.
that he's there.
Fair. Yeah.
You take a second, you're like, he warned us.
Yeah. She will cast Detect Thoughts on the Oblex. And do I have to wait until next round to dig further?
No, that's what we decided. That thing that you showed me does is allow you to do that with a bonus action to dig deeper.
Oh, the ring?
No. The
Yes. Okay.
The ring allows you to do 3 thought strands to willing creatures that you can see to assign it
Yes.
to them.
Okay, so yeah. For rules lawyers at home, this is homebrew.
It is homebrew.
What I'm about to say is
also
normal.
homebrew, kind of.
Me having this, I have meta magic. That is not homebrew. That's rules.
That's not homebrew, but
what we're about to do
using
with
it
it
for bonus actions is a little homebrew.
And is it 1 point or 2 to dig deeper quickly?
I
I only have 2 points. So keep
we're
that in
gonna say 1 point because you have a bonus action.
Fair.
And
Okay. So yeah, she took a page out of the sorcerer spell books, almost literally, and she uses one of her 2 sorcery points to empower her detect thoughts, which allows her to dig deeper now instead of waiting until her action next round.
So it needs to make a wisdom saving throw?
Correct. And the DC is gonna have trouble with this one. It's a 14.
He actually is not crazy wise, and he has disadvantage from the fire.
That's right.
So he already fails.
Yes! All right.
So
already
okay, so you like, I will say the people who Azra's in visual range of actually see the eye go a little bit like whited over, and you feel like you almost like disappear into this creature's head.
Okay.
Okay, so a lot of it is similar to what you've experienced with kind of dual minds or 2 places at once before. You, with the surface level, you find yourself like in a similar foggy place, but you hear voices from everywhere. And you hear hundreds of voices coming out at you. And then you take a second.
Keywords, right? You give him his search keywords, right?
Yeah.
You take a second and you dig deeper. What are you looking for?
Excellent question.
The cool things that I told you to look for, right?
Yeah,
Right.
that's one choice I could make.
Right?
It was always going to come down to right now.
Yeah. Don't roll, you coward. Make the choice.
But I want to.
Nope.
I think she's emboldened by how quickly she got in on the first try, so she's going to search for their things. So those are the 4 terms I should keep an eye out
Well,
for?
that's 3. That's the reason. Oh, yeah, King Delric, that's 1. That's just his name.
Oh, okay. So 3, okay.
Well, I'm going to say there's a 4th. You're going to include one of the party members the thing can see each time you do it.
Okay. So it's one of those and then one party member?
You can search multiple. It's Google. You can search multiple terms.
2 is like just the minimum I should
2
try.
is the minimum that you think you could isolate anything. And the more you can put into it, the more it will help. You have a roll an intelligence check for me.
You can use a lot of, has a lot of quotation marks and
9.
plus signs.
A 9?
Yeah.
With a, I forgot what I was gonna say. Intelligent. You know, completely gone. So you didn't make the DC of whatever it was anyway. So like, yeah. So
I fail in some metaphysical way.
you fail one of the specific like tips, minor tips that might help you. So what do you look for, King?
She's going to be, because Octavia is the one that mostly does the talking about like your quest. I think Octavia is going to be the party member she associates with this. And if she can just go ham on all of them, she's just going to go Octavia, King, Daniel, War.
Did you cast Detect Thoughts on a party member? I skipped over that. I forgot to ask to find out what he looked like or what they knew about him.
Let's assume we had that foresight during the short rest.
But
Because you did mention
told
it before.
you.
Yeah.
He told you
told
to.
us
I
to
just
do it.
forgot when I rushed you to the library to
Very good.
ask.
Okay.
So I'm going to say because you chose her first that you cast it on Octavia. You might not have gone deeper and you didn't look through all of her stuff. You're just looking for this one guy and you knew and you're thinking about him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that...
Sounds good.
He's going to... I'm not going to tell you the exact equation. He rolls against it. You succeeded. You're diving deeper. But what specifically you get is determined by my roll.
Gotcha.
Okay.
They're like this.
With that roll, you, basically what sticks the most to this creature is Octavia.
Okay.
And, it's not a super common name. What's your surname? Spencer.
Really?
Nah.
Now, what were your parents' names?
William and Eleanor.
Okay, so like, with that, your name is combined with your surname and your identity and everything.
Willennium.
You find yourself somewhere. You don't know exactly what you're looking at right now, but all you see in the room are basically high elves everywhere. And you see, like, it looks like kind of a or council. It's not entirely dissimilar to the education board. It's like a situation.
Okay.
And you see somebody who looks, roll a perception check or investigation, whichever you prefer.
I think they're both the same, and that's going to be an 18.
You see someone that looks kind of a lot like Octavia, but is a dude and older. Okay. And in front of this council. And he says, I can no longer risk hurting my child to continue this. I'm going to do what I always thought. I'm going to go be an architect, you know? Small towns. And they're like, you see a lot of protests. They're like, we need your help. And he said, the greatest hope we can have is for our children to outdo us. She is no longer safe with me on this mission. My resignation is final. And he walks out the door. And for now, that's all you see. He's going to make an additional save on his turn to see if his thoughts get directed elsewhere, like mid-turn. So there's potential for several times.
Okay.
But is that your turn? You have to
yeah.
decide right now. You can assign that somewhere if you want, right now with your ring.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can hold it, but it will be, if you hold it and decide whether to share it later, it's subject to how well you remember it.
Oh, so if I don't hold on to it, it might slip back out of my mind.
If you don't assign it, if you assign it directly from the creature to a party member, then it's perfect.
Okay.
If you don't assign it right away, then it's subject to Azra's flaws in memory, whatever those are.
Sure.
Then Darwin found it.
To get Then Darwin.
Then Darwin.
Yeah, probably only that combination in the world. So,
I like William.
yeah. So, but that's up to you.
When I'm handing away the thoughts using the ring, is it cost like a bonus action or something?
It does not. It's a free action because you can't hand them off right away.
Mm-hmm.
You just like stick them back in your component pouch.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can hand them out later.
Yeah. I think
But if you target somebody with it, you can no longer absorb it yourself.
that's right. Okay.
You still have your flawed memory, but it might not be perfect.
Yeah, I don't think she doesn't understand why this memory would be critical to anyone's mission at the moment, so I don't think she's gonna.
It is not mission critical, but I will say that like when this stuff happens, you understand the relation at least in some loose ends. Like you recognize that her dad looks exactly like her.
Yeah.
You don't know the significance of what he's talking about because it was viewed through the eyes of just somebody on the board.
And I've heard her talk about her history with like her parents being architects, right?
Her dad is an architect.
Yeah.
She hasn't like talked about them a whole lot. It sounds kind of dull. That's all she knows.
Yeah.
You've heard
Learned
a lot
about
of
sewers.
You've heard a lot of like mild bickering with Ronnie.
Yeah.
Well, and I guess the bigger thing is Azra must be wondering where is this memory coming from, because I'm assuming the Obelix doesn't have Octavia's memories.
No, Octavia
Not yet.
doesn't know this. The Obelix recognized her name in your search term, basically, and just dug up what it had on her. It's what he attached, or what it attached the most.
So someone in this council room who was not her dad,
and not
has been consumed by
presumably
this
her.
Obelix.
Like it's just somebody else.
Yeah.
And it was a big group. There was like maybe it was trial-like in that there was only a few people, but there were many other people behind, and they see him and they see the council. So it's just somebody in the crowd. It's probably insignificant.
Okay.
Except that they were smart. That's all we know.
Epic moment.
Yeah, I don't think she wants to use the ring for this yet.
Fair.
Yeah. So.
And that's her turn. Yes.
Yep. I don't think I have any actions left because that was action move bonus.
Action
so.
bonus, I think. Brana.
Real quick, can like these boards that are up here? Can I run under them, or is that?
No, these are like, and if you see from this angle, these are little scroll holders. They are full of scrolls.
Oh, so it's
it's mirror imaged. I got lazy. I finished this at 10 this morning.
Yeah.
So.
It looks real lazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I was so lazy.
That's what it is.
The books took forever. It was the only thing I had on the board until like 5 o'clock this morning. I mean, you're a rogue, so you have bonus action dash if you need it.
Well, I mean,
That's true.
I if I have that, it's not on my thing.
Don't forget your blessing.
I'm aware. I don't know if I can do any attacks right now.
Rogues have.
Yeah, I think all rogues have that.
Yeah.
The bonus action dash.
It might just be in a weird place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to find on D&D Beyond. Oh, you look under actions and then bonus action.
My
Bonus action.
Oh, she's all right now.
Oh, okay.
bonus actions: 2-weapon fighting and cunning attack. I take the dash. It doesn't tell me what dash does though.
Dash doubles your movement speed, but only as a bonus, so you still have your attack.
So I still have
That's
my
what's
regular
distinct about rogues.
Okay.
Yeah. Because normally dashing is you use your action to move again, but rogues can just use their bonus action to move again.
And then attack with their action.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wouldn't get my second attack, but I would.
You wouldn't get your second attack, but you would get your first attack, and you would get sneak attack if you hit.
Yeah.
Because Dafflinkdo.
And if you crit, you get extra fire damage.
I wouldn't be able to get close to it though.
How far are you from it? I will say it's technically 15 feet back, so it technically does extend back here to right here. So if you can hit here,
yeah,
then you're close enough. Yeah.
Nice of you.
And go ahead and just move it up, just so it's less confusing, because it takes up that whole space. But I don't want to. I had to cut off the 3-inch space because it was too big. It would require 3 inches everywhere. Exactly 3 inches, though. So well done. Then.
Let's
You
go.
are flanking it, so you can roll with advantage.
I think it's gonna do it.
Maybe.
Oh.
I'm hitting it with I'm hitting it with my fire dagger.
Okay.
Obviously.
Yeah.
It has the regular stats of my normal
What
dagger.
did you guys tell me about oozes?
19.
19 hits.
I'm not the same.
Let's go!
So the fire dagger is just 1 extra d6 fire damage,
Yeah.
and then sneak attack.
Oh, yeah, and sneak attack. Okay, so can I use your dice thing? No, and sneak attack. Will you stop doing things? Stop being weird. Which is now.
Do more or less.
I will do the sneak attack damage separate because I don't have enough dice out.
Do you want me? I have a ton of d6 from when I played Maka. Do you want me to give you a few for the battle?
That's fine. 4 fire damage.
Okay.
3 normal damage.
Okay.
And then the sneak attack. Sorry.
Ooh.
13.
So 20 points of damage.
It's pretty good.
And I'm also going to use Whales from the Grave.
Is that necrotic?
It is necrotic.
Let me see.
I don't remember. I don't know if I have no idea if it's.
I don't either, actually.
It sounds pretty necrotic if it's
That's
grave.
OP. I'm not doing that. Damage resistance is all. I'm not doing that.
Oh.
All.
That would be unfair.
Yeah, feels unfair. I'm gonna increase the hit a little bit, but you're just not gonna have damage resistance. That's stupid. So go ahead and roll your necrotic.
7 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And it's on fire until the end of your next turn.
Yes.
So you're already good.
Ay. I may not even have to roll anymore.
And oh no. Do y'all still get flanking? Is flanking a thing? I can't remember. It's been so long.
Flanking, Octavia would get it.
Okay.
Because she's also melee.
You have flanking then.
I was gonna say, I
And
think
you had flanking.
I don't know if the rules for flanking at range apply in D&D 5e. I didn't think.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think flanking is technically 5e accurate.
It's in a variant in the DMG.
That's what I thought. We use it most of the time. I reserve the right sometimes with mists for it not to apply and stuff, but like in this, I think it would.
Absolutely.
It might not even be in the DMG. It might be in the core rulebook, but just listed as a variant
As
that
a
you can
variant
if
that
you
your
want.
DM might. I usually let you have it, but like monks make me nervous, so like I reserve the right. But this makes sense.
I think there is a way to get sneak attack from range, but it might be you have to take a specific like rogue archery thing.
Not
I wouldn't get sneak attack.
Advantage
Oh,
from
flanking. Yeah. Okay.
I think that wasn't wasn't Pathfinder.
Anyway.
Yeah, Pathfinder and 3.5 have flanking at range.
Oh.
But the ranged person gets the benefit and the other person does not. Because, well,
That makes sense. But
the melee fighter doesn't actually have anyone on the other side of this thing with them.
mystery.
Okay, so.
But now we've also locked it in maybe a little.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it disadvantage.
So that
Is it attacking cat?
it's attacking both of you.
Oh.
Fantastic.
Multi-tag.
And the first shot was a 20 and a 19 with a disadvantage, so not critted.
So it doesn't hit.
It doesn't crit.
It doesn't crit you.
Complete whiff. Doing good,
The
guys.
attack on Brana is a.
It has a negative
That might not
2
hit.
to
Is a plus.
That's not a big number for AC.
I know.
Brana.
You should've
14.
swapped it.
No, that hits me.
You should
Okay.
want to swap those. 14 doesn't hit me? It doesn't matter.
So that is.
Great.
It's a lot of dice sounds.
It is on
She got special bags.
I know.
on Octavia. That is 16. Oh wait, no. That is 8, 9,
I know
10,
that says variant.
13. That's
Small.
13 bludgeoning damage
Okay.
I was
and
thinking it was male variant. I'm like,
3
that's right.
psychic damage.
Okay.
So 16 total. On Brana, holy shit. That is. Does anybody have anything specific for like psychic damage, or can I just
No,
24 points of damage on Brana? 3 6s on D6.
That's a number.
Hazard is just far enough away for it not to use that thing. And because of its... What are your guys' intelligence scores?
Mine is a 10.
Okay?
13.
Yeah, it's not interesting.
Yeah.
It's
12.
really
But-
picky. You have to have
12
like
isn't bad.
minimum 13 to be a wizard at all, I
Certainly
think.
not
So
stupid,
like,
but
Yeah, it's all good.
I don't know if I'm gonna, be graduating summa cum laude or anything like that.
I think you need minimum 13 to like multi-class.
into wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just not interesting. But it is going to.
I'm glad it's interested in high int and not literally anything else.
Yeah. That is its turn. It has tentacle that just like it hits Octave in the chest. And Brana hits kind of in the face, like with that damage roll. It's like you're like, whoa! You did not expect it to be that fast. No, you know what it does? Head bashes you with one of the skulls in it.
Oh, that's just not right.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
yeah, that's good.
That's where the psychic damage comes from. That is its turn. Next up is Octavia.
Alright, I'm gonna take my first.
It is no longer on fire at the end of its turn.
Even
'Cause
though
he-
Brana hit it with fire?
Yeah, it's not a cyclical, it's a round thing. Like, if you miss with fire, at the end of its turn, it's no longer on fire.
Okay. Then, yeah, I'm gonna
Wouldn't
hit.
it at the end or when Brana's next turn comes around, right?
No, because Octavia hit it with fire first. I'm not gonna do, like, a cyclical. You
Oh,
all have
You're like
chances.
extending durations.
Yeah, like, that's just, it's already taking a disadvantage on everything from fire.
That's-
like,
I got an 18.
that just hits.
Okay. So that's 6 points regular damage and just 1 point of fire damage.
Okay, that's enough. You
Feel
see a
pretty
tiny pinprint.
good.
You guys don't forget to use your blesses.
Gotcha.
But
Oh,
18
I
does
rolled-
hit.
Hold on.
I didn't use my bless to hit last time. I'm glad.
Yeah, and you
said it.
almost
I
did
know.
16. It wouldn't have mattered.
No, but like,
I'm gonna put my
Keep
it in mind.
D4 on
And
top
then
of my
I'm gonna
D20.
do.
That's a good idea. Stacking dice.
I'm gonna do another flurry of
See, I
blows.
just have my shit
Okay.
laid out like an organized person.
I mean, like, I have cups with a different damage type.
But 17 doesn't hit, correct?
Is that what's left? 17 does not hit.
17 does not hit, okay.
But you now know it's exact.
One
AC.
more. 13, 16, 24.
Yep.
And that's another 2 points of regular and 1 point of fire. And I'm going to ask you to make a strength saving throw of DC 15.
To avoid what?
To avoid not being able to take reactions until the end of its next turn.
See, this is where I get confused. What is the... It has to have a condition.
It doesn't.
What do you mean? The condition is if it fails the roll. Or passes.
She's talking about like paralyzed or blind or
Like
something.
slowed or something. Anyway, but yeah.
It's pass fail.
Yeah.
To use school terms.
I mean, really, it just means that it can't make opportunity attacks
Or counterspells,
or counterspells.
which may be más importante.
It's lower. The roll is 16.
Then it passes. It's fine.
Yeah, pass by 1.
Yeah. That's my turn.
Okay. But can you? I'm sorry.
You
Totals
can, right?
one more time. I know this is bad because you guys forget them too. I think it was 6, 7. It's on fire again.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't hear. I know it was
2
1 point
and
of fire
1
damage.
and 6 and 1. I think so. 3, 10.
10. Okay. Cool. Sorry, I am going to ask you guys if you can to help me out. I should be tracking
Yeah.
damage when you say it, but I'm bad at that, so help.
I did until the end of my
Yeah,
turn.
no, I know.
I have a notebook up. I'll just start typing numbers for people's damage as they go, so we have it.
That's good.
I have my dice
very
rolls sitting
appreciated.
ready.
I'm not
so.
great at that. Okay, that's your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay, so next is Ronnie.
Okay. Both of these hit because they're above 19.
Okay.
As a bonus action, I'm turning everything to force damage.
Okay.
And the first hit is 12 points of damage.
Wow.
And then
Okay.
the second hit is 8 points of damage, and then he takes an extra 8 points of force damage.
Okay. Those rolls I got. Is that all you're doing this turn?
That's 2
Yeah.
full round.
Alright.
I
That
don't know how
is.
much that was.
It was 28. It's really good.
Yeah, nice.
Alabras, your turn.
Let's try cantrip again.
Sacred
Let's go.
Flame.
20 points of damage.
Nope. And it is a 1. I was going to cast Sacred Flame.
Yeah.
So, instead,
Yeah.
Did you add bless to your own?
He
No, I
doesn't.
don't
He
get
didn't add bless to him, so
I don't get that. I could have. Well, no, I don't get it. I don't pass it.
you'd have to do another level.
In the meantime, I'm going to cast Channel Divinity
Okay. Yeah. What is
on
the effect?
Brana and Octavia. You get 13. You get 12.
Ooh.
What is
Channel Divinity.
Why would you?
Healing,
Oh,
isn't it?
adding.
Yeah, to your hit points.
temporary hit points?
Channel Divinity restores 25 hit points. Any creatures within 30 feet of me, I can divide it between any creatures within 30 feet of me.
Oh, dope. And
They
it's
need it, so-
not concentration either, I assume.
Nope,
since
just
it's-
a
Oh no.
straight hit.
Bless doesn't fall.
Awesome.
Yeah, go ahead and add that if you
Thank
haven't
you.
already.
Thank you.
That's dope as fuck.
And
you
I
no
don't think
longer
I
at
can do
death's
anything
door?
else, honestly.
I mean, that was
That was big.
great.
It's so hard to be a cleric and have to just like heal and stuff, but like it's
This is
so
amazing.
important.
I was trying not to waste a spell slot just yet, but yeah, Channel Divinity, I'll have to do a spell.
Awesome.
Yeah. That is Alabroth. So Azra.
Mm-hmm. Let me.
Oh, wait. I do get a bonus action.
Okay.
You
said
That
Channel
Channel
Divinity.
Divinity is a
Sacred
bonus
Huh?
action.
Sacred flames.
Sacred Flame
I
is an action.
cantripped. I cantrip, I cast a spell, but I do get one bonus action. I cast spiritual weapon.
Wait.
I can do it. It
I
says
thought your
Cantrips are always going to be an action or a bonus action.
Oh, then never mind.
Yeah. You can do.
Never mind.
They just don't cost a spell slot.
I let people usually channel divinity as a bonus. Sacred Flame's an action, but like channel divinity feels bonusy.
It wasn't listed under a bonus item.
Well, it's an action then, but like
Yeah.
it's fine. Like I did that
Yeah, I
on
shouldn't
accident a
have
bunch of
cantrip.
times.
I should just. Y'all got hit points. Use them.
That's the most
Very
important
good.
part.
And if
Azra.
you had hit, you would have done even more. So do I would need to spend an action to probe deeper. Are we saying I need to spend an action to like sustain it?
It's a concentration, right?
Yeah, it's concentration. So as long as I can't cost any concentration spells for sure.
As long as your and it's a minute.
Yes, concentration 1 minute.
As long as your concentration doesn't get then you don't have to recast it. You can just like try and refocus it.
Well, yeah. What I'm asking is, if I'm looking for the same thing, do I need to spend the action to keep probing deeper, or can I use my action for other things while still investigating his thoughts?
It depends on what those other things are, honestly, because you're kind of in its brain. So what are you trying to do with your action? If you don't have to use it for that.
Do I feel like there's more to discover going the Octavia path?
You feel like this was like that person was probably in the courtroom randomly. You feel like it didn't take the whole time for you to even see that, so this was just the one random intersect. This is a random result that it pulled back.
Okay.
And that person, and maybe nobody else who knew Octavia or any association with her, had been consumed. Actually, that's not true. Roll an investigation check to see if you're going to have to use your action to do this.
And we only get the bless on attacks and saving throws, right?
Right.
Well, this wouldn't have helped either, but intelligence, you said? Investigation, that's a 10.
You feel like you can switch with an action, or he can continue to roll against Octavia and see like if it returns the right result or a different result for Octavia.
Okay.
But you feel like the odds are more in your favor since you've eliminated one, and there aren't probably a ton that have to do with her.
Yeah. Seeing that this is obviously probably personally an interesting thing for Octavia to know, but it doesn't seem relevant to the king thing.
It is not.
Yeah, I think Azra is going to use her action then to switch to one of the other party members.
Okay.
At this point, I don't think she knows who has like a closer association, so just...
They all had roughly the same experience with it in regards to the king.
She's gonna go with Ronnie.
Okay.
So, Ronnie, King Delric, Daniel War.
Okay. Let's see. Ronnie!
Did anyone else hear that xylophone?
Oh yeah.
It was a 20 and a 1. Like,
Nice.
For disadvantage?
It's a...
Oh, for the search results?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
But yeah, it was kind of like with advantage a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Sort of. Anyway, there's just at the same time, I love it when you get the full average 11 results. 10 and a half.
Oh, wait. Azra's wondering if she should instead spend the sorcery point to do this as a bonus action so she can use her action for other things.
Azra thinks that like while she's in its head she can't do a lot, so she might not know what else she could do with a bonus action right now.
That's what I'm saying. The digging deeper, we established that I could spend sorcery points to convert the action of digging deeper to just a bonus, right?
Right, but since you're not coming all the way out of it, you don't need your action to like cast it.
But no, not detect thoughts. But I could do the detect thoughts things as a bonus action and cast other spells as my action.
How? Like, what are you gonna do outside?
throw
That's
some
what I'm
damage at it.
saying. Like, you can't get out of its head, I don't think, at the same time as you're inside it. That's my only
Is that what we're
caveat.
ruling for the Oblex?
That's what we're ruling for the action bonus action thing. Like, you're allowed to use your stuff, and you're allowed to use your action just to switch around, but it's kind of immersive in that your spells need to be focused on that, or you have to use the more strict interpretation of what they're for. Like, use your action to recast Detect Thoughts, or to... or spend the sorcery point.
Yeah.
Basically, it's about spending... If you spend the sorcery point...
If I can't use if I can convert it to a bonus action, but I still can't use my action for anything, I'm not sure what the point is.
Yeah, like, that's kind of what I'm saying. With this, your bonus action might allow you to switch again within a person or something.
Okay.
Like, you might be able to pull up 2 results on Ronnie.
Gotcha. So I guess I'll stick with the action, then I'm not going to spend the sorcery.
Okay, so you switch to Ronnie.
Yeah.
And, Ronnie, the thing about Ronnie is that, Rangers spend a lot of time by themselves. Ronnie doesn't know a lot of people.
Yeah.
I've met people in passing, but I don't know
I will say
a lot
that
of people.
the Oblex's skills make it able to see, like, people as a whole. Like, can kind of see their history, their surnames, that, like, everything. So, Azra flashes for a split second into an alarm.
It's even on silent, like...
Yeah, for 2 seconds into a whole community of air genasi. And all that Azra sees is a moment where one air genasi or air djinn is talking to another air djinn, and they said, having babies with mortals is a bad idea, and then she dumps out of it. That's all you get off that one, but it switches for you within the action. It's not like an additional. And then it switches to, you see Daniel. You see both through Daniel's eyes and through the Oblex's eyes at the same time in a weird, like, cross-eyed kind of effect. You're getting... So it's like foggy when you're walking through its head, and you see it start to clear, but it's kind of like double exposure on the effect. And, you see... Roll a luck check. Roll a d20.
19.
You see, with that, you can narrow it all the way to the Obsidian Mountains. The king is somewhere in the Obsidian Mountains. You are on a thread now. I will let you use your bonus action if you want to continue to follow that thread for a second.
With the sorcery point?
No, you don't need it for this.
Okay.
If you just want to, like, just holding, like, stay in here.
I mean, I've got no other bonus actions to do, so I'm digging.
Roll again.
Just flat roll.
Flat luck check.
8.
Okay, so you...
It's right next to the 20, though. Does that mean anything?
It does not.
Damn.
Did you add... You can add bless.
Okay, so 8 plus 2. It's a 10.
It's a 10. That's better.
Yeah, certainly.
So, like, basically, this is almost like... It's like the zoom effects that they can do with the super, super, super zoom lenses now. You're basically getting closer and closer and closer. Right now...
More specific in the mountains?
You are within, like, about... You would guess the whole range is probably, what, 120, like, miles? It's a huge range. It goes all the way across the coast. You probably cut that in half with those 2 rolls. And it will... Like, so you're now within, like, 60 miles, like, diameter...
Okay.
Of the area. So a lot closer.
Yeah. Okay. Azra, I guess nothing's going to happen until her next turn, so I think I don't have to be physically that close to it anymore, like in sight, so I think Azra's going to use her movement to, like, maybe just back up around the corner here.
That's super smart. I did not anticipate that. Yes. Okay. Good for you. That's a good call. Is that Azra's turn? That's Azra's turn. It's all of it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All the things.
Next up is.
Hello.
Yeah. Alright. It's Tyranna.
I want to get out of this whole encounter spending one spell slot, a first level spell slot, and I'm good.
I almost critted. So with my normal dagger, it's a dirty 20.
Okay. Hits.
I gotta remember I have portent.
And with my
What were your
fire
portent
dagger,
12 and 15.
Okay.
And this is from like last session, but it's one per day.
it's 19
To hit or damage?
to hit.
Yeah. Hit.
So both of those hit. Cool.
Yeah.
Just wanted to have that in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
The normal dagger does 5 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Writing down my damage.
Don't forget sneak attack on whichever attack you want. Yeah.
Stop being weird. Go away. Can I please? Stop it. I don't know what my thing is doing. It's being weird. Anyways.
You're doing the other. You hit with both of them, so you're doing
Yeah.
the fire dagger, I assume, on your other attack
Yes.
with sneak attack.
Yes.
So it's 1d6 for the dagger, 1d6 for fire, and then however many sneak attack dice you roll.
Alright, so
Ooh.
do I need to separate the damage for
You
the...
don't, as long as fire has hit it, which it did.
Yeah.
As long as Octavia hits, nobody else needs to track the damage type for that round. And Octavia's like hitting trying to hit like 4 times. So.
Yep.
But how many rounds do you have? 4, 5? You got
5
the
total.
max.
21 points of damage total.
Dope.
And I will hold off using my whales thing.
Okay.
Since I only
I'm
get...
so sorry.
You.
Just carry away.
I'll say Bronnet might feel some kind of way about the fact that she's hitting it super hard and it has not like turned around or anything. You don't know how you know it's facing Octavia, but you do. Like
its backhead slamming me in mine kind of was a...
it seems very rude. It does
Yeah.
not seem like it cares about you. That is Bronna's turn. The top of the round. Hang on. Oh, did Alec? Yeah, you went on this round. Second round. First round you cast.
That was
Yeah.
the second round?
Yeah.
This is the top of the third. So it does whoa. I had unmuted myself.
Oh, have you been muted?
On my computer.
Oh.
Okay. He is going to. It is going to.
This is like concerning.
Everybody everybody who can see it needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Bless.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't have a bonus.
Am I being charmed?
You have advantage, yes. And you guys have less.
Wisdom.
My
Mine
advantage roll was at
plus
3.
8, so...
But my original roll was much better.
I was just saved by this D20. Because
17.
my wisdom's not very good.
Okay. 17 fails.
Wow.
Everybody else here roll.
Oh, 24.
You pass.
Ooh. Yeah, my wisdom's plus 8.
21.
Nice.
Pass.
16.
Pass. Or
No,
fail.
yeah, I was gonna say,
They
so nice.
the Obelix doesn't read too well, so he casts Hypnotic Pattern,
Oh.
which would do a lot more if he wasn't about to try and hit both of you. If you take any damage, it ends anyway. The Obelix should have paid more attention.
I don't know which would be
Wait,
better.
idiot. Oh, black.
Yeah, and
steel
Yeah.
man.
It
It
would've been-
takes away his disadvantage for the second, because you guys are incapacitated in melee.
It would have been useful if you got
Fire
Alabroth, but
It would have been useful if I got Alabroth. It would have been useful if I got Azra.
Which is why. Clever.
That's a
Clever.
19 and an 18, so it hits both of you.
it's Azra, clever girl.
Okay.
I'll
So
run to the bathroom quick.
Okay.
Since I don't care about this stuff anymore.
Extremely rude.
23 points
Okay.
of mixed damage on you. These
Never
dice
mixed
roll
damage.
really well. They're like new. I say that and then it hits 2 1s and a 2.
I'll take it.
You're gonna fix her dice.
You slammed me
8.
last time.
I know. I mean,
Good,
it's still
'cause
19 points of damage. But you guys did get.
How much did you take just now?
You can see my hit points on
No,
our
it takes a
data.
while to update.
Oh, okay.
So what are you at?
I'm at 11.
But you guys are
And?
not. The hypnotic pattern, as soon as it
Yeah.
comes up, it disappears.
Yeah,
All right.
So everything else you can still do.
that's me.
Yes. I can
I'm
do
gonna start punching the skulls like a what is it? Whack-a-mole. Okay, the first one
That's
is
amazing.
20.
Yeah.
Second one is much more than that.
Yep.
Okay, so 5 damage and then 7 damage.
Okay.
I'm going to again do a flurry of blows.
Okay.
That is going to hit, and that's not going to hit. I don't even think with
Okay, so you did fire damage the first time, right? Like, so you set it back on fire?
yes.
I don't need to know what the damage was.
Okay,
just like-
yes, I did.
Okay, so what's
Seven.
your third damage roll from the one flurry of blows I hit?
Actually, they both hit because 7 plus 4 is 11 plus 7 is not 19. Never mind. No, 18.
Yeah.
18 hits. Okay. Thank you for a bless. Okay. Then my other damage is 10, and then another 4. So 14
That's 26
plus.
points of damage.
Thank you, flanking. Thank you, bless. You get it. I'm so stressed out.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna keep y'all alive. So
Okay.
actually do something.
That is it.
That is exactly. That's so important, though.
Turn.
Because if we die, then we can't do damage.
Well, remember, we're not trying to kill it. We're just trying to keep it distracted long enough to find out where the key is.
I think we probably want to kill it
What
too.
you're trying
Aren't
to
we
do.
doing pretty well? Maybe we could finish it off.
Do not appear to like it does not look rough. It does not look bloodied. It does not look smaller.
We'll get there.
That's fine.
Maybe.
We're putting up
You're
numbers.
definitely putting out numbers.
It's
You
putting out bigger
definitely
numbers.
are distracting, not just with the fire, but with like keeping it from doing all this stuff. If
Yeah.
it hadn't been hit like 9 times, it probably would have remembered what hypnotic pattern does.
With all of the damage it's taken, does it lose concentration on its detect thoughts on me? Or did it just give
It
it
just cast it until it knew where you were,
that? Gotcha. Okay.
and then it cast it. Oh, I can do that. I should be moving.
I mean,
Good to know. Yeah, the tether's insanely long though, and imperceptible. Okay, so that was Octavia's turn. Ronnie.
okay. I have a 26 and a 27 to hit, and I'm going to use that planar warrior force damage again.
Yeah.
Would you like it all in total?
Yes.
Okay. That is 29 points of damage.
I told Cass, I'm like, I have to stop treating Ronnie like he's underpowered because he's cleaning up in battle. Like, I think of Rangers as underpowered, but we made some adjustments for that, and you took some feats for that, and like.
Yeah, well, and
26
even
here.
like
26?
29.
29.
29.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just
Holy crap.
he's just built different.
His little crop top, it's like, I bet you see his stomach muscles flex, and everybody's kind of like, oh, that's nice.
That's
Octavia pulls her shirt up. You're not the only one.
You're like, beat to hell right now. And you're like, but my abs also
One
look
eye's
good.
fully closed.
Yeah,
Just like,
that is Ronnie's turn. Yes, that was all of it, right?
That was all of it.
Okay, dope.
Because I didn't separate it out.
As
Yeah,
with
yeah.
all of that.
let's go.
Can I use plot armor as a bonus action?
You can. You know that will draw. It's 2 rounds, right?
Yeah.
It will
but
draw.
I can do a spell and a bonus action for plot armor, right?
You can. It will draw all of its attacks to you.
That's fine. That's fine. I raise my hammer to the sky. Bahamut, bestow thy curse!
You see
I bestow
Alabroth.
curse on the creature.
What does it need to do?
You need to, first of all, pass a wisdom saving throw of 16.
Okay. It does have
Let's
disadvantage. It is somewhat wise. 16. First one was a 16. The second one is a 14. What does the curse do?
You are now cursed. You have to make a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of your turns. If you fail, that action, it wastes its action that turn doing nothing.
That is dope with plot armor.
Yeah.
And then I pull out plot armor. Attack me!
You
Plus 3
see
AC.
Alabra like glows with radiant light. He is suddenly impossible not to look at, and I'm gonna go ahead and say, like, you grow taller till you're almost like eye level with it. Not bigger, just taller.
Which eye?
And the
One
top
of them.
ones. And you feel great, but it hasn't tried to hit you yet. It will not touch
Give it
anything
everything
else
you got.
for 2 rounds.
Go. Go.
If Alabroth survives, that would be great.
Go.
Plot armor is a homebrewed item to draw attacks to it, to Alabroth.
But you have to pass a 16 wisdom saving throw
to do
every
anything
time.
on my turn. Yeah,
That's legit.
I would like to not die.
Yeah,
Please
you
go.
definitely have already saved them because there is
Oh,
no
let
throw
me see.
against plot armor. It's once a day.
That is my last 3rd level slot.
Okay. So that is Azra.
Okay. We're back to the digging. So yeah. You said I know a 60-mile diameter in the mountains.
You do, and what that would affect is how long it takes them to find him within the mountains.
Yeah. And as was really, I guess I don't have to make any more checks to keep digging.
You probably. No, it probably has to make. It can't.
On its turn, it
can
can use its action to make an intelligence saving throw against me to break the detect thoughts. Otherwise, I just keep doing this for a full minute.
I'm gonna say that it. Okay, I'm gonna say it probably can't even do that if it has to focus on Alabroth, which I kind of homebrew if attacking means focusing or not.
And if its action gets wasted, it can't even use that to resist the detect thoughts.
Yeah, you don't have to use your action to dig deeper, but you have to use your action if you're going to switch to something you want to know or whatever.
I didn't do it, but can I just move up to the thing since I'm like at the focus of its attention anyway? I meant to move on my last turn.
Okay, yeah.
I don't suppose it's got a problem moving over to me now.
So I will tell you what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
I will. You'll have to let me know at each stage,
Be
but
your ass.
she wants to dig to get specific enough that she knows she was helpful, and that's going to be up to her to determine. And as soon as she has that, she's going to pivot.
Okay, so each round you can make a perception check, and I'll see what you see in the mountains, and she can gauge off of that if she thinks that's enough.
Yeah. So perception.
Starting after this next one, because right now 60 miles is too much.
Sure.
It's mountaintops.
Yeah.
It looks like the Rockies.
Sounds good. Okay, so she will dig deeper. She'll get more specific in the mountains, and that will cost or not cost whatever action you say.
She'll get more specific. It can't save against it. You can use your bonus action to keep digging in the mountains that way. If you get close enough, you can use your action to switch. So you can do that first if you want.
And is this the bonus with the sorcery or
That's
no?
only if you cast it.
Got
I'm
it.
only going to say that if it breaks your concentration, you have to recast it. Otherwise, you can just use it.
Okay, so we're saying that so clarifying on the sorcery point, homebrew, we're saying that, like, basically the only thing we're using the empowered to do is I can delve deeper on the turn I cast it, but otherwise that's kind of all it does.
Or you can, also you can switch, it won't affect you this turn, but you could switch with it as well if you wanted
Like,
to.
insta-switch? Okay.
Yeah, but you don't need that this turn because you're going to use bonus action just to dig deeper in the same thing and use your action to switch if you want.
Very good. Okay, bonus
Does that make sense?
dig.
Yeah. Okay. That will make a perception check for me.
And I got bless!
And you got bless.
Wait,
It's ability
no,
check.
it's not. Damn it. You're right. That's
I didn't
13.
want to say anything.
Yeah. No,
I will
it's good.
say, since it's so distracted, you can use bless.
Okay.
It's so distracted by Alabroth that his spell is more empowered for you.
Well, it does. If it's distracted, maybe it's not blessed, maybe it's advantage.
Take advantage.
Yay!
Ooh! Hey! That's
Weaseling your way into
19.
With a
Respect the
19, you're probably within 20 miles now. You think you're almost there, but it's still mountains.
Okay, alright.
Is that good enough by Azra standards?
It doesn't look any different to Azra yet. It still just looks like mountains.
That's true, because she would need something to tell them other than,
And
like...
there is something.
Oh, that's true, because...
No, I'm saying there will be something. She has not seen it yet.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
also
not
if
close
she
enough.
encoded the memory of the mountains into the thoughts, she could just send someone a mental picture of where she's looking at.
She's going to have to choose between Octavia, who has a cartography kit, and she knows that.
I actually have a cartography kit too.
So Octavia
Mine's
and
better.
Ronnie
It is
and
better. Mine is not used
Alabroth,
for a
who grew up
cartography at all.
near the Obsidian Mountains, and you don't know.
Gotcha. Okay, so
That's just big snooty.
bonus action was to dig, and
You can use your action to also dig. You feel like you're getting close,
Like,
but you don't see like an entrance or like a path or anything, not at 20 miles.
well then
So
yeah,
he
action will
has it,
dig
but
as
he
well.
doesn't use
Okay,
it.
you could go ahead and take advantage again because of Alabroth and roll another perception check.
Very nice. Okay.
Well,
18
Pretty good.
and yeah, so a dirty 20.
Ooh. Okay, so on a dirty 20, you see a mine entrance. You move within, I don't know how far people can see, like I don't, but you see a mine entrance. You know there are some mines in that, you know there's probably not a lot.
If I see is there any defining trait of this mine entrance? Like, is there anything, any like easy visual descriptions to set this mine apart from like a generic mine?
You feel like
Any-
one more bonus action will do it. So, like, on your next turn, you feel like you get to a mine entrance, and as long as you don't roll really crap on perception, that you would have the opportunity to see something. And
Okay.
I want you, Christian, to think about who
Who I give
who
this?
you send it to.
Okay.
There's arguments for 3 out of 4. Brana doesn't have a cartography.
No.
I mean, Cat could have one and it would do Jack because I can't see things like that. So who knows? I'd be like, I want to take really pretty pictures there. I'll never find it.
Azra's feeling good where she is, so I think that's the end of her turn.
Okay.
Actually, I can't portent unless I see someone. So I think Azra might actually move
Don't do that.
right there.
You can shoot through him. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Even though
I'm a
Alabroth
ghost.
grew
is our
taller.
stream running?
Alabroth, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Sorry.
I can.
Alabroth,
I can hit
we'll
through.
say that you know what it does. You know you've got a minute from Alabroth's thing.
Okay.
You
I
know
mean, yeah, I see Alabroth turn into
Yeah.
a giant. I'm like,
You're like-
Alabroth's doing something.
You're like, it's being
Right.
hit from everywhere.
Yeah.
I want you to roll like an insight check on yourself real quick. And you can go ahead and roll for what you're doing.
Ooh, that is a Let me double check. I think that's a 24.
I'm calling for an airstrike here. Come on.
Oh, wait, no, that's a 21.
It's
A dirty 21.
this party thing isn't awful. It's kind of nice when they're not all wizards.
No!
The group project isn't the worst thing.
We can totally kill this thing. Azra's feeling great.
Did you roll with advantage from the flanking?
Oh no, I didn't.
Is that for both rolls?
Oh, well then let me do that again.
Try that shit again.
Hey.
No. No. 14 and 6.
14 total?
plus.
No, that's how. Oh, wait, hold on. 14.
And that's with your bonus too?
19. Okay, so I hit 1.
Yep.
I hit once. Yeah, it was with
Once is all a rogue needs. Like,
and it was with the fire dagger, so yeah.
yeah.
At least there is that.
Sneak attack is so fun, like, to do.
I'm just gonna go ahead and like total it up, and I'll give you the total.
Sneak
Yeah,
attack and fireball. It's the things that let you roll lots of dice.
I read a story the other day of somebody who like was a wild magic sorcerer. They met the new party in the tavern, rolled a 1 on the wild magic table to disguise self, cast fireball centered on themselves, and TPK the party in the first 5 minutes. And the DM was like, "I've never done a campaign before. What do I do?"
You all wake up. It was a crazy
15
dream.
points of damage.
Dope. 15 points.
And then it fell into ruin and was dead, right?
It is. It's less than 75% up.
It melted like Zack Attack from Sky High.
I don't know what that means.
Wow.
But it's
tragic.
You're like melting individual skulls at this point, but like it's filled with skulls. That was
I'm just popping like the
top of the round. It needs to make a wisdom saving throw. Okay.
That'll be a 16.
16. It has a plus saving plus 5. Let's see what it does. It's disadvantage. It doesn't make it. On either one. So
we keep Alan out for another round.
it's it can't use its action to do anything, and Brennan gets this one wrong. If you can't use your action, you can't use your bonus action.
Hey.
He used to let stun people use their bonus action, but like
They're stunned.
Well,
They can't-
stun says they can't use bonus action.
it doesn't. It says that they can't use their action, but somewhere else says you can't use your bonus action if you can't use your action.
Oh. Wow.
So that's how he misread that. I thought it was interesting. Anyway, that's the end of its turn. Alibroth looks like Bahamut himself, like glowing. I'm gonna say your skin turns platinum, and you look exactly like you because you're still Alibroth, but just glowing platinum. The hammer is like double its normal size.
I need a drone strike on the target.
I don't know if you guys realize how
Weapons free.
big it is that Azra has not lost content or even been attacked yet.
I mean,
14
very much on
my
purpose.
action, 14 damage.
Okay.
And then
that was. You have this one and
Both
one
of
more
them-
fire, right?
this round and one more.
Yeah.
Well, it depends, because it was kind of iffy if it was 20 or 25, so maybe roll to see if
No, you already rolled. You got the max, and it was 24 second or 20.
Okay, so
18 or whatever.
So
it was 5 rounds total.
14 damage on my
attack.
Regular. I'm going to, yeah, I'm just gonna keep doing Flurry of Blight because this is going pretty good. That one's not 9 plus 7 is 16. That's not gonna happen. Second one is 19 plus 7, so 26. So that is another 7 points.
So 21 points.
21 total. Just whackable.
She said we were like at 75% of its hit points.
It's just the biggest thing you've ever seen. Like, it's
But your 5th party member's not even doing damage right now. So as soon as Azra joins in.
Yeah, well, that needs to happen soon.
Sure.
So.
That is the It doesn't have turn. That was Octavia. Ronnie.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you
Go ahead.
make a strength saving throw?
It cannot take reactions anyway because it has to only attack Alabra. So unless it can attack, well, it can. So it can make a strength saving throw. Hang on. It was a 1918.
Okay.
So it can attack because its reach is 10 feet. It could, in theory, opportunity attack Alabra if he moves, but that's the only. Otherwise, it can't attack either of you. Ronnie.
Bonus action, Planar Warrior.
Uh-huh.
Extra D8.
Mm-hmm.
24 and 23 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
23 points of damage in total.
Dope.
Nice.
Okay. Your turns are so neat right now. Like I love it. I'm just like, just do the minus. I just have to do the minus.
Huh?
What? Go ahead.
It's by Cass's foot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alabra.
I see. I got it.
It is
Yeah,
your turn.
that's my whole turn, so I can't do anything.
Okay.
I'm obviously not going to get closer or move. I can't
Alabroth,
see it.
if you cast something that would require you making a roll, I can give you a 12 or 14 or 12 or 15 on your roll. To keep that in mind, and for anybody, because I can see everybody now, I can just make any of your rolls a 12 or 15 on the die, and then
Well, a 12 or a 15, but it's got to be a.
You still get your pluses after that, though.
Yeah, I just turn your die into a 12 or 15, and I can do that once for each of those numbers.
I will take that now.
Alright, which one is good enough? 12 or 15.
You know its AC is 18, so...
Wait, 18?
So if you have plus 6 or more to hit, then you can take the 12
Oh.
and still hit.
Okay, then I'll take that 12 because I have a plus 8 to hit on what I want to do.
And is this like a nice important attack, nice
Yeah.
and beefy?
Very
Oh, yeah.
important attack.
Take a 12.
Dope.
Let's go.
I grab it.
Okay.
No pain! Inflict wounds.
Yes.
Nice.
That's going to be 10, 16, 17, and that's a 6. 23 points of damage.
That's dope. It's
Nice.
like, you...
And I cast
imbued
that at
with-
second level, so yeah.
So how many? 23?
That's the last of my second levels.
23?
23 necrotic.
Okay,
Don't leave me hanging.
You're leaving me hanging.
Oh,
How dare you leave Mia hanging?
sorry. I'm like,
Just say
I'm already like, what do I do next?
Alabra reaches into the gear, this is gonna be gross, grabs eye sockets and up a nose and yanks the thing. And you see, you watch, and it's creepy AF, all the skulls turn and focus on Alabroth because of his plot armor. And it is not paying
that
attention
mental-
to anyone else.
So you just grab a skull like a bowling ball.
Yeah. With his, actually, with his giant hand right now, he probably grabs 2, like, and just drags them. It is the creepiest thing you've ever seen, but he looks so freaking powerful
All
right
right,
now.
y'all need to do stuff.
Yeah.
Octavia feels the
Let things
urge
happen because
to
try not to die.
show her abs again.
Yeah.
Be like, I'm tough too.
I'm big too.
That is the end of Alabroth's turn. Did you cross the 12 off?
Yes, I crossed the 12 up. I have the 15 left, and I may be saving that for myself.
Yeah.
Who knows?
You.
Also, I can't do that for another round. I think you can only portent like once per round. Or no, it's once per turn. So, I guess I could just do it again
I mean,
whenever I want to.
once per turn would be
Yeah, or
next
okay.
round you can do it.
I mean, I can
You
do it now
can use
technically.
a reaction. You can have it as a reaction if you want. So you can use your other
Yeah.
one whenever you want.
I'm not even sure it costs a reaction.
I mean, it shouldn't,
might.
but you definitely had it available.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
your turn now, so you
Yes.
have your reaction back.
Exactly. Okay. So we have a mine. We don't have discerning details yet. Is it's a mine in the Obsidian Mountains good enough?
No.
No.
The whole war was about mines, and I feel like anybody would know that.
Okay.
Like, a lot of it was about resources, so you know there probably wasn't a ton, but there were probably a few.
Yeah.
So
She
but
will bonus action dig deeper.
roll a perception check with advantage from something. It's
Oh, yeah.
distracted by Alabroth.
Hell yeah. Better.
And also add blood.
Worse! Also on bless?
Oh, no.
No, yeah. We just did advantage last
Yeah.
time. But that's only a 10.
Uh,
And since I already rolled, I can't do my own portent. You have to do it before the roll.
You do? No.
I just read it. You have to choose
That's
before the roll.
Siobhan didn't do that.
Yeah.
No. They're a little loosey-goosey.
He really is. With a... I'm gonna say you have a choice to make. If you move within its range, you can dial in with your movement.
Oh, like physically die. Ooh.
If you don't want to do that because you're a constitutionless wizard, then you have to use your action.
But it's still focused on Elbroth.
Go.
Oh, you're saying don't.
I'm saying go.
Oh, go. Okay.
It's
Go.
still focused on Elbroth.
It ain't gonna touch you. It's gonna touch me though.
Probably.
Okay. What is the least I have to move to get this benefit?
You have to be within 10 feet of it.
So it's reach.
Reach.
Beautiful. Of course.
Focused on Elbroth.
This makes sense. Yeah.
If you're gonna do it, now's the time.
Yeah, decent chance.
There's only 2 rounds. I get this.
Wait, so when it comes around to its next turn, will it still be doing the thing?
2
Yes.
rounds. Yes. It'll still be doing the thing.
Alabroth's next turn.
No, the next it'll still be cursed, but my plot armor wears off after 2 rounds.
So on its next turn, it will still be drawn by your plot armor?
Yeah,
Yes.
until
Very
the
good.
end of until the beginning, actually. It can take a reaction at Alabroth's turn to attack anyone, but its next turn will be devoted to Alabroth.
Still be cursed though. So
It will
that'd
still be
good.
cursed.
And can we stand on these?
Yes. Those are only like 2 feet tall. You have to make a DC 5 athletics or acrobatics. DC 5. On
I am a
either
wizard,
one.
though.
Use your portion.
I'm wearing robes.
Use my portent to not trip. This
Okay,
is
okay.
Fantasy High episode 1.
Yeah.
My athletics bonus is higher than that DC. So.
Yeah, like
All right.
it's basically DC 5s are if you don't roll a natural 1, most people will be fine.
Most people.
Most people.
Couldn't just leave that until after he rolled.
Natural 20.
Nice.
You stepped the heck
I'm
out
gonna
of
go ahead
that.
and roll
Step
that
so good.
natural 20 into what your perception.
Okay.
Because you took the risk. You you've been like zooming.
Step
Have you
up.
seen these progressive super zoom? That's like the
Yeah.
shot and it keeps backing up and it's forever. It's like miles away.
Yeah.
It's like that, but in reverse.
Back to the Emperor's New Groove. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, just a monkey. Can we get back to me? So with that roll, you zoom in and you see like a wooden frame, and because it was a natural 20, you see hang on, I gotta check my notes.
It looks like
That
Anna
is-
Paquin.
When she did Rogue.
Something funny about power.
Is that not?
No, it's a Power Ranger.
Okay, I was like, why is Rogue wearing red and wielding a mace?
That would be a
That's
nail bat.
Negan's. Yeah, that's Negan's bad.
Oh, yeah.
Well, at least
Negan
that's
uses
what I
barbed
figured.
wire.
That's not there.
Oh,
It's
is
on
that
my
what that is?
computer.
No, it's nails.
Oh, okay.
Looks like Negan's bad.
It does.
Lucille, that's her name.
My mind was like old Betsy. I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Same feel though.
Yeah. We're getting some good
I
shit.
want that episode of Power Rangers.
Trying to find it. Where is it?
Yes, I'm
I got
watching.
a blood ranger, you're a sword or a zapper. Nope.
It would work.
Just some monster with a nail bat. Just
Who's the guy who did the Power Rangers, like, grim, dark short film?
yeah.
Zack Snyder.
No.
No, like Ari... Ari something?
Sean
Aster?
Deere or Shankir or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
Ari Aster.
Yeah, Shankir, yeah.
I would love.
He's the guy
Ari
who
Aster
produced
to
the
direct.
Castlevania Netflix show, right? Yeah, and he wants to do
Give the
Berserk, which
Most.
you got called.
Dormer. The Dormer Mines.
All right.
Dormer is a name of one of the top 5 richest people in the country. Everybody
And one of the
probably
biggest
knows that.
discoveries from the cast of Game of Thrones.
No. Do I need to rename him? It's the Dormer Mines that narrows it down to like 2 possible entrances, but really only 1 mine.
All caps. Dormer Mines.
Yes, and if you don't encode this, you're gonna have to try and remember it. Yeah. But encoding it is free. Like,
it's free.
You just assign it to somebody and you tuck it away. You give it to them after.
Because encode thoughts is it's like a spell. It's like an action.
It's assigning it is free, I guess.
Okay.
Encoding.
Because I think the ring was like, after I cast the spell Encode Thoughts, the ring would let me like pass it to someone else real quick.
The ring lets you assign it to somebody else instantly as part of the same thing that you used to cast it.
Yeah, so but I still have to cast Encode Thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's fine. And it doesn't break concentration because encoding thoughts I don't think is concentration. It's just a thing that happens.
It's just a thing that happens. It is meant to be used with detect thoughts, modify memory, like all that.
Mm-hmm. So what we're saying is, if I use my action to pivot, I will, and go for something else, I may forget about Dormer Mines.
Oops. You would be subject to a non-cartography, non-map maker, non-familiar with the Obsidian Mountains understanding of where that mine is. You would...
Would I still remember, like, Dormer Mines?
You would. You would. That's a good point. So if
I would hand it off.
Yeah.
If you think that Dormer Mines, it's up to Azra.
Mm-hmm.
If she thinks Dormer Mines is enough, knowing that Alabroth grew up near the Obsidian Mountains, then you don't really have to do anything.
And how did she know Dormer Mines? Is this just something that she's perceived?
It's written on the outside of the wooden frame. It has like the cart, like Donkey Kong carts.
Yeah.
But it's pretty abandoned now. You don't know how big the internals are. I don't really. It would take a lot of digging to find that out. Like how big in the mines is, how many paths.
Yeah. Where specifically the king may be in the mines, I would have to be digging. I could be digging for quite some time, and we just don't have that time.
You could be, and you might have that time, but like based on what you've told me earlier in the battle about whether Azra feels like she's helpful, I feel like this triggers that.
Yeah. Okay, so now the question is: action to switch or action to encode? Because if she could just communicate, what if she could just yell out loud Dormer Mines to everybody, right?
She can. Or the question.
Yeah. I think free action, she just she's been like, kind of like, her eyes have been like glazing over whenever she digs, and she only kind of like comes back when she needs to move or pay attention. And I think she snaps out of it and just yells, "He's in the Dormer Mines!" And...
Roll a history check. With advantage. And not in same DC.
Everyone?
And she'll throw in Obsidian Mountains as well.
Okay, that's a 21 on history.
You can say it if you want. You know exactly where the Dormer Mines are.
I know where that is!
Great. And action to pivot.
Okay. Dope. What exactly?
She is going to change the search terms to Ori Shimmering Hall.
Ooh.
Ori Shimmering Hall path.
Okay. Okay. So one of those terms doesn't return anything specifically. Like somebody. Ori hasn't discovered more about it since you left.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll against whether that affects anything.
Okay.
It does not affect anything. You don't get like a result for Ori.
Mm-hmm.
So you find yourself drawn to a voice. It's a different voice, and this has been common throughout. Like you were drawn to a place in his case, like an image search.
Mm-hmm.
And it is roll an intelligence check.
That's a 7.
You don't know how long ago this was. You know that the Shimmering Hall is ancient.
I only have a +3.
You're drawn to the voice. The voice is a man at first, and as you kind of approach it, it turns into like more a little boy. So it's this man's memories of when he was younger.
Okay.
And I'm gonna sit down because this is Lord down.
All right. Okay.
So, and you hear this little boy, and you kind of like blink and open your eyes into like through his eyes, and he's looking up at his mommy, and he says, "Mommy, why are you sending us to the Shimmering Hall?" And his mommy is like, she goes, "Well, something very exciting is happening today. We have been working on this for so long. Me and other mommy are going to go with all the adults. We're going to meet at a place. And we want to make sure it's safe for you guys, and then you will join us in that place later. But for right now, we just want to make sure it's safe for children before we put, because you are going to grow up strong and brave, and we think everything's fine. But you guys are really important, so you and your friends are going to go hang out in like a different place for a while." And he said...
Christian is realizing some shit in this. Whoa.
And he goes, "Are we going to be safe?" And she said, "For sure. You guys are going to be absolutely safe. And we're going to be safe too. We're just going to be somewhere different for just a little while. Maybe an hour or two. Don't worry about it." And he goes, Why are we going to a library?" And yeah. And she says, "Well," and as you look around, like, the civilization of wherever they are is so far beyond anything you've ever seen. There, make another perception check.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if Az was putting all of this together.
Maybe not.
Nat 20.
You see, there's something like flying in the background, like up and over somewhere, like it.
Something big flying? You
can't tell really, but what you can tell is that you are with a nat 20, you're in a much older version of stresses, and with a nat 20 you look around and recognize the glory of some of the buildings that you still see that are so old and run down that they didn't move into at first and didn't restore. And you see there's magic everywhere. Everywhere has magic. And he goes, the little boy, because of that, goes, "So who's going to teleport us?" And she goes, "You learned that in school last week." And he's like, "Oh yeah, okay, we're gonna go, and the recording is going to read to us for the hour." And she's like, "Yeah, you guys will be fine. You remember the friendly, like, guy that other mommy made?" And he's like, "Yes, and robots are nice." And she says, "Yes." And so at that point, like, another woman gets there. She's a stunning, darker skinned woman, and she leans down and she kisses him on the cheek, and she says, "If you get scared, what do you do?" And he goes, "I talk to you through my earwing." And she says, "Yes, and you can do that anywhere and you'll be fine, so go with the nice robot now." And he goes, "Okay, mommy." And that's like, you see him teleport away.
4-year-old on his own?
He's probably 6.
Still.
Yeah. You think the robot might help him with remembering a little bit of the terms to teleport as a 6-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say Azra knows with a nat 20, she knows that this is an extraordinary little boy to be able to cast something that high level. But go...
With no other context, she's wondering, is he extraordinary for our time or their time? Because all she has is this kid. She's never seen a 6-year-old cast teleport before. Was that normal back then?
You see, like, a bunch of kids gather with him, and he appears to be the only one. You would guess he's extraordinary, but you don't know how extraordinary, even for that time. And then you kids' memories are just funny. So, and this was him older when he was trying to think back on it when he got consumed, perceivably. This music is perfect for this part.
Yeah.
So, like, he goes and then he kind of loses it. There's stories being read. They are in a gorgeous, like, kids section of a giant hall. And he starts to get sleepy and he drifts off and it kind of blanks out. And then he wakes up and there's just chaos, like, in his mind. He has no visuals associated with it. There's screaming, there's upset, there's, like, and then you see a brief flash of when they all teleported back because they couldn't get a hold of anyone.
Okay.
And you would, for a second, you see, like, absolute chaos. There are buildings on fire. There are, I'm gonna say roll one more perception at disadvantage because I feel like I got the 20.
Not 20 with disadvantage.
Yeah.
11.
He just kind of glances around, and then you have what you would assume to be shock that sets in. And that's all you get for that. But I'll say with that, there's a teleportation, there's means within teleportation which is not plane shift. So might be something you wondered. And I will say you have he looked out a window at some point and he saw ocean, he saw water, lake, ocean, something. But for one turn, I felt like that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's probably all you get with that.
I don't think she's ready. I don't think she has confidence that she knows the path yet.
She definitely doesn't.
Yeah.
You don't know if you can get the exact path.
Yeah.
So that's up to you.
She stays in.
Okay.
And that's end of turn for sure.
That's her turn.
Yeah.
I'm so excited I got to do that lore dump.
I think that wasn't even a lore dump. That was like it was a scene. It was good.
It's a realization outside that it's a lore dump. She might not realize it.
Yeah.
I feel like Christian does. Yeah, we're all intense again. Who's next? Yes, go.
I thought where you're going was the kids are still there or something, and I was like, wow. Thanks.
No, but you didn't see any bodies, is what that perception
not better
was,
than that.
last one.
Okay.
So I rolled a 21 and then higher than that to hit.
Yes, you hit with all of it.
And total 24 damage.
Nope.
Oh, nice.
What is that? Oh, nice. That's cool.
That's very cool.
Very nice.
Okay. That is...
Dormammu, I've come to Bardi.
Sorry. Where is my shoes?
Yeah, I could really be
11.
responsible with that kind of power. Endless annoyance.
There it is. Okay, sorry. Total one more. Do you still have it? Damage? From
24.
24.
Woo!
I'm so beat. I have to, like, write
Jesus,
the numbers
man.
down and then subtract them at this point.
How's this thing still alive?
It's the oldest Ublex ever.
Yes, this is that ancient. This is
Yeah.
not elder.
Oh,
This
can we
is
get a
like
percentage check.
percentage check.
Cross the halfway point at least.
Almost.
Thank God 5e redid the number scaling the way that they did, because if this was like an ancient Oblex back in like 3.5 or even 4.0, it would just look at us and we'd all die.
Yeah.
We would never hit it. Never ever.
I
And
need-
it would, yeah.
I need you to start hitting this thing.
Well, like I like we did some brewing of it. It's supposed to do 10 damage on experience.
Woo! Alright.
His turn. Right?
Is it? Yeah, it is.
He's gotta beat the curse.
Yeah. +5.
16.
Yeah.
Which the curse is not over, it's just it can use its action.
What happens to the curse if it beats it? It can just use its action,
And then
right?
it can use his action.
You maintain
Yeah. If it beat the curse, yeah.
concentration on a curse, or how does it work? It works
Oh,
till
It's concentration, yeah.
Is it?
Mhm.
Then Bless has dropped. Just
Yeah, Bless has been dropped.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bless just dropped.
Can you confirm Curse's concentration?
Hang on.
Yeah, it might not be. But
Yeah, I think I've got it pulled up because I also have the spell. I was going to cast it at some point.
Still
It's
curse.
concentration up to a minute.
Okay, so yeah, so it stays cursed, but blessed does drop.
Okay then.
That's still more
Yeah,
useful.
it's
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, the bless is doing, or the still
is
curse is doing a lot.
going to attack you 3 times. Or
3 times? What?
Try. It's going to try 3 times.
Okay then.
The first one is a
You can't
15.
Nope.
Okay. Second one. Was a natural 20 and a 3. So like, second one doesn't hit.
That was a natural 22.
Does it have disadvantage on his attacks because of the fire?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
third
The
one.
third one is an 18.
Can't beat that 21
I
AC.
mean, with the plot armor.
Plot armor is still going.
Get it!
I need.
Get wrecked!
No, I need y'all to wreck then. Go.
Yeah,
wreck
yeah.
and rule. Go.
With its bonus action, it can't attack, but it extrudes
Ew.
a different part of itself.
Gross.
Yeah, it's gross.
Oh
And
no. No! Don't go towards the box.
Ori hasn't done anything.
or like it can't attack still
Yeah.
with it.
That was there to try and phase me.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this one is going to try and phase Octavia. Roll
Okay.
a wisdom saving throw.
22.
So it won't affect your actions
Okay.
or anything. You're looking elephant. A flawless representation of elephant. You're a mentor.
Oh, ooh.
Oh, the implication of that's bad.
Her first mentor, right?
Close your mouth and punch.
Yeah. Not Ember. Yeah, elephant.
Okay.
And that's all it can do with its turn.
Was the memory that I saw, was that elephants maybe?
All right. Come on.
We don't know.
Yeah.
You,
It's not,
elephant.
Drop the ceiling on this.
I don't know who elephant is. I'm
I
just
don't know.
wondering.
That's interesting. I don't know. I'll get back to you on that because the boy would know his own name. So.
I know. I mean the memory of the courtroom where I saw her dad. Could that have been Alphen's memory?
That is incredibly reasonable. It was not.
Okay.
I can't break concentrate. I can't do.
Do I know that it's just kind of a rando?
You thought it was a random, but it could have been a rando
You
elephant.
can
and
cast
it
spells,
wasn't.
just not concentration spells.
Yeah, I know. I know.
It's my turn?
Mhm.
Okay.
Drop the hammer.
I mean, I can do what I can do, which is I can hit it a lot.
Do what you do.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
that.
Sorry, I'm gonna retcon one time. He does move, which takes him out of your eye line, which is less distracting, and
Okay.
he can't attack or anything. He just moves.
Okay.
He's gonna move to. He's gonna move to. So he can.
Sure.
Because its reach is 10 feet, I am gonna give it flanking if you guys stay there.
Okay.
Oh.
By its next turn, like in.
Okay.
It's still gonna be. It just would cancel a disadvantage as long as it's
Who's
on
this
fire.
person laying on the ground?
That's Ori.
Okay.
Who I don't think you'll even know his name.
He's taking
but-
a nap.
Yeah.
I'm still attacking. Still at advantage.
Mhm.
19 plus
Yep.
7. Yeah. So the first one is 8 damage.
Including some fire for the last
Including
round.
some yeah. My hands will start to burn after this.
Yep.
The second one is a 22.
Yep.
So that's another 9 damage.
So 27. Or no. What was the first damage?
7 and then 9.
Okay, so
Or sorry, 8 and then 9.
17.
17, and then I'm not going to
You
flurry
don't
of
have flurry of
blows.
You're
So I'm just gonna bonus action hit. And I don't have bless, so that's not going to hit.
With advantage in that?
Correct.
Okay, so 17.
17 damage overall.
Okay.
I have a question. Are you adding strength bonus to attacks or anything like that? Because those are just your dice.
Haven't been. Not for this last turn anyway. +4.
Yeah. Add your plus to hit.
19. 26. 26 damage, sorry.
The monks.
26 damage.
25.
25 damage.
Yeah. Because it was 17, and then we had 8 because you hit twice. +4.
Yeah, but it should add all that on D&D Beyond, does it not?
Not when I'm just looking at it.
Not when she has to do the math.
2.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Okay.
There's you gotta remember the bonuses. It's tough. Lots of stuff going on.
Dope.
And last turn I hit him 3 times, right? I think I hit him 3 times, so it would be another 12. Because I've been forgetting to.
Okay.
Sorry, like.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't. I
Nope.
think you hit 3 times. But
Okay.
That's my turn. I'm not
if
gonna.
it helps, he should be attacking 4 times a turn. And he just keeps forgetting. He also hasn't tried to like fear you guys or anything.
That's very nice of him. Very kind of the Zoblex.
He didn't have a choice the
Running.
last couple times.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's my turn.
Go ahead. You texted me.
I messaged you, but I do already have my attacks ready to go.
Okay.
I have an 18 and a 23. And that is going to come out to a total of 26 points of damage.
26.
Force damage. I'm doing the little conversion thing.
Okay.
Wanting the unstoppable.
Force damage. Cass, can I see the iPad for a second? I don't think I have my phone in here. I think it's
Alright, whoops. There you
in
go.
my makeup phone.
Surprise, super glue.
Yeah, it's on Discord. I messaged you
Dope.
for next turn.
Okay, so 26 force damage?
Yes,
Okay. Dope. And that's the end of your turn.
that's it.
That is Alibra? Yes?
Wait, it's my turn? Oh,
Is it?
Yes.
okay.
Yeah,
I just went ahead and got
Alibra.
ready.
I'm going to go
No,
ahead.
I'm just asking because your guys' memories are usually better than mine.
Okay, I swing with my warhammer and miss. But as a bonus action, Bahamut, lend me your weapon. I cast spiritual weapon at first level.
Dope. It's spiritual level? I thought it was second level.
No, it's got a first
Okay, yeah, so go ahead and you can take a swing with it. Where do you cast it? It can be on the seats or something, just so you know.
I'm going to cast it on the other side of it where it won't be in Ronnie's way.
Okay.
You can hang out with me.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, one attack with spiritual weapon. Let's see. That's 12.
12 does not hit, but it stays up. It is not concentration, which is
No.
good.
It's just the claw
Yeah,
staff
yeah.
thing.
Am I
Okay.
the only character who didn't put my last name on there?
I put my last name on it.
I
How
know.
rude.
It looks like you do too.
It sounds like
I'm not sure I figured out
John
last
I
name.
did today.
Ah, okay.
Mine is not technically.
and I'm out. That was it.
Okay.
Surprise. Rogue.
Just gonna sit here and try not to get killed.
Do you want to move?
Do I want to move?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Okay. Azra. Right?
And your plot armor
Yes.
fades, correct?
Huh? Oh, that's gonna
Your
second round.
plot armor does fade.
Yep. So, well, it's like Mario after he gets hit by that. And I yell,
Bonus
Luigi.
action. She wants to keep looking until she finds the path.
Okay.
Is digging deeper going to help, or does she need to pivot?
I'm gonna roll for that too because I don't know where he ended up.
Okay.
What's gonna do?
She needs to pivot.
Okay.
If she can.
And that's an action or bonus plus spell point, sorcery point. Okay.
Oh, and you were right. That was at second level, by the way. That's my last spell slot for second level.
Okay. Yeah. But like, she does know definitively that like, that she has to pivot because he doesn't know anything else. Like, he doesn't remember when he was shot. Who knows what happened. A lot of kids died. Like, when there weren't adults around anymore.
She's very confused now because she figured that she
I will say, Asdru knows that 300 years ago all the adults disappeared off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm curious because part of her last encounter with Ori was him taunting her with the knowledge that he knew the path now.
Roll a retroactive insight check.
Nat 1.
It's weird. It's weird that happened.
So Christian thinks he knows what happened, but Azra is just confused because...
With a nat 1, yes.
Yeah.
Like, it's just
Ori was absorbed, it seems. Why can I not find the path associated with him? Okay.
He was... He didn't see us taunting, but he definitely was, like, you should have stayed.
Yeah, well, he was trying to rub it in that he knew, and that's why she did what she did. She's going to... Does she get the sense that there are more memories associated with the Shimmering Hall in the Obelix? Or would she have to attempt to pivot without knowing?
Action for, or like, yeah, she would suspect. She doesn't know how specific those memories are, but this is like not unknown lore that it exists. Probably exists, or people seem to know that it exists. Like, you know, it's reasonable to assume, but you don't know how many other search terms. Like, it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
You don't think path is that specific either. Like.
Okay, so
it's true that path is like trying to get there, but like it's kind of vague in that like.
She's gonna drop Ori from the search term, and she's just gonna say like secret way to Shimmering Hall.
Okay. Roll an investigation check.
Okay, I think that's one of my +5s. Oh, it's +6. Nice. 25.
With that, I'm so sorry. Can you either type it in here or text it to me because I can't find my phone.
To be safe, I should have used my portent on that, but we got there.
25. With a 25, you see trying to think how to do this. You see you hear a woman's voice, and it's saying, thank you, saying, you can do both your attacks with your bonus action to light it.
Okay, so I can use my bonus action to light?
To light both of them.
Okay.
Okay. So, you see something that you would imagine is from the same time period. In that, like, it's a woman, and then it kind of phases into a little girl, but you think it's, and that little girl is, and roll an intelligence, well, not a crazy DC on that one, just
intelligence.
Yeah.
Nat 1 for a 4.
They are not on Lacros, like,
same thing.
That's not where they are.
This little girl?
This little girl. And it is, well, obviously they're not on Lacros. They're on a boat.
On a boat, okay.
And you see that she looks around, and with the investigation, you see a bunch of other little kids on board. And that's about There's not grown-ups on it, with the exception of there are automaton, they're robots that are kind of captaining, doing so that kids can't sail. And you look up and you see there's one other person, and it's a drow with the kindest face that you've seen ever, and it's a grown-up drow. Is about 5'6". He's got silvery hair to here, and he goes, and he's holding her hand because she's crying. And she looks up at him and she's like, "But I don't know what happened. They were gonna come. They were supposed to get me." And he goes, "It will be okay. We will get home, and then we will look around. I meant to go back further and see what happened, but I missed again. It's okay. I will stay with you until it's okay." And because you wrote 24? 25. He is... I hate to do back to... But Arcana. Roll an Arcana check for me.
21.
You know that, like, time magic is real, and you've heard that time magic has kind of like this bluish aura on it. This man is a time traveler who's trying to go back to see what happened, and he missed. And he said, and he looks at her, and she's like, "How long till we get there?" And he's like, "Well," he's like, "You see that out there?" And she says, "Yes." And he goes, "Those are the Lost Islands. We have to go all the way around there, and we will go back to Drovia. It'll be fine." So, the Lost Islands are kind of... Lacros kind of curls up, and he would know this about you, right? Do you think?
I don't know. Do you know where I'm from?
I don't think Azra's ever had a conversation about where you're from.
Okay. There are islands, and the Lost Islands are a group of islands, and they don't take up too much. So you are narrowed down to physical place within... Again, but this is sailing. It's a boat.
Yeah.
Probably, roughly 120 miles. Like...
Okay.
It could take a while.
Mm-hmm.
But, like...
Because, yeah, Azra knows that the path is, like, enchanted. You have to be shown, or you have to see the way, or you'll never find it. So, she's looking for someone's memories who's gone through it so she can watch them, and then she will know.
Roll a... No, I'm not gonna be... She knows that you have to be shown. She doesn't know how specific that is. You are being shown in some ways. Is that enough?
Okay, so she
you're
knows...
back in that space. Where,
something
like,
about the path means you have to loop around the islands.
Something... Well, the islands, like, the... Lacros goes up in this curve, and then there's kind of like these islands around this like giant bay,
like
trailing
off
kind of thing.
Okay.
So it's with the island, it's kind of like a huge circle, and you know you're within that circle somewhere.
Okay.
What is it? It's not a cove. Is it a cove? It's a
I don't remember what the map looks like.
But yeah, like within this specific body of water, think like... No, I don't know. I don't know geography that well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what the map looks like.
Yeah, I need to send that to you.
I think probably what she's going to do is she's keeping one eye on the party, because everyone else, y'all have what you need now. She's going to keep digging more specifically until y'all are bailing. Or until she's satisfied, and right now she's still not quite satisfied. So,
Any indication of this?
yeah, I told y'all where the king is.
Yeah, but we
Any
don't have
indication that you're gonna stay? That you have anything? That you have anything
You guys
that you're
can
trying
roll
to get
insight. You have no idea.
No, you know. I mean, you can see very clearly. I told y'all I have a location on the king, and I've told y'all to
And
you.
I just yelled, "I know where that is."
She is asking if she knows what you're trying to do.
No, not at all. You just know that I am still apparently doing detect thoughts for some reason.
Roll an insight check to know one thing. I'll tell you.
20.
It's of her own free will. That's all you know. Like she's choosing to stay engaged in the situation for the moment.
Yeah.
Does Azra move? on her turn? Advantage for her turn?
She might ought to back up.
But attack of opportunity, but better than just sitting here for a round of combat. So yeah, she'll back up.
It is gonna take one.
Yeah.
But you're right in that it is this. It's a pseudopod. It's what they've been hit with. It's not.
Yeah.
The
She
whole
will
thing.
attempt to back up to here again.
Yeah, she can back up for sure. It's not gonna stop her.
I mean, it may have a special.
And that one without the disadvantage even. So that doesn't hit even a wizard.
Nice.
That's a 9 total. Does 9 hit?
No.
Yeah.
In fact, you failed by 2.
That's good because one hit could take Azra out.
Yeah, I bet.
Okay, it's the end of Azra's turn.
Brana.
Okay.
Good thing I have those.
You
HP.
pre-rolled.
Yep, I only made one of those rolls because one of those rolls was a 4.
Okay.
Did you do it at advantage?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was with advantage.
Okay. I've been there.
The roll before that was a 1. So
Yeah, I know. It's
4's
great.
downright rosy compared to that.
yeah, but the other roll was a 13 plus 5, which made it 18.
18 just hits.
And that was with the fire dagger, and I also used my whale.
Did you use sneak attack too?
Yes, and the sneak attack, so 22 points.
Dope. Okay, that is her turn.
Yep.
Or their turn.
Yes.
It all works.
So it's the Obelix.
Are we going to continue fighting this thing, or are we gonna need to leave?
I mean, if we want to free those people, we have to keep fighting it.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's that hurt, though.
It still looks pretty tough. Like it is less than 50%.
Oh, if it's sub 50%.
It's sub 50.
You're not doing anything to help
That's
attack
true.
them.
I might start very soon if I think I can finish it off.
Let's see how the
think
next
we can.
6 seconds
There are
goes.
people in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm one of them.
That's
Is it my
I'm
turn
gonna
yet?
see,
It
I'm gonna
is
see literally
not
quite
how
yet.
the next
It's the
creature's
top of the
turn
round.
goes. And
Nobody
then I'm
has a
gonna
potion
see.
to take
Yeah.
anything.
Are we? Are the 5 of us gonna kill an ancient Obelix?
Let's see.
We need to do a lot of damage.
We need
We
to-
are in trouble. Like 2 of our party members are in dire straits right now.
True. You're not the only one with bestow curse.
You can't have double.
I need to heal them.
Yeah.
Going
It's
to point out again, if you're digging in memories, you can't apparently do that much.
Yeah. Yeah.
okay. It's
Well,
going to use a
Shh.
legendary action.
Cool.
Oh, they have those. Yeah.
Cool, cool,
I-
cool.
No legendary resistances apparently. That's
Holy
nice.
shit.
You need to
It does
all
fit on
roll
one
wisdom
person.
saving throws. Everybody,
What kind of save again?
wisdom.
Wisdom.
Wait, shit.
Oh.
Okay, it's a 20. I'll take it.
18.
Plus 8, it's a
18
28.
just saves.
16.
I got a nat 20. That comes out to 21.
You two fail. I can't believe 3 out of 5 of you made it though. You
Who
two
just failed?
are confused.
Ooh.
Yeah, you are.
Confusion bad.
It assaults and twists creatures' minds, spawns delusions, and provokes uncontrolled action. So detect thoughts fades like immediately.
Oh
Um,
no! Do we have enough information?
and on
We know where
your-
the mines are. We know which mines.
That's good enough. Get out and attack.
We can't. We're confused. We have no control
Yeah,
over ourselves.
Once we're unconfused.
I was gonna say it's
On
Mel's
your
turn anyway. You'll be there at the
turns-
bottom of the round.
You will do whatever you do. You have to roll to see what you do.
used my portent to save me from that. God damn it.
Uh,
Oh no, I would have gotten a
no,
17.
yeah.
Yeah, never mind.
And it is going to use its. Okay. I didn't have them roll their own initiative, which I could have maybe done. I mean, I'm sure Wizards of the Coast is watching this, so can you get more specific about some of the Obelix capabilities? Because it is very confusing. I was gonna get kind of ugly for a minute. Because of the confusion, You see Ori. He's going to go. He's going to use Dimension Door, and he's going to appear right by you. He does. You two will get. No, just one of you. But he was closer to you. You can take an opportunity. Nope, you can't. Dimension Door's instantaneous.
Yeah, I don't think I'm good.
Yeah, doesn't look like that. So, he Dimension Doors to Azra.
Oh, cool. Cool.
And because he's confused, it's rolling at advantage plus disadvantage, so just a straight attack roll on her.
Okay.
I don't think that's what Confused does.
Huh?
Confused just says when we take our turns, we have to roll a d10, and Confusion tells us what we do.
That's right, but like I've given him disadvantage on everything, so I'm just canceling it out because it's a friend of yours and you're confused and you twist your mind.
Oh, okay.
It's a 17.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oof. How many hit points do you have exactly?
I have 38 with the 10 HP.
10 HP is going to save your ass. You take 27 damage.
I would have had 3 even without the 10 HP.
Really? I thought you were exactly 27.
I'm exactly 30 plus 8.
Cora, I got you.
But there goes the 8. It is a 27. So I'm at 11.
And that's
I'm less worried about that.
That's its turn. It uses its action to confuse.
And Dimension Door and attack.
Yeah, and since you already succeeded, I'm not gonna make you succeed again against the simulacrum.
Okay.
So yeah, that's its turn. It is Octavia's.
Yeah. I'm guessing is so sorry. Is Brana still threatening it?
No, it Dimension Doored away, didn't it?
It just a simulacrum did.
Oh, okay.
Could attack
not right
it
now. It's still like disadvantage on saving throws and stuff, but like yeah,
I don't have advantage
currently.
Okay. It's 19.
Hits.
Plus.
Weird.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Fine.
10 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
My hands are on fire at this point. So do I get my fire damage?
If you don't, you feel like if you don't use, I'm gonna say bonus action. We'll do this on the fly. Bonus action or all your movement, alternatively, to put them out, that you are going to be rolling disadvantage because your hands are on fire.
But I can use my bonus action instead of my action to put them out?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
So
and you can yell to everybody like
10 points
damage.
of damage. And then the second one is still
Hits.
great. That's only 5 points of damage. And then
points.
wait, you said or all my movement?
Yeah, if you're not gonna move, I'll let you use all your movement to kind of.
I'm gonna stop, drop, and roll for a second, and then get back up.
And just yell at the rest of your team. I
Yeah.
assume, like,
So
I
it's on fire this turn?
It's not on fire this
hit
turn.
one more
She had to do
time.
that first. Like.
Yeah, that's
5
21.
rounds.
So that's another 8 points of damage. 23 total.
Dope. You hit it. You put your hands out. It was kind of fun though. And you have one more use of that for the future, but not in this battle. You have to recoat them.
Yeah.
Okay.
My turn.
Yep, your turn.
Okay, I have 2 hits.
Mhm.
Because I have +9 to hit.
So you're gonna use your bonus action to.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action to light both my arrows.
Dope.
And then
That's only possible because you lit the torch already. So you just kind of. And
I also can't see in the dark, so.
It's not that bad. It's
Oh,
daytime.
I thought in the
It doesn't have light
the
surrounding
hallway.
It's just lead at the back here.
Ah, okay.
This place actually does have
Giant windows.
yeah,
obviously.
this isn't strictly. It's not one bookcase. We'll say it's split. There are windows. There's sunlight.
Okay.
It's daylight.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we had the forethought to know that we were gonna need to light the torch anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. forgot to add all my stuff up already.
Yeah. It's okay. She's had enough, like, well, you've had enough, like, 5-second turns to make a 45-second turn okay.
10 points on the first hit, one of it being fire.
Dope.
And 12 points on the second, one of that also being fire.
Okay, dope. So it's back to smoking, so it still has disadvantage on everything. And Ronnie's like, I gotcha. That is Ronnie's turn. It's kind of nice to have to be like, oh, I did some fire too. We did fire. We've all done fire. It's the end of Ronnie's turn. Albra's turn.
Healing word.
Dope.
At
That
first
is
level.
Bonus action.
Oh,
So you can cast Sacred Flame again if you want. You can cast any other
I'm gonna go ahead and
cantrip.
go for Sacred Flame, but first I gotta do my healing on.
Brana.
Yeah, I'm trying to hang on.
Wait, Sacred Flame you rolled for it, isn't it?
Yeah, I do roll.
Saving throw?
It's a cantrip. Yeah, it's a saving throw. I haven't done it yet. I'm
No,
focused
like
on.
that. It has to roll a saving throw. You don't
Yes,
have to roll
it
an
does.
attack.
Oh,
For Sacred Flame?
son of a bitch. Then I cast Sacred Flame. Hang on.
What's your DC on the? Is it 16? Right?
16 dex.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Let me see how much healing.
I only know that because I'm playing.
If you were closer, I
cleric.
could do 1d4 plus 8. Okay. You get 7 points back.
Cool. Thank you.
Alabama, if you could note down for the future that plot armor is divination spell, because it does matter sometimes. It is not charmed, it is divinely commanded to
Okay.
attack you.
So, how's that dex saving throw?
Let me see. It is disadvantage. The first one's a 19. The second one is a 4. So it hits.
Suspense. It's garbage.
Yeah, that was-
That's going to
Pink Panther.
be
2d8 at your level, I think, right?
yeah. So 8 points of
Sacred Flame is radiant.
it's radiant damage. Yeah,
Oh, it doesn't have any. Yeah. So how many total? Sorry. The
It's
damage? Huh?
8 points of damage.
Dope.
And I don't think I can bonus action with spiritual weapon because I did heal. So
No, you did heals. Healing word, Sacred Flame is very adequate turns.
yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Spiritual weapon just kind of hangs out like really.
I want everyone to roll an insight check for me real quick.
Even the confused party?
Yeah, like go ahead. You can't apply it yet, but you can roll it.
24.
17.
15.
What was yours?
6.
Okay, so only Octavia seems to, like, you're sitting there, you're thinking about strategy, and you're like, it just busted out confusion on the whole party. It may be looking a little bit rougher than it was, but you realize how many of its turns it hasn't gotten to do what it wants, and you wonder how many spells it has up its sleeve that will affect everyone in some way. And you can choose whether you share. I chose to have you make the check randomly, so if you want to make a comment to your party, you can, but you don't have to.
And I really should not be relying on my ability to make a wisdom
I'm
saving
gonna say, Azra, I think it's still pretty powerful. Get what you need and let's go.
Only the 3 of you get that right now because you're not confused. But like all of you hear it.
Yeah.
It is Azra's turn. You roll a. What do you roll?
1d10.
Yeah.
If I roll a 9 or a 10, I still have my turn, but otherwise, I do a random thing.
Yeah.
5.
You don't move or take actions.
Cool.
Yeah. So Brana, you go ahead and roll a d10 as well.
2.
I think you move in a random direction.
Oh, we do make a wisdom saving throw to see if we can end the effect. Though.
You don't move or take actions either. Both of you make wisdom saving throw.
No, that's 10.
That's a 4.
You're still confused. You are staring at, or it looks exactly like him, and it occupies physical space. And you're like, I knew we were mad at each other, but like, holy crap.
Yeah.
You're gonna be real hard. You're not confused about whether it's or normally to be fair, but like.
Yeah.
I look
And
over at Octavia.
Tears are streaming down her face.
Yeah.
Brian,
Right.
you feel like you're arguing with the Celestial in your head, but they're not using words. So you just stand there.
It's basically like someone's yelling or arguing with me in Celestial, but I don't speak
It's
Celestial.
like the white
suddenly.
noises all the way up, and you're just like, where am I?
But yeah, just streaming.
We're bouncing.
I will say they're very clear, visibly confused.
Oh,
on
well,
their
then I wouldn't have
turns.
said what I said.
What would you say to anybody else, though?
I would say if she's
Well,
I would say
she
we-
was addressing.
She was
Azra's.
addressing Azra, but
specifically
you just say
addressing Azra, I would just say,
it's still pretty powerful, maybe.
yeah, it's still powerful. We have to go.
Maybe, sorry. Maybe you would have said after, because on their turns it's evident. Because they just stand there. Sorry,
Okay,
that's
then
my
I
bad.
Said
Yeah,
I
you said what
I
you said,
guess.
but everyone heard it.
Your
Heard it.
microphone is pretty low again.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you.
You also don't know if I can't hear you, I would say, probably, right?
You don't know. You know that,
Have
like,
you ever talked to someone who's doing this?
have
Yeah.
you? Who was it? It's me all the time.
Constantly.
Yeah.
You still hear her,
Or
right?
the cats.
No.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah,
that's like
sometimes.
20% of the
Anyways.
time something gets through.
But yeah.
Alright.
That's higher than Stitch's
So it's
ratio.
unfortunately the Oblex's turn.
It is the Oblex's turn. The Oblex, confusion is concentration.
Wait, we're still cursed though, right?
It is still cursed.
And it's on fire. So.
You haven't taken
Oh,
any.
if I could get off another bestow curse, it would be doubled up.
It doesn't double up.
It doesn't?
Nah.
It doesn't double. It
We're
can't make
leaving.
multiple saves to like at disadvantage to see if it can even do anything.
It was just, he would have to roll a wisdom saving throw for Alabros thing, and then roll a wisdom saving throw for either.
Yeah, no.
Damn.
But you know that you don't have to try it. The lower roll was a 17. 17, so that it can do things.
Okay.
I'll get Ronnie on shoulder. Or I'll get Ronnie.
I was gonna say,
Ronnie's
good.
Ronnie's chill.
No, I'm gonna snatch up Ronnie because I'm.
Azra, make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, well, that's my good one. He says sarcastically.
DC 18.
Oh, plus 0. 6.
It can cast through any of its pseudo as if it was its thing. In your confusion, you see something terrifying. You see or like move to you with like jerky supernatural speed, and his mouth like will open all the way into you. You don't disappear. You're still there. It is
In my mind.
what?
In my mind, that happens. Okay.
disengaged jaw swallowed you whole.
Excuse
Like-
me, teacher. What?
You guys don't see anything except Azra be like,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
but
nice.
this is the big one.
That's the bonus of us at least,
Yeah.
or being us.
So you don't see
Oh,
it.
this is damage. I thought this was going to be fear or something.
This is consume memories. What is your hit point maximum?
My max is 30, disregarding 10 HP. And I had 11.
It's never good when that question comes up.
Yeah.
So as long as it's not
It-
42 or above.
41 would do it, I think.
I thought it was above. You were saying yeah or above.
It's 41 or 42. If we get to one of those two numbers, then we'll check.
$53.
Doesn't matter.
It does 53 points of damage, and it consumes the memories. Briefly, you come out of the confusion. There's no way you would stay confused in that.
Okay.
What do you think happens in that moment?
Well, I guess...
You just have, like, essentially a react in moment.
Yeah.
And what the rest of you see is Ori, like, reaches out, whoever this person is, reaches out with both hands on either side of the head. And you see, like, tremendous energy flowing back. Sorry, guys.
I think with what she's seeing in her head, I think what she's doing in real life is she starts, tears start to flood down her face, and she just starts breaking down and saying, Ori, I'm sorry.
For a minute, as your confusion clears and you realize that he didn't do that to you, you have a moment where it's like a little bit more peaceful, like vaguely more peaceful, and you feel in that moment you replace the simulacra with his actual face, and how many times he's just understood, like, that you were different than him and how much he cared about you. And Azra falls down to the ground. She's all the way dead with that hit. So, the Obelix after that does not do anything else with the remainder of its turn. It seems satisfied for the moment. And it is Octavia's turn.
I'm gonna bonus action disengage, go try to grapple Brana and drag him out the door.
Okay, are you gonna cast, like, the fast moving one? Do you have that one? So you can do, like, your full movement, essentially, even with grabbing him, is what that turns out to. Make a DC 5 athletics or acrobatics to make sure you get up there.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Brana, so you can just lead them by the hand, kind of. So go ahead and move, like, you and
Grab
Brana.
his hand. Actually, I'm not... Yeah, I'm going to action dash, and I'm going to bonus action disengage, so it doesn't get an attack of opportunity, and I drag him.
And you don't have to use the key point, do you? Or do you
I
still?
do, but
okay.
that's my last
Yeah,
one.
yeah, that's fine.
I'm
That's
going
fine.
to lead you out of range.
It does slow you down to lead him, but, like, that's just flavor. You make it your full movement with that. Brana, go ahead and roll another wisdom saving throw to see if that jars anything in you.
Ooh, that actually may have.
You got a +1.
17.
So close. It's 18.
And I don't have a +2, so.
Oh wow, yeah.
That is
That's my
Octavia's
turn.
turn.
It's Ronnie's turn.
Ronnie.
Bonus action, Misty Step. I teleport 30 feet down the hallway.
Okay. Like all the way out the room?
All the way out the room.
Fair.
Before I do that, I'll say, come on, Alabroth.
What is Revivify's casting?
What?
It does matter.
What? What did you say? The spell slot's gone.
I use a spell slot.
Oh, fuck.
I use a spell slot.
I didn't even realize.
Stupid.
Okay, it is... I mean, like, that was one hit, and it was full, like, pretty much everything.
Wait.
That was the most damage that it done so far.
Wait. We had a short rest.
You did have a short rest.
Revivify!
Oh.
You don't get spell slots on a short rest, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The clerics?
Yes! Yes! Don't you get a spell slot on a short rest?
I don't think so.
Not unless you have a Pearl of Power or Arcane. Yeah, you wouldn't have Arcane Recovery.
Roll
Yeah.
Everybody roll intelligence. Intelligence?
Oh,
20.
I've never been intelligent in my life.
That's a natural 20.
Oh!
And with my intelligence...
It doesn't matter. That
Plus
might
2.
save you. You think there is a chance that this wizard can help him stay in stasis until you can rest. That is, and only because you're a natural 20. There's a spell that will keep him in stasis that won't allow him to, sorry,
You're good,
sorry,
you're good.
her
Then I need to snatch up
to
Azra's body
decay.
and we need to get out of here.
That would be wise.
So,
Pick her up.
I'm disengaging and I'm picking her up.
Okay.
I'm running for the door.
Roll a strength check to see if it will slow you down, even, like, because you're big and she's little.
Strength is +4, 11.
Okay, so with that, like, once you get to her, you don't get all the way out right away. I'm gonna roll something for the Oblex.
Still
Okay.
cursed.
On the Oblex's turn, it disappears. You guys have no idea, but it's gone. Like, it wasn't interested, you don't think, in fighting you. You made enough of an impact.
No, you don't miss this one.
So you can take your next turn. It's fine. You have...
We know where a wizard is, though.
You have a minute, but I only said it was 100 yard. Like, that's fine.
It's close enough that we
Then
can.
I'm running full bore.
Go ahead.
Misty Step is cast on myself. If I'm carrying something, like Azra,
You roll a strength check. If you get a really high one, you
I
can
have a good
carry it.
strength.
Yeah, roll a strength check. If you get high enough, I will let you, but it's not usually the case.
what's 16 plus 6?
22.
Oh, wow. So then you can just peace, because yes, you hold Azra and Misty Step out the door.
I will.
Go,
I will
go.
take Azra and Misty Step, like flashing forward 30 feet at a time until we get back to whatever his name was.
This is gonna go Astraphus. Yeah, or
Astraphus.
Yeah.
Astraphus.
Yell.
So this was gonna be over when the battle, but you guys bang on the door, and it takes just a split second, and then somebody probably sees the sticky pad and the pen. What do you write?
Maybe we're not there yet.
What do you write on the note?
Help Azra.
He rolls a natural 20.
Hey!
Which means that he had this spell prepared and is willing to. It's a cantrip. I think he can
Gentle
cast it
repose.
back to back. Gentle repose. It lasts how long?
It keeps you from decaying pretty much forever.
I know, but like it's only for like an hour. But I think you can keep casting it or something. So, with that, you know where they were headed. You guys show up, and the cat is sitting there peering through and just opens the door one by one as you guys come in. Astraphus is like sitting there and he's like, "What happened? I thought I gave you to revivify.
I did something stupid.
Did you? No, this is... Did you get what you needed?" And he goes, "Hang on," and he turns around and he has it prepared because of your natural 20. So he just in his natural 20. So he casts it on her, and he said, "She will stay in stasis. I do not have the ability to cast Revivify." And he looks at you, Alabroth, and he puts his hand on your shoulder, and he goes, "Take a rest, my friend. She will be fine until you can rest."
I go rest immediately.
Quick thing, in order for him to cast that, he has to leave the room with me for a moment, right? Because the lead would make him unable to cast spells.
That is true. He goes into the sewer.
Okay,
I was about to say.
I want to clarify, is he willing to leave the room in order to...
He like climbs down the ladder and he's like holding your hand. It was just like gentle repose, and he climbs back up.
Okay.
He said he left within the last couple of weeks, so it's rare and not very far. He wouldn't even venture to where you guys were in the sewer.
For sure, yeah.
But like, if he needs a magic thing, he steps out of that trapdoor. That's why it exists. So, let's skip that. You guys are used to sleeping in weird spots, and his office is spacious enough. Alabroth takes the bed that he leaves, and he just sits there, and you guys all get a long rest. And then, Alabroth, when you wake up, it takes you a minute to realize what had happened, to remember everything of the day before, and you hear a gentle voice as you prepare your spells for the day that said, it's Bahamut. So he says, you did incredible in that battle. There's much potential in you, and you have saved your friend. Azra, you think Azra expected that to happen when she felt like, because she knew she was...
Expected to just, like, die?
No, expected to come back.
Oh, is Azra back now?
But Revivify doesn't need a thing. Yeah, he casts it, you expend the spell slot and the jewels. But Azra comes back. I'll say, like, you sleep a little longer. Like, it's like maybe another hour. You know that it works. She breathes normally, and she wakes up, like, a little bit later. You don't have the benefits of a long rest yet.
Okay.
I think 1 HP.
Yeah. I don't even think it registers to Azra that she died. I think she just knows that she went out and she's up again.
You open your eyes and they're like a bunch of people.
No, I walk away after I cast it. I just walk away.
You, where do you think you go? Do you go back outside? What do you do?
I go just as far as I can away from everything.
Yeah, so he's kind of sitting on his own, but the other, are you? Like, she stirs some.
A little shell-shocked, but yeah, kind of just sitting near you, kind of for the first time really just hunched over her knees and just kind of staring at you.
And there's a cat sleeping on your stomach, which had to be a command because this cat would never do that. He's not a cuddler.
Yeah, she stirs from sleep and goes, "Oh, hello." Goes for a pet.
It jumps off your stomach and runs away. Like, it's keeping you warm.
And then notices, like, everyone except Alabroth, like, around her, I guess Astrophus as well.
Astrophus is like, he's not very pretentious. He was concerned, and he is not crazy familiar with cleric spells. He knew the jewel thing, and he knew that one because he picked it up. And he looks at you and he says quietly, he says, he is still beating himself up for some reason. You were all the way dead when you came here. He brought you back. I just thought you should know.
Oh, not anymore, I guess.
He looks slightly relieved, like, but he doesn't read a lot on his face. He looks even more tired.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Don't thank me.
Alabroth, right? Where is he?
He's in the corner of the office. You can see him. He's tall.
Like, if there was a way a 6'8" dragonborn could, like, sit to make himself look smaller, I'm doing it right now.
Okay, I thought you left the
Bowsering in the corner.
It's so different because everything in the battle, he was so larger than life in so many ways, and he just looks as small as he can.
What is the...
And I have my back to everybody. I don't even want to like, face anybody right now.
You have a shield, don't you? He's kind of turtling behind his shield.
Yeah, it's on my back.
What is
the nature of the thing that killed Azra? Was that all, like, psychic, right?
It was... what was that? I think... Consume Memories is a... It is psychic.
Alright, so she doesn't even have, like, physical wounds to mark that she died. It's all, like...
Memory drain, blah, 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 blah. You look down and you see, like, it's like all your veins are kind of, like, darker. And you feel your head, like, pounding like the worst migraine you've ever had. Like, you can feel its impact, and you feel...
Christian feels that.
Yeah.
Migraines.
Yeah, and you feel the impact of it, and it makes sense to you that it was psychic given what you saw in that moment before he attacked you. So, like, I feel like you recognize the damage type.
Yeah.
But you don't have exterior, like a ton of, you have blood coming your nose and ears.
Yeah, and I think
Eyes.
yeah, as she's feeling like a pounding in her temples, and she's crying just out of the corners of her eyes.
She's probably crying blood. That is a thing that can happen if you get stressed enough.
Yeah.
Like,
and she's not like upset crying. It's just like
it's a physical reaction.
Yeah.
From your brain swelling or whatever.
Yeah, and then she like goes to wipe it away, and she goes, because it's blood.
You see that
Astraphus.
Astraphus like kind of casts, and then he realizes that prestidigitation won't work in here, and he's like, and he hands you a Kleenex.
Thank you. Like, just kind of puts it on the ground. Alibroth, what? Are you okay?
I almost got you killed. I'm so sorry.
How is that even possible?
I'm no warrior. I became boastful and war happy instead of focusing on saving life, and I almost cost you yours. I'm no fighter. I'm a healer. I protect those. And because I was stupid enough to believe I could beat some ancient being, I almost cost someone their life. It was stupid and reckless. Something a child does. I am so sorry. I became careless of my friends' lives.
Alibroth, I think we all would be dead if you didn't do what you did. You did save lives.
Barely.
Sometimes that's enough.
We certainly wouldn't have lasted as long as we did without you.
I almost got you killed too.
That was not you. That creature hurts.
Astraphus clears his throat and he says, "Do you know where the king is?"
The Dormer Mines.
I know those mines.
He goes, "None of you should have survived that fight. Like, none of you." He's like, "I will remind you that we who administrate this school, they're the more powerful wizards of the wizards we know. 7 of us. 6 of us. 6 of us. 7 total, sorry. 7 of us wouldn't take it on yet. I don't know if you realize how extraordinary it is that you survived. That you got information." He's like, "You walked in there and you were so focused on this is what needs to happen. You weren't even focused on your own survival. And you all made it." He said, and he looks at you and he says, "I do not know much about Bahamut. I know you're a healer, but I know he cares about justice as well. Sometimes you have to fight. Things can inform your future decisions without you hating yourself for your past."
I'm sorry, my friends.
You do yourself a great injustice.
Do better tomorrow. That's what my mentor always said. So we have to go.
You 3 can roll an insight check on Octavia. And Alibroth, I want you to roll an insight check on yourself so you have an advantage.
I rolled a 1.
No thoughts.
Advantage, though.
All of us just know.
That
Yeah,
one,
I got a 9.
I got a 1.
14 plus.
Which with my bonus comes
You said
out to
insight?
2.
Yeah.
26. Or, no, plus 8. 22, sorry.
So you guys you briefly had to take Esther's hand and, like, but to cast Revivify as well. And with that roll on yourself, you know that, like, you might be suffering some of the effect, first of all, of seeing that happen, but also from not being able to commune with your god if you should act differently at all and feel his presence in the room. It's troubling at the least, and I don't know if Alabroth wants to continue to struggle with that for a minute, but you kind of know, like, he's not gone. He's not here with you in this moment. He's not mad about it either. He did the BRB thing. Like, he just can't come in there.
Yeah.
We have to go. We have to get this information to Ember.
Should go.
Astrophis looks at Azra and he says, "This gives me some hope that with a little more research we might could take it on."
I think if... You're right, it was perhaps miraculous that we survived, but if the 5 of us, we obviously did not slay it, but we put some work into it.
Did you find out anything?
Yes,
You don't have to tell me what it is. Did you find out anything?
Yes, we found out about the king. Passive deception of 15.
I'm gonna say he's not gonna have disadvantage because that's not what he's
Sure,
asking.
sure, yeah.
That is a 15.
Yeah.
15.
Ty's go to the roller.
I mean, I'm the DC, you met or exceeded the DC, so you got it.
He says, "I'm not asking what it was. I'm asking if you found anything."
Does he know about what me and Ori were searching for?
I would say because Ori passed the test after you left,
Maybe they talked
he's
about
aware. And you know that, like, it's kind of an obvious one. Like,
it.
for Azra and for wizards, like.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he has a decent idea. And he wasn't asking for information. He's just asking if you got additional information from it. He said, "I'm gonna..." He says, "With some preparation, I can send messages to the rest of you. Is it possible you would come back and fight another day with extra help?"
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
He looks at you and he's like, "Will you help me let them go do that? Can you help me prepare something? You guys walked in with half a plan and you got a lot. With your expertise, I feel like we could prepare a better one. For Ori? For the rest of them?"
I think when he mentioned Ori, I think he was intending for that to be like an incentive.
Mm-hmm.
And she draws back slightly at the mention of Ori's name and says,
Hang on. I think he's probably gonna pick up on that. He goes, "I told you that could happen though. It just means he took him, or it took him at some point."
Yes. I will, to the best of my memory, I will tell you about its capabilities. I can help you prepare, but I need to be going.
Okay. There's a lot of books in that library. We'll work it out later. He looks around at the rest of you and he says, "What do you owe him? Her. What do you owe her?"
Have already been paid? Oh yeah, well, didn't we do like part now, part later?
At least 30 gold.
He says, "We haven't spent nearly as much on spell components. We will take care of your fee. If you will help." "How much a day?"
We were doing 20 a day, and then we went a little over And we already gave her 20, so at least 30. Probably
like,
40.
He's like, I don't know if they're going to pay, but I can offer you 20 a day. We can do that.
For staying. For advising.
For advising, you can stay in here with me if you want. He's like, honestly, I don't know anyone else who's fought it and survived that's a wizard right now. Like, I need to know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know if I have days worth of knowledge to impart, but I will do what I can for a short time.
So he looks at the rest of you and he's like, I guess you guys are headed towards the border?
Yes.
Yes.
It's like, we'll be sending a message as soon as we figure something out. Is there anything else you guys require? Are you going now, or are you?
I think we must be.
Can we request a trip that's not through the sewers? Or is that the safest place?
He looks at you for a second and he goes, we can go down into the and I can dimension door you elsewhere.
Oh, good.
I can dimension door halfway to the harbor, and he hands all of you like guest passes. He's like, actually, you can just go out and walk if you want.
Thank you. It was illegal coming here.
He's like,
can you imagine that? It is against the law to help people? Crazy.
Wild.
he looks at Ezra. Sometimes it is against the law. You're new at it, I guess. He's like, it feels like a hollow victory, maybe to some of it, but it is definitely a victory.
Yeah, Octavia kind of awkwardly shakes it, like reaches out, shakes
shakes your hand,
and then even more awkwardly gives Azra a kiss on the cheek and leaves.
Aww.
Azra is a weird moment, maybe, where she's like, friends.
Yeah. I still have a little bit of blood on my cheek. Oh.
He looks at you, Alabroth, and he says, I would want you on my side every day. You're big for a reason, too. Sometimes you have to hit something.
I go over to Azra and just go,
Aww. And she hugs you back.
It's like,
As best
leaning
you
like all the way down.
Yeah.
I hug like...
Baymax and Hero just...
Yeah.
And he goes, we are gathering resources. When you return, you will be well paid for your efforts to help the school. So you know, to go a little longer without loot. We're gonna cut it right there, actually, because he might have a couple of items to give. I don't know. That was a very long session. Very long.
Very intense.
So,
That was the longest D&D session I've been in, I think.
do you think?
damn, son.
Yeah, and I'm very impressed that you guys all survived. You did an excellent job extracting it.
It's dumb as hell.
Kat, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Thank you very much.
That did not feel like a 6-hour session. That was like...
That was a 6-hour session?
It's 9 now. We started at 3.
It is 9.
5.5, because we started at 3:30.
Thank
Sure.
you everyone for joining us.
Thank
We're
you.
taking the holidays off. Everyone say hi and bye. And
Happy holidays!
Happy holidays!
Happy holidays! That's why you got an extra long session.
We'll be back in
Happy New
January.
Year!